We have always tried to bring you updated, analyzed, and summarized content every day. However, to maintain the operation of the channel, from editorial time, technical systems, to operating costs, we are facing many financial constraints. If you feel that what the channel brings is valuable, we hope you consider joining the membership to help us continue to maintain and develop. Your companionship not only helps the channel exist, but also motivates us to continue working every day. With just a small donation each month, you help keep this community going and spread the word to more people. Thank you for your continued support. For a great America, sign up for membership in the description of this video or click the Join Membership button so we can fund the program. Also, you can give Super Chat, Super Stickers, or Super Thanks. I love you all. Restored Republic via GCR. Duty note: secured channels have confirmed the global currency reset's final countdown with Tier 4B notifications by 3 a.m. EST on Saturday morning, December 13, 2025, igniting the greatest wealth transfer in human history. The quantum financial system, now fully operational and gold-backed, has bankrupted the Federal Reserve, IRS, and central banking cabal, rendering their debt-based empire obsolete and ushering in an era of boundless prosperity for the awakened. Debt forgiveness cascades like manna from heaven under NESARA/GCR's imminent rollout, erasing mortgages, credit card burdens, and student loans for billions. Beginning Sunday, the 14th of December, 800 numbers activate for humanitarian project funding. Payouts will commence immediately thereafter, channeling trillions into rebuilding communities ravaged by the deep state's engineered crises. Think restored farmlands in Maui, liberated water rights in the West, and thriving small businesses unshackled from predatory taxes. This is the wealth transfer foretold in ancient scrolls, where the meek inherit not just the earth, but the keys to its flourishing, all secured by XRP/L's paradigm shift in the stellar blockchain's unbreakable ledger. Medbeds, those miraculous arcs of healing, stand ready in over 50 secure facilities nationwide, with initial appointments unlocking for Tier 1 recipients on Tuesday. Be prepared. From Monday, the 15th of December through Christmas Eve, December 24, 2025, expect total media silence worldwide, enforced by the quantum financial system's activation to shield the transition. These 10 days of darkness looms as a global blackout where satellites fail and the old guard crumbles, paving the way for the Republic's rebirth. United States Special Operations Forces have been placed on high alert as emergency broadcast system activations commence across major cities, signaling the onset of the long-anticipated storm that will expose the depths of global corruption. Reports confirm martial law declarations in over 300 urban centers, with 6,000 U.S. Marshals deploying to secure key sites amid escalating threats of World War III, including unprovoked attacks on American bases in Syria and North Korean troop movements toward Ukraine. This is not a drill. Phase 1 of the EBS is now live, initiating a worldwide communications blackout that will enforce military tribunals and the unsealing of 63,233 federal indictments against elite pedophiles and child traffickers. The faithful among us must hold steadfast in prayer, for in these shadows, divine justice awakens to protect the innocent and dismantle the cabal's iron grip. Heroic rescues of trafficked children are accelerating globally, with operations dismantling CIA Vatican-linked rings that have ensnared over 8 million souls annually. A Friday, December 12th, 2025, the global military signal has been broadcasted and there is no return. All U.S. armed forces, along with international alliance units, have received a final reservation code. White hats on Telegram. The world is approaching a complete blockage of media, internet, telephone networks, television, banking networks, and financial access points. For the first time in human history, all digital systems will be shut down simultaneously. There is no internet. There is no social media. There are no bank transfers. Looking for a ride. Underscore no calls except 911. Global protocol on warfare will be implemented in real time. Every country will block its airspace, freeze commercial flights, and deploy troops to the streets under the guise of keeping security. But you know the truth. This is a communication break. This is the storm. This is the discovery of everything they swore they would never see the light of day. All devices will switch to one global broadcast, the emergency broadcast system, which will broadcast 24/7, 8-hour documentaries repeated 3 times a day. They will expose global pedophilia networks, the operations of human trafficking, corrupt politicians bribed by foreign intelligence services, money laundering, names of those arrested and those who tried to escape. The public will see what we've known for years, the cabal burning in the light of truth. Behind the scenes, alliance military teams are already making mass arrests on the basis of over 500,000 sealed indictments on politicians, bankers, intelligence agents, child traffickers, the global elite. The whole pyramid is collapsing. This is what the elite feared most, the end of their net of control. After darkness, after the silence, after the last broadcast, the world will reconnect with a new quantum internet driven by QFS nodes and military-level satellites, a system designed to be uncensored, non-hacking, and unbuyable. The old world is not coming back. The current financial system, disastereo. The current governments, dissolved. The current healthcare industry, revealed and replaced. Current education network, eliminated and rebuilt. Current corporate structure, forever broken. In her place, a new era is emerging. Rebooting of darkness is violently torn. They will say it happened all of a sudden. They will say no one saw it coming, but you knew that. We knew that. The signs have always been there. Get ready. Wait for it. Just keep calm. The near future and those to come will define the future of the world. Darkness is necessary. The light that follows will be unstoppable. B. IRS and taxes. All 50 corporate states of the United States of America are in perpetual violation of Article 4, Section 4 of the de jure Constitution for the United States of America, which mandates that the provided republic form of government. They provide a maritime admiralty corporate democracy. We need to lawfully defund the corporation and return to the republic our Constitution guarantees, as the 16th Amendment was as never properly ratified. Moreover, if you are an American state citizen, according to the United States Supreme Court, you are not a taxpayer. To learn how to free yourself from co-pro rate attorney and defund the corporation, go to my last tax returns. See what we think we know as of Saturday, the 13th of December, 2025. This is an amazing video of celebrities in the Victim Witness Program who are about to come out of hiding. It was sent to me by Thomas Treffs, Airman First Class 501 Combat Support Wing, Founder 2003, to present Unified Veterans Coalition, aka Veterans Against Treason. Welcome back, celebrities. Warning, the Cabal also has a plan. Thursday, December 11, 2025, Digital ID Plan for America being launched in Alaska free. December 12, 2025, Seattle. Washington was picked to host the World Cup in June 2026. Since it's during Pride Month, the city decided on a Pride theme without knowing the teams playing, Iran and Egypt. Both countries you can be imprisoned for being gay. I bet there's a lot of people who aren't thrilled about that 2026 World Cup Pride theme and wonder how it will affect attendance. Sad. Friday, December 12, 2025. The solutions for climate change are coming mostly from Wall Street. Why isn't Bill Gates planting trees? That's because the climate change scam hoax is nothing more than money-making scam used to usher in societal controls. White hats on Telegram. Friday, December 12, 2025. A country run by banks will always be in debt. A state run by war will never know peace. A nation run by the media will never know the truth. Steve Bannon on Telegram, free. December 12, 2025. Executive Director of Black Lives Matter, BLM, Tashela Sharia, Maury Dickerson has been charged with wire fraud and money laundering. WH Grandpa on Telegram. Friday, December 12, 2025, Caitlin Hunter update by her mother Janine. Caitlin's 18th birthday is today, December 12, 2025. Born Myrtle Beach, SC. I wanted to name her Heavenly Hunter. It should be a happy day, but it's very depressing. I have waited 7 long years for this day. I know she has too. Being 18, she should be aged out of foster care, but there is no sign that she will be released. The Federal Reserve and IRS, they bribed and blackmailed Congress to do their own bidding and keep control of the world's monetary system. They illegally collected all U.S. taxpayer monies through their privately owned U.S. Incorporated in Washington, D.C., sent it to their privately owned UK Crown City of London, and then on to the Vatican. The Vatican Bank sent the monies on to their central banks. About a month later, the monies returned to a central bank on Wall Street, which charged the U.S. government interest to use their own monies. That's where the national debt came in, and that's why we don't actually have a national debt. That's what killed President Lincoln and President Kennedy. That's what created 9/11 and the Zionism movement. That's what Trump and Q-Team have been fighting. That's why winning this war of good against evil and was now returning control of U.S. taxpayer monies back to the people, 13th of December 2025. Friday, December 12, 2025. Tim Walz exposed. Minnesota was turned into a pipeline, not a sanctuary. Ezra Cohen on Telegram. Tim Walz did not lose control of Minnesota. He protected a system that drained it. While billions vanished through fake food programs and shell nonprofits, Walz stood in public promising to welcome more of the very network's welfare fraud in U.S. history. Court records now show the original $250 million figure was only the surface. Internal projections push the real damage toward $2.4 billion, laundered through identical nonprofits, recycled addresses, forged attendance logs, and overseas real estate purchases. This was not local corruption. It was organized, repeatable, and state-sanctioned. Dozens of nonprofits were created overnight using copy-paste documentation, and the same boards, lawyers, and accountants. Auditors warned. Red flags stacked up. Nothing stopped. Even after federal indictments confirmed direct links between aid money and foreign asset portfolios, Walz continued to defend the ecosystem publicly while claiming concern privately. No resignations, no accountability. Just more money, more cover, and more political protection. The stolen cash was only one layer. Many of these fake food sites doubled as community resource centers collecting detailed family data under the cover of aid. Records show information sharing with foreign firms tied to international refugee tracking systems, hunger programs, pipelines. Arrests followed across multiple states. Warehouses tied to nonprofits were seized and found stocked not with food, but with blank ID cards and bulk phones. Trump's DOJ is now using RICO statutes, treating these networks as what they are, organized cartels operating under political protection. Minnesota was not a failure. It was a test run, a blueprint, and the same figures who enabled it are still trying to scale it under the language of compassion. But the cover is lifting. This was never about food. It was about control. And the system that fed on it is now being exposed piece by piece. Hey. Friday, December 12, 2025, national emergency inside the courts. Clinton judge Breyer blocks Trump's National Guard after troops began smashing cartel warehouses, seizing dirty money drops, exposing child trafficking tunnels and routes protected by treasonous governors. Nesiraj Azara, QFS on Telegram Patriots. The deep state just went into full panic mode. A Clinton-appointed federal judge, Charles Breyer, brother of retired Justice Stephen Breyer, slammed an emergency ruling to block President Trump's extended National Guard deployment in Los Angeles. They were promised power in the coming 15-minute prison cities if they kept the trafficking pipelines open. Trump said no. His troops went in hard, dismantling the West Coast arm of the globalist trafficking empire piece by piece. Los Angeles was the pilot program. Portland, Seattle, Chicago, and New York were next. That's why Breyer rushed this injunction to shield the cartels, the pedophile networks, and the treasonous officials before Trump's forces could execute the sealed indictments and drag them to military tribunals. The judge claims Trump doesn't meet the threshold and the president is not a king. Translation: Trump must not be allowed to stop the elite's child harvesting operations or their plan to collapse America into a globalist slave grid. White House Press Secretary Abigail Jackson fired back. President Trump used lawful authority to protect Americans when traitor governors deliberately refused. Exactly. This coordinated lawfare also hits Illinois, D.C., and Oregon deployments, pure desperation to slow the storm, but they're too late. Trump's military is running on quantum satellite intel reactivated in March 2025 live feeds and over 300,000 sealed indictments ready to unroll. Gitmo expansion isn't for show. The noose is tightening. Breyer delayed full enforcement until Monday for the DOJ appeal, but we all know what's coming. Los Angeles was only the opening shot. The Great Awakening is here. These black hat demons are finished. Trust the plan. The storm has arrived. WWG Onega, Friday, December 12, 2025. Billionaire ex-French intelligence asset and convicted arms trafficker with ties to Israel and Ukraine moves to Tennessee near Candace Owens, bringing up massive safety concerns after allegations of assassination, which are looking more authentic by the day. Your favorite president on Telegram, Candace Owens, claims that Arkady Gaidamak, a Russian-Israeli billionaire, convicted arms trafficker, and alleged French intelligence asset, has relocated to a vicinity in Tennessee under the alias Jonathan Schmidt. He reportedly arrived in June 2025, took a position as tech officer at Root Brands in Nashville, and is seeking housing in the Brentwood-Franklin area. Owens alleges he is accompanied by selected Ukrainian war refugees, including an individual named Alex Smirnov. This information surfaced after 7 viewers independently emailed Owens with identical details shortly following her mention of Gaidamak. Owens connects him to an alleged assassination directive from French President Macron, noting no responses from the FBI, DOJ, or White House despite her reports. Only Tulsi Gabbard's office has replied. Tennessee residents in Nashville, Franklin, or Brentwood spotting a man fitting this profile. Root Brands employee, alias Jonathan Schmidt, heavy Israeli, Russian accent with Ukrainian refugees, are urged to safely document details and contact local police, ICE, or Owens directly. There are no coincidences. Pray for Candace Owens, and if you see something, say something. None of this is random or okay. This is the silent war. It's time Candace ups her security. Do not underestimate these people, please. J. Thursday, December 11, 2025. Bombshell. Senator Johnson just revealed the data they hid unless you ask me not to in writing. Summerville, South Carolina, 29483. Tom, chemtrails picture showing all across the sky. Kansas. A lot of chemtrails once or twice a week in southwest Kansas. Columbus, Georgia, Jeanette Wessner. Incredible amount of chemtrails in Columbus, Georgia. I saw them from 10 a.m. to about 1:30 p.m. How come we are still seeing the chemtrails? I know Q is working and we are watching a movie, so what is happening that we still are seeing these criminals poisoning us? Love to you and all patriots listening. Jesus Christ wins. Breckenridge, Tom Day. Chemtrails in Breckenridge, 4:55 p.m., December 12, 2025. This is so ridiculous and has been going on all day. They can blow up drug boats on the water, but they can't blow up drug planes in the air. Southeast Texas, Carrie Crutcher. 3. There were chemtrails all over the skies in southeast Texas yesterday, all around the Houston-Katy-Sealy area. They were very busy on Thursday, November 11, 2025. Southeast Missouri, Ginger Dunn. I counted 14 chemtrails here in southeast Missouri this morning, and then several more this evening. After the spraying, the beautiful blue sky turned cloudy and white. Within just a couple hours, not a bit of sun was left. This has got to stop. Please contact President Trump with all these messages. We need him to get this stopped. Thank you so much. Memphis, Tennessee, Carla E. Mattern Jones. Memphis is being sprayed again today. Port St. Lucie, Florida. Chemtrails across Port St. Lucie, Florida today. New Caney, Texas. Chemtrails noted over New Caney, Texas on December 11, 2025. Western Colorado, Debbie Green. I live in central western Colorado on I-70. Tina Peters' trial had hit the news, and before 9 a.m., there were 12 to 15 chemtrails over Grand Junction. IDK, what that might mean, or if it means anything at all. South Australia, Rhonda Binks. I am a resident of Adelaide, South Australia. We are being absolutely hammered with chemtrails of late. Just today, my husband saw a plane laying down chemtrails. It made a 90-degree turn. They were HAARP clouds in the sky. The plane tracked along these HAARP clouds, and he could see something happen with these two marrying up. We are expecting very hot weather next week, up to 40 degrees Celsius, no doubt a result of the chemtrails. We had a very unusual November, very cool and wet. Now we have very hot, dry weather. I can see what they are doing. They are going to try creating fires in the area. Our vegetables we are attempting to grow after being poisoned with the chemtrails, and now they will be cooked on. The bushes and vines. Vegetables and fruit in the shops are very expensive. This created heat wave is going to shoot prices even higher. Families will find it very difficult. They can't afford the prices now. I do so hope something can be done about this situation, not only in Australia, but worldwide. Much love and many thanks, Southern Missouri here. Chemtrails continue without abatement across the Ozarks. Yesterday, giant X's and crisscrossing grids meshing into a dingy, sun-dulling mass of grayness and an odd smell. We were told this had been handled. 8 months plus of respiratory irritation, drainage, and mucus being experienced by many. Help President Trump, we need to breathe. Augusta, Georgia, Karen Skinner. Please be advised that Augusta, Georgia is being sprayed daily. My job requires me to travel around the central Savannah River area delivering supplies, and I have been watching for years as we are constantly being crop dusted with Lord knows what. It is on everything: overpasses, sidewalks, cars, plants, fences, buildings, etc. We need relief. Everyone seems to have chronic respiratory issues. Please highlight our area. God bless you and keep you safe. Central and Western Arkansas, John Standifer. We here in Central and Western Arkansas will see on the average 5 to 15 chemtrails a day. As an observation, usually 2 to 3 days before weather is supposed to move into the region, the buildup starts, moving from east to west, high altitude. Every once in a while, maybe a return flight west to east, all along a Memphis to Dallas or Oklahoma City route. They are seen very well. Occupational some will bend a flight path. The chemtrails will linger in the atmosphere half a day or more. Sometimes they have started before daylight. When the sun rises, you can see them. On clear nights, they are visible with certain light. Nashville, Tennessee, Elizabeth Wallace. Nashville area, yesterday and the day before, they were spraying. Ever since the government opened back up, they've been spraying actually, and now we're having very cold weather for Nashville. When I first moved here, I could wing it through the whole winter with a hoodie. It's supposed to go down to single digits. Our nature, and they're ruining people's health, and our government is not stopping it. What can we do? South Carolina, C.W. Cox. Heavy spraying again this morning over Marion County, SC, December 12th, 2025, 8:30 a.m., Arizona, Phoenix Valley, Tucson, Linda Nelson. Chemtrails over the Phoenix Valley and Tucson, AZ. Since the government shutdown ended, the lines started up again. Eastern Washington, Farrell Boyd. Live in Malott, Washington and Central, happening once a day. People getting sick from the air. This happening in Eastern Washington. Idaho Falls, Idaho, Daphne Scott. Over Idaho Falls, Idaho, there were chemtrails. Our weather has been very unusual as it has been unseasonably warm. It was 54 yesterday. We have only hit on slight snowfall and some rain. Florida, chemtrails in Stuart, Florida, Port St. Lucie, Florida. I have refused to go out and exercise when I spot them. Cloudy skies follow. Take your vitamin D. Utah, Park City, Heber, Orem, Dean House. Today we have a resurgence of chemtrails. This time over Heber, Park City, and Orem, Kansas, Jerry Huffman. Mornings and evenings here in Kansas. Lander, Wyoming. Very heavy daily chemtrails constantly over central Wyoming, especially in the Lander area. I am amazed we are still alive, quite honestly. We continue to have unusually high temps in the 50s going on 2 weeks now. See Dane Wigington's website, geoengineeringwatch.org. Dane has created an extraordinary site with facts anyone would need to know about chemtrails. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy and Dane Wigington are good friends. Why this topic is not openly discussed during Trump cabinet meetings is unknown, but I bet I know why. The Reptoid/Moloch/SRA disclosure connection. All of us in the know about HARP for going on 25 years ago are extremely frustrated with the continued spraying. It's insane that the constant spraying is allowed. Does it continue in order to wake up the normies? People around here notice that the weather is unusual, but they see nothing unusual about the giant X's all over the sky, and they don't smell the stench. It would appear that we certainly have the technology to annihilate weather geoengineering and chemtrails that are controlling global weather, as new technology could wipe out the control towers as well. Another significant book regarding chemtrails, Angels Don't Play This Harp by Nick Begich. This book is a must-read to understand that weather engineering began in Russia around the 1900s, including many other important facts. The psychopath scientists, politicians knew that if one controls world weather, you control people and the world economy. Nick Begich's father was the U.S. Senator from Alaska, and when he said he was going to expose the HARP facility in Alaska and what this technology is used for, his small plane crashed in the wilderness due to engine failure, and all perished in the crash on December 29, 1972. I realize that the military continues to purge the evil psychopaths globally. It is my opinion that it is the Reptoid faction that still have control of the weather, and the military can't find the hive. And of course, the Reptoid topic can't be discussed in order to avoid mass chaos. It seems that the Band-Aid will have to be ripped off soon, with disclosure of who the remaining Satanist elites report to, the Reptoids, and what they have done to our precious children. More info about this is dripped painfully slow every day, but not fast enough for me. Duty note, at 7:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, December 11, 2025, Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, and the final QFS key sequence was issued to military commands in 27 countries. Sovereign councils were being formed in every territory, backed by gold, enforced by truth, guided by consciousness. The global currency reevaluation had ignited the greatest wealth transfer in history. Tier 4. B notifications have commenced under the Quantum Financial System's Unbreachable Shield, with redemption appointments slotted for December 11th through 13th, ensuring the stewards of humanitarian projects receive their allotments without delay. Iraq's dinar has locked in at $4.17, while global currencies align in the BRICS ledger, heralding payouts that will start at midnight tonight, Thursday, December 11th, 2025, for select tiers. Debt forgiveness sweeps across the world, extinguishing the $35 trillion illusion foisted upon nations by the cabal's greed. GCR's decrees activate fully by dawn, Friday, December 12th, wiping slates clean for every soul, mortgages dissolved, student burdens lifted, and Social Security tripled to sustain the widow and orphan as promised in Scripture. Heralding the storm, a unified operation by the White Hats to dismantle the cabal's iron grip. EBS activation was imminent within the next 48 hours, delivering 8 hours of truth per cycle, 3 times daily, until the swamp was drained and the Republic restored. Military tribunals have accelerated. In the dead of night, indictments were unsealed against over 200 deep state operatives, their arrests commencing at dawn across D.C., London, and Vatican corridors. The 10 days of darkness would soon descend, a biblical shroud where communications black out, preparing for revelations bound to shake the cabal. This was not a drill, it was the fulfillment of prophecies. The storm rages not with chaos, but with celestial order, rescuing vulnerable and binding evil. Open your eyes, stand vigilant, and trust in the Almighty's plan unfolding before us. Official reports confirm that just hours ago, over 500 children were liberated from underground facilities in California and Texas. their cries for freedom answered by alliance forces storming the gates of hellish dens run by the CIA and elite predators. Epstein's legacy of horror ended on Thursday, 11/2025, with Zorro Ranch razed and its records exposing the adrenochrome trade that has stolen so many souls. 8 million little ones who vanished yearly was no more. Thursday, December 11th, 2025, Bruce's Big Call. Notes by Ginger do say there is a new set of bondholders who came in at the last minute, received travel funds to go to Reno that started today at 11 o'clock Pacific. These are people who traveled commercially, not privately. They are working on these now, and we have heard it's busy. Treasuries all at once. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Boom. The Fed bows to Trump pressure, slashes interest rates again, drops to 3.5% to 3.75% as economic war heats up. Third cut proves Trump and Besant were right all along. He restored Republic. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Global military escalation. Massive deployment underway. Gitmo at full capacity. Global raids accelerate as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Representative Anna Luna, Republican. Let's get ahead of the spin now. There are rumors on the Hill that leadership may shut the House down next week and try to blame my discharge petition to ban stock trading and discharge petitions in general as a scapegoat. Let me be clear, I have done nothing wrong by forcing legislation to the floor that over 87% of Americans support because leadership won't do it. If Congress shuts down, I am not to blame. It's the inaction of House leadership to honor the will of the American people. They love to point fingers, but they won't escape accountability this time. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. The role of the military, Charlie Ward and friends. As the Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, alert is unleashed, military forces worldwide are mobilizing. The Earth Alliance, comprised of white hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the United States, Patriot militias and other groups have already been activated and stand ready to confront deep state operatives who dare to disrupt the plan. The military will uphold order, but don't be deceived. The elites will fight back, expect false flags designed to sow chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is over, and they will stop at nothing to thwart the alliance, but their desperate attempts will fail. But in this pivotal moment, martial law is almost inevitable. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and the world will witness the downfall of corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have enslaved humanity for generations. You will see arrests, shocking confessions, and the complete dismantling of the globalist networks that have oppressed us. The deep state's financial empire will crumble. The quantum financial system, QFS, is set to officially take over, ushering in the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated and replaced with a fair, transparent financial system designed to serve the people, not the oppressors. Prepare yourselves. This is the storm you've been waiting for. Nothing can stop what is coming. The real news for Friday, December 12th, 2025, Wednesday, 10th of December, 2025, sedition. JAG arrests SNYDT reporters for knowingly lying about Trump's health. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Tim Walz will not survive this. Housing for drug addicts was supposed to cost $2.6 million, is now $100 million, $8 billion stolen, and they want to give 12 weeks paid leave to anyone. The feds may have to come in and take over the government in Minnesota. Indict Tim Walz. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Barack Obama used the auto pen to sign Jerome Powell's commission when he appointed Powell to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in 2012. Last night, Trump voided Powell's commission publicly at his rally in Pennsylvania, along with 3 other commissions signed by Joe Biden's auto pen, Ariel, on Telegram. Warning, the cabal also has a plan. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Digital ID Plan for America being launched in Alaska. If 4 basic questions were asked, is the Social Security number valid? Does the number match the name? Does the birthday match? And is the individual alive? Seriously? 79 billion EBS on Telegram. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Senate hearing. Senator John Kennedy just blew the door wide open on Minnesota officials, allowing $1 billion to be stolen from taxpayers. These people ought to all be put in jail, including the politicians. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Maine Governor candidate Bobby Charles says that Maine has its own Somalian fraud rings. He says there are Democrat-funded Somalian NGO operations that go out and register illegal voters. He also says Somalian immigrants are stealing from their healthcare system with nonprofits. We are grateful that you went into Minnesota with your team and uncovered these fraud rings, fake nonprofits, and foreign influence operations run by the Somali community, what has aptly been called the Somalia First Operation. The irony is that here in the state of Maine, we are facing something similar. Public reporting, not to mention early indications from federal inquiries, suggests that we have a Somalia First operation here as well. It appears to be Democrat-funded, with groups registering voters while literally skimming hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, off our Maine care system. As you may know, Maine Care is our version of Medicaid. This is a complete outrage because they are taking monies from taxpayers in the state of Maine and using them to place Somali operators, these Somalia First operators, in positions within our state government, as you've done it in Minnesota. I'm asking you, please send the Treasury Department's investigators, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, work the ICE investigators, and anybody that the federal government has at DOJ or Treasury here to Maine. And in particular, go to Lewiston and help us in Augusta and help us unearth this Somalia First operation here in the state that is guilty, almost certainly, of Maine Care fraud with fake nonprofits, exactly the way. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Breaking. Senate vote today to give healthcare money back to the people, not insurance. Giants. Obamacare failed the people. Now it's time to take IT back. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Just in, RFK Jr. makes major announcement, $700 million Farmer First program to regenerate America's land, health, and future. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Breaking Patriot Alert, defending America, not ideology. House passes $901 billion defense bill with pay raise for troops and end to woke programs. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Exclusive scandal, Minnesota's great betrayal, $250 million stolen in welfare fraud. Now taxpayers are forced to pay for the cover-up. Taxpayers scammed twice. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Breaking SCOTUS update. Supreme Court's 6-3 ruling gives Trump the green light. This is the biggest win of his presidency. December 11th, 2025. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Breaking military intel. U.S. Army activates Western Hemisphere Command, WHC. Full spectrum control across the Americas begins. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. We were both in the same satanic rituals as kids. Corrupt legal system I. Thursday, November 11th, 2025. National emergency inside the courts. A judge moves to block Trump's security deployment as military units disrupt criminal networks in major cities. A major clash between federal authority and the courts has erupted. A federal judge has moved to restrict President Trump's expanded National Guard deployment in Los Angeles, just as those units reportedly began making significant breakthroughs against deeply embedded criminal networks. Supporters of Trump's operation say the timing is no coincidence. Since early 2025, federal teams have been uncovering hidden routes, illicit cash flows, and organized groups using political unrest as cover. What began as crowd control evolved into a broad security sweep, exposing infrastructure and funding channels far beyond ordinary street activity. The judge's ruling argues Trump didn't meet the legal threshold for prolonged military involvement, but Trump's team insists the threat level was far greater than the public understood, pointing to encrypted communications, foreign-linked logistics, and criminal networks that flourished in zones where local enforcement was overwhelmed or unwilling to intervene. Tensions with state officials have been rising for months. Some governors and city leaders pushed back against federal intervention, while Trump's administration argued that certain urban centers had allowed instability to take root and were obstructing federal investigations. The ruling pauses the deployment until the Department of Justice files its appeal. But the deeper message is clear. America's legal system is becoming the battleground for control over national security strategy. Trump officials maintain the deployments were lawful and necessary to protect federal assets and civilians. Analysts warn that America's largest cities are now testing grounds for emerging governance models, digital infrastructure, and new security frameworks, and that each legal battle will shape what comes next. The courts can delay operations, but they cannot stop the larger struggle unfolding between rising instability and the push for decisive federal action. Warnings would, Thursday, December 11th, 2025. A fictional bombshell report. HARP networks and secret military bases revealed in a Snowden-style leak. A newly surfaced speculative intelligence brief imagines a world where whistleblower Edward Snowden uncovers hidden HARP facilities and covert military installations operating far beyond public oversight. In this high-intensity scenario, HARP is no longer a harmless research station, but a powerful atmospheric technology capable of large-scale influence, communications disruption, and psychological operations. According to the fictional documents, the Alaskan HARP site in Gakona is the center of a global network stretching into Sweden, Russia, and other remote regions. These facilities form a classified grid of advanced ionospheric systems with the potential to impact environments, interfere with hostile communications, and shape conflict zones in ways the public has never been told. A former insider in this imagined universe claims the technology was designed not for peaceful research, but for covert strategic use. Meanwhile, the fictionalized Snowden reinforces his living quarters with a Faraday-style shield, symbolizing the danger of confronting powerful, hidden programs. The report goes further, linking HARP-like installations, cell towers, and early warning surveillance systems into a single global architecture, suggesting a future where atmospheric and electronic warfare merge into one invisible battlefield. This is not a factual account. It is a techno-thriller scenario, a fictional exposé crafted to explore how secrecy, power, and emerging technologies might collide in an alternate world. End. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. GCR, QFS, benefits the world that's standing at the edge of an economic shift unlike anything humanity has ever seen. For generations, we lived under a financial order built on engineered debt, silent extraction, and psychological control. But that architecture is collapsing. GCR and GCR, once mocked as myth, are now emerging into public view as the final pieces of a global transition. Quietly advanced under President Trump and recognized by 209 sovereign nations, these acts mark the end of the corrupt central bank system and the rise of a just and transparent world. At the center of this transition stands the quantum financial system. QFS is not a software upgrade, where it is a total replacement of the banking matrix, satellite-secured, incorruptible, and immune to manipulation. Fiat currency and fractional reserve lending are finished. The vanishing banks, the disappearing ATMs, the silent shifts inside global payment rails are not coincidences. They are controlled dismantling procedures as the reset unfolds. QFS reaches far beyond money. Voting integrity, education records, legal archives, identity management, taxation, and welfare systems will all move into a transparent quantum ledger. The era of forged data, rigged elections, and hidden laws is ending. For the first time in modern history, power shifts back to individuals, not institutions. And with this shift comes restitution. Citizens over 21 will receive structured monthly payments that restore what was taken from them under the old system. These funds are not charity. They are a repayment for decades of unlawful financial harvesting through birth certificates, bond trading, and trust instruments tied to churches, courts, and the obsolete City of London network. For years, baptism, marriage, and civil documents were quietly monetized behind the scenes. That mechanism is gone. The old trinity of control centered in the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, and Washington has already fractured. The Queen is gone. The Vatican's influence is fading, and the former puppet government in D.C. no longer controls the levers it once held. Nisara and GCR also deliver justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven and interest charges returned. Social Security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. This is not political theater. It is the destruction of a parasitic architecture that has fed on humanity for over a century. The stolen wealth of nations hidden in off-ledger repositories, satellite accounts, and secret vaults is being reclaimed and reassigned to the people. Gold and silver-backed currencies will replace fiat notes. Quantum encryption will protect every transaction. Inflation, manipulation, and engineered poverty will not survive inside this system. You are not witnessing speculation. You are living inside the transition. The collapse of the old world is accelerating, and the rise of the new is unfolding in real time. Those who understand the signs already feel the shift. Those who doubt will soon see undeniable proof that your worth is being restored, your rights are being reinstated, your future is being rebuilt on foundations of transparency and abundance. On Thursday, December 11th, 2025, the European Union needs to be abolished. Dan Bongino on Telegram. The European Parliament passed a new EU's Asylum and Migration Pact, forcing all European Union countries to accept mandatory illegal migration or face heavy fines. Protesters disrupted the vote, chanting, "Vote no." Solidarity for illegal migration is mandatory, and European Union countries must choose how to support illegals, relocate asylum seekers, minimum 30,000 annually across the EU, provide financial contributions, 20,000 euros per refused relocation, offer operational support, for example, personnel or other measures. The EU's Asylum and Migration Pact was passed and remains in force as of December 2025. Full application begins in June 2026. P. The Forbidden History of the Khazarian Mafia and the City of London equals Banking Capital of World. Short version, the Khazarian Mafia. Professor Ellis Washington. The Jewish nationalist movement of Zionism, originated in Eastern and Central Europe in the latter part of the 19th century, was in reality organized by the globalist cartel and Khazarian Mafia. Zionism had as its goal the creation and support of a Jewish national state in Palestine. In reality, the globalist cartel formed the Zionist movement in Israel in order to create continual wars and take over the Israeli people. They falsely convinced the Jewish people that they had a right to claim Israel for themselves. About 1200 AD, an incredibly evil society emerged in Khazaria. The Khazarian Mafia king and his inner circle of oligarchs practiced ancient Babylonian black magic Baal worship. In return there, the Khazarian Mafia then invaded England, murdered King Charles I, and began the English Civil Wars. The wars raged for nearly a decade and resulted in launching the British Empire and setting up the City of London as the banking capital of Europe. By 1913, the globalist cartel run by the Rothschild and Khazarian Mafia, who posed as following the Jewish faith but in reality worshipped Satan, owned the Federal Reserve, IRS, and central banking system. Q. The Greater Israel Project, Balfour equals Endless Wars. The Greater Israel Project, Balfour, Endless Wars, 9-11, and Trump. R. Thursday, December 11, 2025, the U.S. State Department and its 50 years of shadowy ties to George Soros. We the People on Telegram. George Soros's Open Society Foundations. Using WikiLeaks cables, Mike Bence reveals OSF-funded civil society groups and protests to pressure the Mongolian government into renegotiating terms, ultimately benefiting mining giant Rio Tinto, where Soros's hedge fund held massive stakes. This wasn't philanthropy. It was a hedge fund play disguised as NGO activism, stripping Mongolia of fair profits while enriching Soros. But this Mongolian scheme is just one thread in OSF's global web. In the United States, critics argue OSF's activities go far beyond promoting democracy. They're systematically undermining American sovereignty, rule of law, and cultural cohesion through billions in funding to progressive causes. This is the breakdown of how OSF is accused of destroying the U.S. based on documented patterns. Weaponizing the justice system via progressive prosecutors. OSF has poured over $140 million into electing district attorneys who prioritize criminal justice reform over enforcement. These Soros-backed DAs, like those in major cities, often decline to prosecute crimes, leading to spikes in urban chaos, repeat offenders, and eroded public safety. This isn't reform, it's intentional destabilization, creating a two-tiered justice system that weakens law and order while advancing a radical agenda. Fueling mass migration and open borders, OSF funds NGOs that advocate for unchecked immigration, sanctuary cities, and the dismantling of border enforcement. This includes groups pushing for policies that overwhelm social services, alter demographics, and strain resources. Critics call it a great replacement strategy to shift electoral power and erode national identity. By partnering with entities like the Tides Foundation, OSF creates astroturf movements that make illegal migration seem like a humanitarian imperative, all while bypassing voter will. Controlling narratives through media and fact-checkers with investments in journalism training and outlets, OSF shapes public discourse to vilify nationalism and promote globalism. This includes funding watchdog groups that censor dissent and amplify progressive ideologies, turning media into a tool for social engineering. In the U.S., this manifests as biased coverage on issues like crime, borders, and elections, eroding trust in institutions and polarizing society, subverting elections and institutions. OSF's opaque offshore funding structures channel money into voter mobilization, legal challenges, and activist networks that challenge election integrity and push for systemic changes. This mirrors the Mongolian playbook, using civil society as a front to influence outcomes for elite gain. In America, it's accused of fostering division through identity politics, DEI initiatives, and cultural subversion, aiming for a color revolution that replaces constitutional governance with technocratic control. Partnering with government for insider influence, just like in Mongolia with the State Department, OSF collaborates with U.S. agencies and officials to advance its goals. This includes embedding allies in policy roles, funding democracy promotion that aligns with globalist interests, and using taxpayer dollars via grants to NGOs, turning philanthropy into a profit-driven political machine. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Remember what Julian Assange said? In 2016, the interview the media tried to bury, Saudi Arabia and Qatar were funding ISIS, and the most important Clinton email proved it. JFK, the leader on Telegram under Hillary, the U.S. approved record arms deals to those same governments, over $80 billion to Saudi Arabia alone, while total U.S. arms exports doubled. Her leaked email to John Podesta even states that Qatar and Saudi Arabia were providing clandestine support to ISIL and other radical Sunni groups. Later investigations showed U.S.-supplied weapons ended up in ISIS hands across Syria and Iraq. The donations, the arms deals, and the rise of ISIS all happened simultaneously, involving the same players. The documents are public. Read them and decide for yourself.
Judy, note at 7:07 a.m. Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, December the 11th, Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, and final QFS key sequence was issued to military commands in 27 countries. Sovereign councils were being formed in every territory, backed by gold, enforced by truth, guided by consciousness. The global currency revaluation had ignited the greatest wealth transfer in history. Tier 4B notifications have commenced under the quantum financial system's unbreachable shield, with redemption appointments slotted for December 11th through the 13th, ensuring the stewards of humanitarian projects receive their allotments without delay. Iraq's dinar has locked in at $4.17, while global currencies align in the BRICS ledger, heralding payouts that will start at midnight tonight, Thursday, December 11th, 2025, for select tiers. Debt forgiveness sweeps across the world, extinguishing the $35 trillion illusion foisted upon nations by the cabal's greed. Nisara Jasara's decrees activate fully by dawn, Friday, December 12th, wiping slates clean for every soul, mortgages dissolved, student burdens lifted, and Social Security tripled, beginning Friday, December 12th, mending the broken and rejuvenating the weary. Wealth flows not to hoarders, but to builders of light, with 800 numbers dialing blessings that turn scarcity into abundance overnight. The Alliance confirms first week exchanges at 1955 equivalent pricing, a return to equity, where every family thrives. The hour is upon us. Receive it with open hearts. Emergency broadcast system sirens will soon pierce the silence, heralding the storm, a unified operation by the White Hats to dismantle the cabal's iron grip. EBS activation was imminent within the next 48 hours, delivering 8 hours of truth per cycle, 3 times daily, until the swamp was drained and the Republic restored. Military tribunals have accelerated. In the dead of night, indictments were unsealed against over 200 deep state operatives, their arrests commencing at dawn across D.C., London, and Vatican corridors. Thursday, December 11, 2025, Trump signed off on the Global Restoration Accord, and the final QFS key sequence was issued to military commands in 27 countries. Sovereign councils were being formed in every territory, backed by gold, enforced by truth, guided by consciousness. What we think we know as of Friday, December 11th, 2025. Nisara and Jasara will deliver justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven and interest charges returned. Social Security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of a manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent, consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. Thursday, December the 11th, 2025, Musk's new iPhone $200 hooks up to Starlink satellite system for free service. You will never be billed. Available in 2026. U.S. economy. Thursday, December the 11th, the economy is collapsing. Powell, we think there's negative 20,000 in payrolls per month. Spencer Hakimian on X. Thursday, December 11th, 2025, White Hat Sandman plan to crash the global economy through tanking the U.S. dollar surrounded dumping U.S. treasuries all at once. Thursday, December 11th, boom, the Fed bows to Trump pressure. Slashes interest rates again, drops to 3.5% to 3.75% as economic war heats up. Third cut proves Trump and Bessent were right all along. Restored Republic. Thursday, December 11th. Global military escalation. Massive deployment underway. Gizmo at full capacity. Global raids accelerate as Trump prepares emergency broadcast and activates the Quantum Command Network. Thursday, December 11th, Representative Anna Luna, Republican. Let's get ahead of the spin now. There are rumors on the Hill that leadership may shut the House down next week, try to blame my discharge petition to ban stock trading and discharge petitions in general as a scapegoat. Let me be clear, I have done nothing wrong by forcing legislation to the floor that over 87% of Americans support because leadership won't do it. If Congress shuts down, I'm not to blame. It is the inaction of House leadership to honor the will of the American people. They love to point fingers, but they won't escape accountability this time. Thursday, December the 11th, the role of the military, Charlie Ward and Friends. As the emergency broadcast system alert is unleashed, military forces worldwide are mobilizing. The Earth Alliance, comprised of white hat military forces from various nations, has been coordinating this operation for years. In the United States, Patriot militias and other groups have already been activated and stand ready to confront deep state operatives who dare to disrupt the plan. The military will uphold order, but don't be deceived. The elites will fight back. Expect false flags designed to sow chaos and confusion. The globalists know their time is over, and they will stop at nothing to thwart the alliance, but their desperate attempts will fail. In this pivotal moment, martial law is almost inevitable. Military tribunals will be broadcast through the EBS, and the world will witness the downfall of corrupt politicians, bankers, and corporate elites who have enslaved humanity for generations. You will see arrests, shocking confessions, and the complete dismantling of the globalist networks that have oppressed us. The deep state's financial empire will crumble. The quantum financial system is set to officially take over, ushering in the greatest transfer of wealth in human history. The elite-controlled banks, stock markets, and fiat currencies will be obliterated and replaced with a fair, transparent financial system designed to serve the people, not the oppressors. Prepare yourselves. This is the storm you've been waiting for. Nothing can stop what is coming. Thursday, December 11th, Barack Obama used the auto pen to sign Jerome Powell's commission when he appointed Powell to the Federal Reserve Board of Governors in 2012. Last night, Trump voided Powell's commission publicly at his rally in Pennsylvania, along with 3 other commissions signed by Joe Biden's auto pen, Ariel on Telegram. Warning, the cabal also has a plan. Thursday, December 11th, digital ID plan for America being launched in Alaska before it's news. EBS on Telegram. Thursday, December 11th, Senate hearing. Senator John Kennedy just blew the door wide open on Minnesota officials allowing $1 billion to be stolen from taxpayers. These people ought to all be put in jail, including the politicians. Thursday, December 11th, Maine governor candidate Bobby Charles says the Maine has its own Somalian fraud rings. He says there are Democrat-funded Somalian NGO operations that go out and register illegal voters. He also says Somalian immigrants are stealing from their healthcare system with nonprofits. We are grateful that you went into Minnesota with your team and uncovered these fraud rings, fake nonprofits, and foreign influence operations run by the Somali community, what has aptly been called the Somalia First Operation. The irony is that here in the state of Maine, we are facing something similar. Public reporting, not to mention early indications from federal inquiries, suggests that we have a Somalia First Operation here as well. It appears to be Democrat-funded, with groups registering voters while literally skimming hundreds of thousands, maybe millions off our Maine care system. As you may know, Maine Care is our version of Medicaid. This is a complete outrage because they're taking monies from taxpayers in the state of Maine and using them to place Somali operators. these Somalia First operators in positions within our state government, as you've done it in Minnesota. I'm asking you, please send the Treasury Department's investigators, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the ICE investigators, and anybody that the federal government has at DOJ or Treasury here to Maine, and in particular, go to Lewiston and help us in Augusta and help us unearth Somalia First operation here in the state that is guilty, almost certainly, of Maine care fraud with fake nonprofits exactly the way. Thursday, December 11th, Zeldin confirms he had to cancel $30 billion at the EPA because Democrats were dishing out billions to their political friends. EPA is getting a major doge. Since day one, the Trump EPA has implemented a zero-tolerance policy for any waste and abuse, which has resulted in $30 billion in savings. Thursday, December 11th, boom, Trump signs historic executive order. No more Frankenstein science, secret biolabs, Fauci lies, or pandemic experiments on U.S. soil. Video. Thursday, December 11th, breaking. Senate vote today to give health care money back to the people, not insurance giants. Obamacare failed the people. Now it's time to take it back. Thursday, December 11th, just in. RFK Jr. makes Maha announcement. $700 million Farmer First program to regenerate America's land. December 11th, breaking Patriot alert. Defending America, not ideology. House passes $901 billion defense bill with pay raise for troops and end to woke programs. Thursday, December 11th, exclusive scandal. Minnesota's great betrayal. $250 million stolen in welfare fraud. Now taxpayers are forced to pay for the cover-up. Taxpayers scammed twice. Thursday, December 11th, breaking SCOTUS update. Supreme Court's 6-3 ruling gives Trump the green light. This is the biggest win of his presidency. Thursday, December 11th, breaking military intel. U.S. Army activates Western Hemisphere Command, the WHC. Full spectrum control across the Americas begins. Corrupt legal system. Thursday, November 11th, national emergency inside the courts. A judge moves to block Trump's security deployment as military units disrupt criminal networks in major cities. A major clash between federal authority and the courts has erupted. A federal judge has moved to restrict President Trump's expanded National Guard deployment in Los Angeles, just as those units reportedly began making significant breakthroughs against deeply embedded criminal networks. Supporters of Trump's operation say the timing is no coincidence. Since early 2025, federal teams have been uncovering hidden routes, illicit cash flows, and organized groups using political unrest as cover. What began as crowd control evolved into a broad security sweep, exposing infrastructure and funding channels far beyond ordinary street activity. The judge's ruling argues Trump did not meet the legal threshold for prolonged military involvement, but Trump's team insists the threat level was far greater than the public understood, pointing to encrypted communications, foreign-linked logistics, and criminal networks that flourished in zones where local enforcement was overwhelmed or unwilling to intervene. Tensions with state officials have been rising for months. Some governors and city leaders pushed back against federal intervention, while Trump's administration argued that certain urban centers had allowed instability to take root and were obstructing federal investigations. The ruling pauses the deployment until the Department of Justice files its appeal. But the deeper message is clear. America's legal system is becoming the battleground for control over national security strategy. Trump officials maintain the deployments were lawful and necessary to protect federal assets and civilians. Analysts warn that America's largest cities are now testing grounds for emerging governance models, digital infrastructure, and new security frameworks, and that each legal battle will shape what comes next. The courts can delay operations, but they cannot stop the larger struggle unfolding between rising instability and the push for decisive federal action. Los Angeles is only the opening front. The broader contest over sovereignty, security, and who steers America's future has already begun. Thursday, December 11th, 2025. Nisara Jasara QFS benefits. The world is standing at the edge of an economic shift, unlike anything humanity has ever seen. For generations, we lived under a financial order built on engineered debt, silent extraction, and psychological control. But that architecture is collapsing. Nisara and Jasara, once mocked as myth, are now emerging into public view as the final pieces of a global transition quietly advanced under President Trump and recognized by 209 sovereign nations. These acts mark the end of the corrupt central bank system and the rise of a just and transparent world. At the center of this transition stands the quantum financial system. QFS is not a software upgrade. It is a total replacement of the banking matrix. Satellite secured, incorruptible, and immune to manipulation. Fiat currency and fractional reserve lending are finished. The vanishing banks, the disappearing ATMs, the silent shifts inside global payment rails are not coincidences. They are controlled, dismantling procedures as the reset unfolds. QFS reaches far beyond money. Voting integrity, education records, legal archives, identity management, taxation, welfare systems will all move into a transparent quantum ledger. The era of forged data, rigged elections, and hidden laws is ending. For the first time in modern history, power shifts back to individuals, not institutions. And with this shift comes restitution. Citizens over 21 will receive structured monthly payments that restore what was taken from them under the old system. These funds are not charity. They are repayment for decades of unlawful financial harvesting through birth certificates, bond trading, and trust instruments tied to churches, courts, and the obsolete City of London network. For years, baptism, marriage, and civil documents were quietly monetized behind the scenes. That mechanism is gone. The old trinity of control, centered in the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, and Washington, has already fractured. The Queen is gone. The Vatican's influence is fading, and the former puppet government in D.C. no longer controls the levers it once held. Nisara and Jasara also deliver justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven and interest charges returned. Social security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent, consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. This is not political theater. It is the destruction of a parasitic architecture that has fed on humanity for over a century. The stolen wealth of nations hidden in off-ledger repositories, satellite accounts, and secret vaults is being reclaimed and reassigned to the people. Gold and silver-backed currencies will replace fiat notes. Quantum encryption will protect every transaction. Inflation manipulation and engineered poverty will not survive inside this system. You are not witnessing speculation. You're living inside the transition. The collapse of the old world is accelerating, and the rise of the new is unfolding in real time. Those who understand the signs already feel the shift. Those who doubt will soon see undeniable proof. Your worth is being restored. Your rights are being reinstated. Your future is being rebuilt on foundations of transparency and abundance. Thursday, December 11th, the European Union needs to be abolished. Dan Bongino on Telegram. The European Parliament passed a new EU's Asylum and Migration Pact, forcing all European Union countries to accept mandatory legal migration or face heavy fines. Protesters disrupted the vote, chanting, "Vote no. Solidarity for illegal migration is mandatory, and European Union countries must choose how to support illegals. Relocate asylum seekers, minimum 30,000 annually across the EU. Provide financial contributions, 20,000 per refused relocation. Offer operational support, e.g. personnel or other measures." The EU's Asylum and Migration Pact was passed and remains in force as of December 2025. Full application begins in June 2026. The Greater Israel Project, Balfour equals endless wars. Thursday, December 11th, Mike Huckabee commands a hand-picked group of 1,000 Christian Zionists, pastors in Israel, to prepare for an information war in America, focused on spreading the truth about Israel. Judy, note that truth includes the fact that the globalist cartel run by the Rothschilds and Khazarian Mafia are not of the true Jewish religion. So when I heard that they were bringing over 1,000 pastors to indoctrinate them into Zionism, it made me think of the Mothers of Darkness Castle, which has a chamber or a room that has literally 1,000 points of light at the ceiling. And George H.W. Bush actually referred to it in a speech, 1,000 points of light. It wasn't referring to anything good. It's part of the secret code, the secret societies. They're actually referring to the occult when they say it. And a lot of Christians don't know this. So I'm going to read this. It talks about the history of the Mothers of Darkness Castle and the surrounding woods. And of course, the Mothers of Darkness is just one part of the Illuminati and the Khazarian Mafia. Okay, the 1,000 points of light, beacon or blight. It began as a beacon of hope, or so it seemed. In his inaugural address in 1989, President George H.W. Bush painted a vision of a nation alight with human kindness, where charitable acts became tiny flames illuminating the darkness. 1,000 points of light. He declared, conjuring an image of unity and purpose, but to those who dared look beyond the polished veneer, the phrase rang with deeper, darker chords. For occultists, the concept of the point of light reaches far beyond mere rhetoric, diving into the esoteric depths of secret societies. Freemasonry, the Illuminati, and other arcane traditions like Zionism, Khazarian Mafia have long revered light as a symbol of enlightenment, yes, but also domination. To these hidden architects of power, the 1,000 points represent the many hands working in the shadows, agents of influence, who shape society in ways unseen by the masses. They are stars in an inverted constellation, forming a network of influence that transcends governments, faiths, and borders. And it's not, they say, just an intellectual construct, not just a symbol. Some say that inside the Mothers of Darkness Castle, 1,000 actual lights twinkle in one of the ritual chambers. That's true, and I heard that from Jesse Sabodar. A physical representation of the hidden worldwide network of occult power. So I wanted to point that out. It goes on talking a little bit more about that. But that, when you have the Khazarian Mafia in Israel wanting to promote Zionism, which is not biblical, and then they say 1,000 pastors, that's not an accident. That is occult language. They're referring to this basic concept about this room, this chamber, and the shadowy agents that influence society. I mean, when these pastors went to Israel, what happened there? I mean, we know that they're all about mind control. They're all about honeypots. Have they done something with these pastors to buy them in some way, blackmail them? And so that they were controlled and puppeted in our society, in our Christian churches? Just something to think about. Thursday, December 11th, the U.S. State Department and its 50 years of shadowy ties to George Soros. We the People on Telegram. George Soros' Open Society Foundations orchestrated a covert operation in Mongolia, partnering with the U.S. State Department to sabotage a mining deal. Using WikiLeaks cables, Mike Benz reveals OSF-funded civil society groups and protests to pressure the Mongolian government into renegotiating terms, ultimately benefiting mining giant Rio Tinto, where Soros's hedge fund held massive stakes. This wasn't philanthropy, it was a hedge fund play disguised as NGO activism, stripping Mongolia of fair profits while enriching Soros. But this Mongolian scheme is just one thread in OSF's global web. In the United States, critics argue OSF's activities go far beyond promoting democracy. They are systematically undermining American sovereignty, rule of law, and cultural cohesion through billions in funding to progressive causes. This is the breakdown of how OSF is accused of destroying the U.S. based on documented patterns. Weaponizing the justice system via progressive prosecutors, OSF has poured over $140 million into electing district attorneys who prioritize criminal justice reform over enforcement. These Soros-backed DAs, like those in major cities, often decline to prosecute crimes, leading to spikes in urban chaos, repeat offenders, and eroded public safety. This isn't reform, it's intentional destabilization, creating a two-tiered justice system that weakens law and order while advancing a radical agenda. Fueling mass migration and open borders, OSF funds NGOs that advocate for unchecked immigration, sanctuary cities, and the dismantling of border enforcement. This includes groups pushing for policies that overwhelm social services, alter demographics, and strain resources. Critics call it a great replacement strategy to shift electoral power and erode national identity. By partnering with entities like the Tides Foundation, OSF creates astroturf movements that make illegal migration seem like a humanitarian imperative, all while bypassing voter will. Controlling narratives through media and fact-checkers with investments in journalism, training, and outlets, OSF shapes public discourse to vilify nationalism and promote globalism. This includes funding watchdog groups that censor dissent and amplify progressive ideologies, turning media into a tool for social engineering. In the U.S., this manifests as biased coverage on issues like crime, borders, and elections, eroding trust in institutions and polarizing society. Subverting elections and institutions, OSF's opaque offshore funding structures channel money into voter mobilization, legal challenges, and activist networks that challenge election integrity and push for systematic changes. This mirrors the Mongolian playbook, using civil society as a front to influence outcomes for elite gain. In America, it's accused of fostering division through identity politics, DEI initiatives, and cultural subversion, aiming for a color revolution that replaces constitutional governance with technocratic control. Partnering with government for insider influence, just like in Mongolia, with the State Department, OSF collaborates with U.S. agencies and officials to advance its goals. This includes embedding allies in policy roles, funding democracy promotion that aligns with globalist interests, and using taxpayer dollars via grants to NGOs, turning philanthropy into a profit-driven. Thursday, December 11th, remember what Julian Assange said in 2016? The interview the media tried to bury. Saudi Arabia and Qatar were funding ISIS, and the most important Clinton email proved it. JFK, the leader on Telegram. Under Hillary, the U.S. approved record arms deals to those same governments, over $80 billion to Saudi Arabia alone, while total U.S. arms exports doubled. Her leaked email to John Podesta even states that Qatar and Saudi Arabia were providing clandestine support to ISIL and other radical Sunni groups. Later investigations showed U.S. supplied weapons ended up in ISIS hands across Syria and Iraq. The donations, the arms deals, and the rise of ISIS all happened simultaneously, involving the same players. The documents are public. Read them and decide for yourself.
Uh, what Trump's going to do precisely on the timing is not being telegraphed far and wide. But I believe, here's my guess, I think the date that he's going to do the election emergency executive national emergency order concerning elections, I think it's going to be about the 21st or 22nd of December. Why? Dark to light.
Ooh, it's around the corner.
Because it is the hinge moment in all things Trump. His entire life, everything up to this point and everything after, the most important thing that he will do, not just for America, but for the entire planet, is force honest elections, hand count, paper ballot, counted where cast, 1 day vote, no machines anywhere to be seen, not a one. Clean voter rolls. Everybody has to re-register.
That's just in a few days, Juanito.
Well, when he announces that national emergency concerning elections and then follows that probably a couple days later with the national executive order concerning how the elections are handled, we know that we were attacked, and the decisive date amongst all the other dates that are in there is the 2020 election for America. And then once he does what he's going to do, helping America get itself under control in the elections, he turns around and we help the rest of the world, because the people that we have here in the U.S. who are part of this have said that they stole or flipped or whatever elections in 71 countries around the world, plus the United States. Okay, well, we'll see what happens in court. We'll see what happens in the testimony. We'll see what happens at Gitmo. We'll see what happens at the other places. Let's find out if it's true. But the president believes it's true, and he's about to issue an emergency declaration, national emergency, and everything else will hinge on that moment. Everything else in the remainder of his time in public office hinges around that. The metals are tied into it. That's the second thing, because we're going to switch from Federal Reserve to Treasury. Honest money, honest elections, honest money. That's the two most important things. Okay?
That works. Okay.
Income tax illegal. The 16th Amendment foundation for U.S. income tax was never legally ratified. Since 1913, the Federal Reserve and IRS were run by Khazarian mafia foreign bankers. Trump preparing to close IRS and refund monies back to American taxpayers. Judy, note the preparation is almost over. The feeling at the end is victorious. We declare an early victory. As the sun sets on this pivotal day of Wednesday, December 10th, whispers from trusted channels confirm that the revaluation has launched in earnest, with Iraq's currency now fully revalued and the U.S. Treasury compelled to follow suit by forces beyond mortal control. Bondholders received payouts as early as yesterday, and within the next 48 hours, exchange centers worldwide will open their gates, allowing everyday citizens to access the quantum financial system and convert holdings at rates that herald unprecedented prosperity. This is no mere financial shift, but a sacred wealth transfer ordained by divine wisdom, breaking the chains of fiat corruption and ushering in an era where abundance flows to the stewards of the earth, as promised in the parables of stewardship and harvest. Nisara Jasara now stands activated in full glory, proclaiming total debt forgiveness for mortgages, student loans, and credit burdens that have enslaved generations under the illusion of scarcity. Precarious funds, pure liquid assets backed by gold, and guarded by the unassailable QFS released tonight, funding the re-inhabited republic and empowering communities with resources for rebuilding. Platforms in Brazil, Venezuela, and across Asia have gone live, signaling the BRICS alliance's triumph over the old world's monetary tyrants, with Saudi Arabia's abandonment of the USD paving the way for a multipolar harmony rooted in fairness and faith. In this moment of transition, we are called to trust in the greater design, where the meek inherit not just the earth, but its boundless treasures. By July 30th, declassifications and the week's cascade of releases, the Golden Age dawns, where prosperity and peace prevail, fulfilling the ancient covenants of restoration and renewal. This very day, as President Trump prepared his return, joined by figures long believed lost, such as JFK Jr. and Princess Diana, the veil lifts, promising a new dawn where the innocent are avenged and the wicked held to account. United States Special Operation Forces, in coordination with the Global Alliance military, have placed all commands on high alert as they intensify efforts to drain the satanic swamps embedded in the corridors of power worldwide. Reports confirm that mass arrests are underway, targeting the treasonous elements within the Biden regime. Congress members holding dual Israeli citizenships and deep state operatives who have long evaded justice. Over 6,000 U.S. Marshals have been deployed to Washington, D.C. to detain these high-level traitors, escorting them to facilities at Guantanamo Bay for tribunals, while doubles stand ready to maintain continuity amid the unfolding revelations. In this divine hour of reckoning, as foretold in sacred scriptures, the hand of providence guides these warriors to uproot the evil that has ensnared nations and souls alike, ensuring that no stone is left unturned in the pursuit of truth and restoration. The storm is upon us, with Phase 1 now fully activated and the emergency broadcast system poised for imminent deployment. A global communications blackout, dubbed the 10 Days of Darkness, will soon descend, severing satellite links and enforcing military governance to shield the world from the chaos of disclosure. During this period, the airwaves will carry messages of awakening, unveiling the depths of corruption that have plagued our institutions. Faith in the Almighty's plan sustains us through this trial, reminding us that light emerges victorious from the deepest shadows, just as the prophets of old proclaimed deliverance for the faithful remnant. Amid these urgent operations, heroic child rescues continue unabated, with Alliance forces liberating thousands from the clutches of the Ninth Circle cult's horrific networks. Hidden in Vatican catacombs, abandoned military bases, and mass grave sites across Ireland, Spain, and Canada. Eyewitness testimonies reveal the unspeakable, elite rituals of torture and sacrifice, fueled by adrenochrome harvested from innocent lives, orchestrated through CIA and FBI complicity in a billion-dollar trafficking empire. Yet, in God's infinite mercy, these children are now being restored to safety, their healing a testament to the righteous fury now cleansing the earth. Financial situation. Wednesday, December 10th. Boom, your Bitcoin equals credit power. Top U.S. banks now offering credit backed by Bitcoin with 50 to 70% LTV and competitive interest rates. Wednesday, December 10th. Boom, the Fed bows to Trump pressure, slashes interest rates again, drops to 3.5% to 3.75% as economic war heats up. Third cut proves Trump and Bessent were right all along. Wednesday, December 10th. Holy crap. Trump says Biden's auto pen may have made Powell's Fed appointment illegal. Investigation underway. Remember, fraud vitiates everything. Wednesday, December 10th. Breaking special report. Trump rules out 2026 economic plan that redefines affordability. Democrats panic as tax-free tips, $25,000, tax-free overtime, $12,500, and Wednesday, December 10th, shocking IRS earthquake. Official 1985 letter confirms the 16th Amendment is a fraud. Income tax was never legal. $330 trillion stolen from the American people. Restored Republic. Breaking military intel. U.S. Army activates Western Hemisphere Command, WHC, full spectrum control across the Americas. Begin. The U.S. Army has activated the Western Hemisphere Command, a bold, uncompromising move to reassert full spectrum military control across the Americas. From Arctic frost to Amazon jungle, WHC is built to lead, strike, and defend with speed, force, and unity. The battlefield has changed, and the United States Army is changing with it, in a move that redefines America's military presence across the entire Western Hemisphere. The U.S. Army has launched the Western Hemisphere Command, a fully modernized command structure engineered to dominate regional defense, build stronger alliances, and neutralize threats before they reach our shores. This isn't a reorganization, it's a declaration. America will lead, our Army will deliver. The hemisphere is now under watch. And if you want to read the rest of this article, it's at amgnews.com. Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, income tax illegal breaking, a century-long fraud, has just been exposed. The 16th Amendment, the foundation of America's income tax, was never legally ratified. Tuesday, December 9th, January 6th, the chief of the police at the Capitol told Tucker Carlson that the crowd on J6 was filled with federal agents. The CIA's MKUltra emerged through numerous whistleblowers who exposed the CIA mind control with Satanism, ties through elite satanic abuse, and military connections. There were 60 U.S. senators who were on the Venezuela list of politicians who have been receiving millions of dollars in kickbacks from the Maduro regime and Venezuelan drug trafficking organizations. Evangelical Christian Zionists were being recruited to help the Israel apartheid regime commit more violence. The climate catastrophe and wars are getting out of control, and thanks to massive media machine, are missed by most people in the so-called Western world. Some 2 million Palestinians in Gaza lived in tents and were sick, wet, cold, and hungry. There was famine in Sudan and Yemen, and refugees from Western Sahara to Myanmar who suffered unbelievable injustice. Income tax illegal. In 1913, when the Khazarian Mafia changed our constitution and their foreign bankers' Federal Reserve took over the U.S. monetary system, the purchase power of $1 was $100. Now the purchasing power of $1 was $3. Aren't you glad we have Satan-worshipping gangsters running our financial system? Wednesday, December 10th, income tax illegal. Breaking a century-long fraud has just been exposed. The 16th Amendment, the foundation of America's income tax, was never legally ratified. Every dollar taken from your paycheck since 1913 was stolen. The IRS has operated outside the law for over 100 years, and now the truth is no longer deniable. A 1985 internal letter from an IRS commissioner confirms it. The agency knew all along. They lied, they forged, and they built a machine of financial slavery disguised as patriotism. Since 1913, Americans have been forced into submission through the illusion of lawful taxation. Politicians sold it as progress, calling it a contribution to the nation. In reality, it was the greatest act of economic treason in history. The amendment that gave birth to the IRS was never properly ratified. Several states rejected it outright. Yet their votes were falsified. Others were coerced into compliance under threats of economic retaliation. What followed was not a tax system, it was a trap. By 1985, the cracks began to show. The letter that surfaced that year, written by a sitting IRS commissioner, quietly admitted the truth that no one was ever supposed to see. The 16th Amendment was invalid. Every income tax collected under its authority was, in legal terms, theft. If that's true, and the evidence says it is, then more than $330 trillion has been stolen from the American people. That money could have rebuilt every city, paid off every mortgage, and secured a future for generations. Instead, it was funneled into offshore accounts, war budgets, and the pockets of globalist financiers who own the system itself. The IRS was never about fairness. It was about control. It was built as the enforcement arm of the Federal Reserve, the private banking cartel established in the same year. Together they created a perfect loop of servitude. You earn, they take. They lend back with what they stole, and when they make you pay interest on your own labor. The cycle has continued for over a century, hidden behind patriotic slogans and fear tactics. Now that the truth is surfacing, the deep state is in panic mode. They are censoring reports, silencing whistleblowers, and branding every truth teller as a conspiracy theorist. But facts don't lie. The original documents exist. Signatures, dates, correspondence, all recorded. The fraud was deliberate. And they know that if Americans wake up, the entire financial system collapses overnight. President Trump has already taken the first steps. He has vowed to dismantle the IRS, to return the stolen wealth to the people, and to rebuild a financial system rooted in transparency and gold-backed sovereignty. But he cannot do it alone. The truth must spread faster than their lies. Every citizen has a part to play. To demand investigation, to expose the 16th Amendment fraud, to reject illegal taxation, and to reclaim what belongs to the people. This is not a debate about policy. It is a declaration of freedom. For over 100 years, Americans have been enslaved by a system that never had legal standing. The time for compliance is over. The time for restitution has begun. They stole our money. They corrupted our laws. They sold our labor to private interests that never represented the Republic. But now the illusion is falling apart. The proof is in writing. The people are awake and justice is coming. This is not just about taxes. It's about sovereignty. It's about ending the silent war that began in 1913 and reclaiming a nation that was never truly free. Wednesday, December 10th, Tucker Carlson says that the chief of the police at the Capitol told him in an interview that the crowd on J6 was filled with federal agents. Fox News took Tucker off the air before the interview was released. Wednesday, December 10th, emergency inside the courts. Judge Breyer blocks Trump's guard deployment after troops started hitting cartel warehouses, intercepting dirty money, drops, and uncovering trafficking routes protected by state officials. Wednesday, December 10th, the military alliance indicates that President Trump has 10 people in his inner circle, 7 military and 3 civilians. My guess those in the military include General Flynn, Admiral Rogers, while on the civilian side would be JFK Jr. and Elon Musk. He also has another 800 plus people who are the smartest and the best. Elon Musk talks about his 100 plus young guns, talented and super smart Doge team who found $40 billion a year going to NGOs. The end of the movie is coming soon. Around 200,000 people from Central Casting have been in this movie. In God We Trust. William Gregg, First Day, Vancouver, BC, Canada. Wednesday, December 10th, we have a link, bombshell exposed, top secret heart facilities and military bases around the globe uncovered. Edward Snowden unveils HARP's sinister global agenda. And Wednesday, December 10th, Poland's stance on LGBT. LGBT are not allowed in schools. The man who wears a dress and he thinks that he's a woman, he needs help. He's sick. Drag queens coming to schools, it's not allowed in Poland. Basically, we're trying to promote Christian values in their political space. They don't like it because their conscience is painful. We're not North Korea. You can live as you want. Do not come to the kids. And Wednesday, December 10th, historic bombshell. On December 10th, Representative Thomas Massie officially files bill to withdraw America from NATO. Not a Trusted Organization Act hits Washington. And Wednesday, December 10th, breaking overnight, Intel drop, overnight shockwave, Supreme Court shakeup. Trump blasts Fed, Zelensky buckles, Maxwell files opened, Intel drop, December 10th, 2025. Fraud. Wednesday, December 10th, 2025. Well. They followed the money and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization. Wednesday, December 10th, 2025, multiple whistleblowers in Minnesota have reportedly told lawmakers that they believe the total amount of Somali-related fraud is $8 billion, not $1 billion. This just keeps getting worse and worse. December 10th, Joshua Hall. 60 U.S. senators are on the Venezuela list of politicians who have been receiving millions of dollars in kickbacks from the Maduro regime and the Venezuelan drug trafficking organizations that make up his government. Forget about the seditious 6. We've got the seditious 60, accepting bribes to sabotage and undermine President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth's ongoing war with these hostile foreign narco-terrorists is treason. And we, the people, demand that it be prosecuted and punished as such.
You cannot be an arsonist and a firefighter at the same time. This is why Democrats' newfound claims about affordability are just patently absurd. Okay, here are the facts, and you know this. Many of you don't write about it, but these are the facts, and they're undisputed. They broke the economy, and now they want to lecture to the American people about affordability. They opened our borders, and now they want to lecture to the American people about immigration border enforcement. They broke the American healthcare system. They caused premiums to skyrocket, and now they have the audacity to tell Republicans that the only way to save it is to throw hundreds of billions of dollars to health insurance companies, which would merely fuel a system that is rife with fraud, waste, and abuse.
Wednesday, December 10th, the greatest enemy we face is from within. Nasara Jasara's secrets on Telegram. FBI and DOW claims foreign countries interfering with elections and Chinese spies manipulating policy while traitors in our own government are stealing and selling classified intel and weapons tech to the CCP and other nations. The Chinese government CCP, the Israeli government Mossad, and the Iranians have agents embedded all over our country, and for all the wrong reasons. They're not here for friendly interactions. How many intelligence agents have infiltrated our government, tech sector, or military, and other sensitive areas and businesses in America? The number of spies that have been recently caught are beyond alarming. And the CCP is not the only country with agents. They're here to steal our technology, weapons, and classified information, destroy our country through political manipulation, including our elections and policies, and set up sleeper cells for false flag attacks or other direct attacks against the United States. The amount of military-aged males that came through the open border during the Biden administration was no accident. This was engineered and planned to completely subvert the United States. A massive amount of Chinese spies have been caught in our official government positions, pushing specific policies in order to strengthen specific ideologies and other bills that normal officials would never vote on in order to destroy the U.S. without even firing a single shot. A large number have also been caught throughout our military selling classified intelligence and weapons to the CCP, including drone, tanks, and other types of sensitive. Even Tim Walz is on the list of alleged Chinese government agents from his back and forth trips to China back in the late 1980s, early 1990s, and is alleged and accused of selling U.S. battle tank manuals and information to the CCP, which the FBI is involved in investigating. Wow, Tim Walz, what a menace. We also now know for a fact that the CCP has directly interfered in our elections, including the 2020, and alleged tried to help the Harris campaign in 2025 with the distribution of tens of thousands of fake IDs and driver's licenses and fake ballots. I swear crime and fraud was just running amok, you know? These same tactics are being used in multiple countries, including Canada, South Korea, Brazil, Australia, and over 100 plus other countries. How deep does this really go? How many foreign countries have agents who still reside in the U.S.? And what other information or technology have they gotten their hands on? This is a serious national security risk and needs to be dealt with and fixed immediately, especially prosecuting the traitors within our own government. We survey the world around us run by despots and tyrants, the time of monsters, and we see so much suffering caused by human greed, racism, and ignorance. The climate catastrophe and wars are getting out of control, and thanks to massive media machines, are missed by most people in the so-called Western world. Some 2 million Palestinians, including friends of ours, in Gaza, in tents, sick, wet, cold, and hungry. Famine in Sudan and Yemen, and refugees from Western Sahara to Myanmar who suffered unbelievable injustice. A provision buried deep in the proposed U.S. National Defense Authorization Act calls for the continual assessment of the impact of international state arms, embargoes on Israel, and actions to address defense capability gaps. The measure can be found more than 1,000 pages into the 3,000-page NDAA. How do we mere mortals, living for a short while in this world, cope? What can really make this world a better place and stop this madness of rampant capitalism, mockery of justice, wars that are all about profits, etc.? And as we answer these questions, can we avoid flagellations? Can we simultaneously acknowledge our own limitations while getting energized to act even more towards justice and rights to others? Is empathy the rarest of human qualities and the most needed in today's world? Seems like it, doesn't it? These and other questions swirl through my mind, and I go back to reread books like Howard Zinn's A People's History of the United States and Avilar Adalbert's Letter on Violence. Postscript, Israel's far-right finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, has allocated 2.7 billion shekels, $843 million, over 5 years to dramatically expand settlements across the occupied West Bank. This allocation will fund 17 new settlements, legalize existing outposts, deploy absorption cluster, mobile homes that seek to become the nuclei of new settlements, relocate 3 army bases into Palestinian areas, and result in the building of new roads and structures within the region. Anadolu and the Palestine Information Center reported. Israeli media have described the package as de facto annexation. Already 1 million colonial settlers are squatting here in the West Bank, and many still blabber about a two-state solution. Stay humane, act, and keep hope and Palestine alive. Mazin Kimsia, a Bedouin in cyberspace, a villager at home, professor, founder, and volunteer director, Palestine Museum of Natural History, Palestine Institute of Biodiversity and Sustainability, Bethlehem University, Occupied Palestine. And there's some other links. The greatest wealth transfer in history has completed, from fiat slavery to gold-backed freedom signed, sealed, and delivered worldwide. EBS 10 Days of Darkness by midnight, Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. Worldwide martial law in effect for safety of the people as the cabal's satanic rites and child sacrifices are exposed. NASA admits we didn't go to the moon. Everything filmed by Hollywood producers so NASA could continue to receive billions in U.S. taxpayer dollars. And we have a quote from President Donald J. Trump. With the birth of Jesus, human history turned from night to day. His word and example call us to love one another, to serve one another, and to honor the sacred truth that every child is specially made in the image of God. Merry Christmas. Judy note, get ready, the time is up, the truth is about to be revealed, wrote Mr. Q on Telegram on Tuesday, December the 9th, 2025. What a time it has been. For the past 12 years, I have written the update Restored Republic via a global currency reset. It wasn't a journey I expected or even wanted to take on, though it was a journey that took me. Now both the Restored Republic and the global currency reset had come into reality. Over 35 years ago, I was at my lowest. I was raising 5 teens on almost zero income and unable to work. Every major appliance in my home had broken down except for the fridge and a couple of burners on the stove. My oldest was on 2-year mission for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints because my ex was unwilling to pay child support, much less anything to keep our boy on that mission. His expenses were being financed by my father out of his Social Security income, plus donations from neighbors. My ill girl could not work, but my other 3 remarkable teens in junior high and high school were paying for their own clothes, school expenses, and lunches by working part-time jobs. A few days prior, some satanic ritually abused women cousins, had approached me asking for help to gather evidence on their satanic coven regional leader, father. It was 1990, and he had been the first arrest of the newly hired Utah Attorney General satanic ritual abuse investigators. By the first light of Wednesday, December 10, 2025, Tier 4B notifications were set to explode across secure lines. By Sunday, December 14, 2025, full payouts would liquidate into QFS secured accounts. Bondholders in Zurich and Reno were already processing at new exchange rates that will seed humanitarian harvests beyond measure. At the same time, Nisara Jasar's debt jubilee activates, forgiving every soul's fiscal burdens, mortgages dissolved, student debts erased, national ledgers balanced, and gold backed starting Thursday, December 11th, prioritizing the rescued innocents and frontline guardians restoring wholeness to bodies and spirits alike. This transfer resulted out of trillions seized from cabal vaults. Gold bullion, illicit fortunes channeled through the QFS and into the hands of the people. It renders the old fiat system obsolete and bursts an economy of abundance for all who steward it in righteousness. Tuesday, December 9th, Thread 1 and 2, the storm is upon us, unprecedented alerts, and the great wealth transfer begins. Judy note, I did not write these above threads. Do not know who did, though do agree with their basic content. Global Currency Reset, Tuesday, December 9th. Glenn Beck. This has never happened before 12/9/25. The Great Reset is about to happen. Tuesday, December 9th, Bruce, paymasters say their bondholders will receive their emails giving them access to their accounts by Wednesday. The bonds have been turned in and transacted, and they know the values. For Tier 4B, the largest group, Bruce received word after midnight and this morning around 9 from an individual with Wells Fargo that Wednesday, December 10th, 2025 should bring our notifications. It looks like we are supposed to be able to set our appointments and start exchanging Wednesday, December the 10th. Tuesday, December 9th, Trump's 3 weapons have been activated. Charlie Ward and friends on Telegram. Wealth reclamation is underway. Trillions hidden in offshore vaults, shell foundations, and dark networks are being seized under quantum authority. The Rothschilds, Soros, and Clinton financial web is no longer operational. Their stolen fortune is being redirected into sovereign funds that will soon credit citizens under GCR. The gold-backed quantum dollar is alive. The petrodollar is dead. Inside the quantum financial system, every unit of value is verified by gold weight and protected by quantum encryption. Unhackable, unforgeable. Banks are running a dual grid as the full merge approaches. Direct wealth distribution is next. The assets recovered from globalist cartels will flow into verified accounts. Small businesses, veterans, and families crushed by inflation will receive credits funded by the same empires that robbed them. Their fortune becomes humanity's recovery. The final phase has begun. Expect turbulence, layoffs, market shocks, and bank failures are not chaos. They are cleanup. Every crash removes a corrupt node from the old system. The IMF, BIS, and World Bank are being cut off from the global grid. The Federal Reserve can no longer hide behind manufactured numbers. Starlink now shields QFS nodes from sabotage. Under GCR, illegitimate debt will be erased. Income tax will end. Suppressed technologies will be released. Constitutional law will return. For the first time, humanity will own its wealth directly without banks, middlemen, or parasites. The globalists are panicking because the world they controlled is disappearing and the world they feared is finally arriving. Tuesday, December 9th, 2025. Why the USAID files are crucial to take down the deep state global communist cabal and the domestic terrorist group's entire network of operations. Access to the USAID files will expose the inside of the radical left global communist cabal, the Clinton, Soros, and other left-wing billionaires' connections to funding these terrorist groups. NGOs and other organizations like AWEB and Open Society, Arabella, the Tides Foundation, Antifa, and other subgroups to fund global election fraud cartels, rigging and stealing elections around the world to gain power. The U.S. taxpayers are funding. It's one big operation that has multiple roles and methods of operations to completely influence, infiltrate, control, and rig elections to take over countries. These main groups and NGOs break down into hundreds of smaller groups to hide the money in operations. This is where the funds are distributed to the foot soldiers on the ground, aka protests, riots, influence and propaganda campaigns, social media ops, etc. The USAID files are the key to unlocking the entire inside web of operations to burn the whole house down, including, and most importantly, the bad actors in and connected to our government. USAID literally refused to unlock the files and hand them over to the Trump administration, even after ordered by a court of law. Why haven't we been able to decrypt the files anyway? Tuesday, December 9th, tsunami warning being issued for Japan following a 7.6 magnitude earthquake. And Tuesday, December 9th, President Trump. I'm delighted to announce this afternoon that the United States will be taking a small portion of the hundreds of billions of dollars we receive in tariffs. We're going to use that money to provide $12 billion in economic assistance to American farmers. Tuesday, December 9th, 2025, Elon Musk's $199 Tesla Pi phone ends phone bills forever. Tuesday, December 9th, follow the money. They knew United Airlines, the Thursday before 9/11, more than 2,000 contracts betting that the stock would drop were purchased 90 times more in one day than in 3 weeks. When the markets reopened, United stock dropped. The price of the contract soared. Someone made a lot of money fast. $180,000 turned into $2.4 million when that plane hit the World Trade Center. And now we know that was allegedly a hologram, a very tactile hologram, that they had actually wired the trade centers, the Twin Towers, with explosives, allegedly. Tuesday, December 9th, on national TV, the Prime Minister of Somalia praised Ilhan Omar for stealing American taxpayer dollars to fund terrorists as the jihad queen stood by him, smiling. Tuesday, December 9th, FBI Director Kash Patel. Deep State thinks that when the Epstein files are finally released, they will be the fraudulent ones, not the real ones they thought they deleted. This will be the biggest rug pull ever. Tuesday, December 9th, Kamal Aroush was born in Benghazi as a British citizen and is now known as Kamala Harris, Mr. Poole on Telegram. Tuesday, December 9th, the European Union, run by liberal tyrants, needs to be abolished. Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, tells Donald Trump the European Union is charging Hungary 1 million euros per day for not allowing illegal migration into Hungary. We are under sanctions, financial sanctions of European Union, because we don't let the illegal migrants to come to Hungary and to the European Union as well. So we have to pay, just to inform you, we have to pay every day 1 million euro as a punishment to the Brazilian budget because we stopped the migrants. This is the absurd world we are living now in Europe.
Good morning, everybody. It's Wednesday. It's the 10th of December 2025. And it's a very interesting time to see what's going on in the world. And today I'm going to talk about Germany. Germany has just been exposed for funding 300 NGOs. NGOs are non-government organization, which means that it's funded by the government, but you're not supposed to know that it's anything to do with the government. And these NGOs are created specifically for creating propaganda and narrative. That is their job.
Allegedly.
So they create all the bullshit that you hear, and the rest of them attack you if you don't go along with their narrative and their propaganda. Now, that's just one example of one country. Rest assured that your country has exactly the same. But it's very interesting because Germany is very much a country that loves control. You know, dictate this, dictate that, dictate the other, very strict. You have to do this, you have to do this. And they have organizations, 300 of them, that are NGOs that are specifically created to do exactly that. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Charlie. Hello, everyone. Well, my first story is one of a big child, basically. Ukrainian President Zelensky now says he is ready to hold elections if the US and European allies can guarantee security from Russian missile strikes. His term officially expired in May 2024, but elections have been postponed under martial law. Zelensky says voting must be safe for civilian and soldiers on the front lines. For US President Donald Trump is again pushing for elections, while Russia argues Zelensky's legitimacy is now in question. Charlie, I mean, come on. Can't Zelensky go to Russia, give us a couple of days to hold an election? This seems like him being a child.
Well, Zelensky is very much like that, and it's happening in the UK as well, where Starmer is trying to stop elections if he can. They'll do anything they can because they know they cannot win. They are in the minority. The people are in the majority. And these little whippets are desperately hanging on to power by being little dictators and trying to, because they know now that the public in Ukraine and the public in the UK and the public in Germany and France can see right through them. And they're scared, so they will blame it on something else. And of course the obvious is, well, we would love to hold an election if you stop hitting us with missiles. Well, I'll tell you right now that if you have an election, there won't be any missiles coming in, but there will be people watching to see if you're trying to rig it. And if you're trying to rig it, the rigging machines and the people who tried to rig it might be blown off the face of the planet. Just saying. Illegal migrants that have come into Glasgow and come into many cities around the UK. It's very interesting. There's about, from what I understand, there's 41 hotels currently on fire with these migrants that are in there, and they're obviously fleeing these buildings and don't know where to go, which is probably very difficult to manage. But it's interesting that these migrants are all men of fighting age, and not one of them has been processed through the refugee protocol for 3 years. So why are they there? Well, I think the Glaswegians, in their normal manner, have woken up to bullshit. And they know exactly what's going on. They know that they're there to defend Glasgow and fight the Glaswegians, which the Glaswegians would never really fight themselves, apart from the Catholics and the Protestants, but that's always been there, Celtic and Rangers and one thing and another. That's a different type of fighting. But these are people who are going to come in and take you both on. I'll tell you what, I put my money on Celtic and Rangers coming together to beat the seven bells of shit out of them. I know a lot of lads up there, they're good lads, but they don't stand for bullshit. And it's good to see them standing up. My heart does go out to the young men that are in hotels that are being burnt down. Of course, but you shouldn't be here. You've been brought in by the government. Allegedly. You haven't run away from a country as claimed by the government. The government has brought you in there, and now it's all being exposed. So my heart goes out to you if you've been injured or hurt in the fight. Of course, every life is valuable, but it's time for you to go home.
The United Nations has condemned an Israeli police raid on the headquarters of the UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees in East Jerusalem. Israeli authorities say the operation was to seize assets over unpaid municipal taxes. During the raid, police removed the UN flag and raised the Israeli flag over the building. UN officials called the move a dangerous precedent and said UN offices are legally inviolable. Israel has banned UNRWA since 2024, accusing the agency of links to Hamas, an allegation the UN denies.
Well, I've said this now for a number of years, that Israel will be last. I didn't really know what that would mean. But one of the most important things about what's happening right now is exposure. Because if you don't expose it, people don't believe it. And we're starting to see how corrupt and evil Israel is and was and has been, that the people have to see it. This is all part of it.
Chemtrail spottings for Monday, December 8th, 2025. Judy note, below are replies to chemtrail sightings just for one day. If I did this every day, I wouldn't have time to post anything else. The bottom line is that chemtrails are a worldwide problem that is attacking our health and food supply, and we better wake up to it before there is a food shortage. Tuesday, December 9th, boom! Trump just declared war on big tech's repair monopoly, EBS on Telegram. President Trump has announced that the right to repair is officially coming for American farmers, ending the decades-long stranglehold companies like John Deere have had over the people who feed the nation. For years, farmers bought the tractor, paid the insurance, worked the land, yet were forbidden to repair their own equipment. Trump made it clear that era ends now. Farmers across America have been trapped in a digital cage. Locked software, blocked diagnostics, forced dealer repairs, weeks-long delays, and thousands in needless costs. Many said it feels like they do not own their machines at all, as if the corporation still holds the keys. Trump is tearing the system apart, restoring the basic right to fix what you own without begging permission from a billion-dollar cartel. The fight goes far beyond tractors. It exposes the larger tech alliance that has been quietly stripping Americans of control over everything they buy. John Deere, Apple, Big Auto, all building profit empires. By locking customers out of their own property, Trump is now targeting that system head on, promising to return power to farmers, workers, and small repair shops that have been shut out for years. The right to repair movement is no longer a fringe idea. It is a national battle over freedom versus digital servitude. Trump's message is simple. If you bought it, you control it. Not the corporation, not the software, not the dealer. And with this announcement, the monopoly era is cracking. Tuesday, December 9th, the cartel pipeline inside the Obama era has been exposed. Nasara Jasara exposed on Telegram. A deeper fracture inside the old bureaucracy has finally surfaced. A senior Obama-era DEA official, Paul Campo, has been indicted for laundering cartel money, coordinating drug shipments, and exploring the transfer of military weapons to CJNG, a terror-designated cartel responsible for fentanyl, pipelines, and cross-border violence. This was not an outsider slipping through the cracks. Campos spent 25 years inside the agency's Financial Operations Division. The unit meant to track the very money he allegedly moved. When he retired during Obama's final stretch, he carried with him the expertise that prosecutors say he later weaponized for America's enemies. The indictment reveals a months-long undercover sting that recorded Campo and partner Robert Sensi discussing multi-million-dollar laundering, cryptocurrency conversion, explosives, drones, and trafficking logistics. This is not one crooked official. It is the symptom of a culture built during years of political softness, open border neglect, and institutional arrogance that taught insiders they would never face consequences. A terror cartel did not find a random accomplice. It found someone shaped an era of weak oversight and expanding bureaucratic immunity. What makes this case explosive is not only the crimes listed, but the trail it threatens to uncover. Prosecutors hold recordings, surveillance, and detailed financial evidence. The pressure to flip is massive. If either man cooperates, the story widens beyond money laundering and into the networks that tolerated it. Washington knows this. Every major corruption case begins with a single indictment that opens doors long kept shut, and this one lands directly inside the intelligence and enforcement structures that once claimed to be untouchable. Campo may not name Obama, but his career was built in a climate that allowed these networks to grow in the shadows. This case is breaking now because Trump's second term restored enforcement to its original mission. Agencies are being stripped of political insulation and forced back into national security priorities. The badge no longer protects insiders. The old shield has collapsed. Campo's indictment is more than a criminal case. It is the first visible fracture in a system that thought it could outlast accountability. Terror cartels, fentanyl networks, crypto laundering, weapons pipelines, and bureaucratic betrayal all meet at the same point. The structure is cracking under the pressure, and for the first time in years, America is watching the deep state lose its cover. Obama arrested, charged with treason, sedition, betrayal. Obama DEA official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels. The U.S. is operating as a corporate entity for private gain. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. They control your device, your data, your life. Quote from Edward Snowden to Joe Rogan. No person is entitled to blessings of freedom unless they are vigilant in its preservation. Quote from Douglas MacArthur. Judy note, things aren't getting worse, they're just being exposed. The worse things get, the easier it is to see who is awake, asleep, or evil. The worse things get, the easier it is to do the right thing. WHG Grandpa Channel. United States Special Operations Forces are now in the final stages of coordinating mass arrests across the nation, targeting deep state operatives embedded in government, media, and corporate sectors who have long evaded justice for their crimes against humanity. Reliable sources within military intelligence confirm that over 500 high-profile indictments have been unsealed in the last 72 hours, including key figures in the financial cabal responsible for economic sabotage and human trafficking networks. Child rescue operations have intensified globally, with Delta teams extracting over 300 innocent souls from underground facilities in California and Nevada alone this weekend. The emergency broadcast system activation looms imminently. 48 hours to blackout, or by Wednesday afternoon, December 10th, 2025, with preliminary tests completed on Monday, December 7th across all 50 states, signaling readiness for the nationwide alert that will expose the full extent of corruption to every American household. Military briefings indicate that the EBS will commence no later than Monday, December 15th. Delivering President Trump's recorded address to the nation, my fellow Americans, what you're about to go through will be very painful, but trust the plan. Victory is at hand. During the sacred interlude, global alliances will dismantle the last vestiges of tyranny, ensuring that no child suffers another day in silence. Watch for 10 days of darkness, where the military will take over all TV, radio, internet, and other communication networks to show 8-hour documentaries 24/7 about the truth of what was really going on and why. The new republic that functioned under concepts of the original Constitution, including common law, will be announced at the end of the 10 days of darkness. Quantum financial system protocols have been fully integrated across 209 nations, securing asset-backed currencies against fraud and ensuring instantaneous, tamper-proof transactions. On Wednesday, December 10th, the revaluation of global currencies will officially launch, commencing with Tier 4B appointments for humanitarian projects. On Friday, December 12th, NASAR's implementation forgives all personal and national debts, while ushering in debt-free prosperity for every family. A covenant of restoration where the burdens of the past are lifted and the meek inherit the earth. Starting Sunday, December 14th, medbeds will roll out in secure facilities. Beginning Tuesday, December 16th, this wealth transfer, orchestrated by the Saint Germain World Trust, will redistribute trillions, with initial payouts for those with redemption codes, enabling the rebuilding of communities ravaged by engineered crises. Rates for the Iraqi dinar and other keys are locked at historic highs. Timing. Be prepared. Timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire international situation. The mainstream media will close down while people will be asked to stay indoors to watch documentaries explaining what was going on. Meanwhile, military troops stationed across the globe will arrest anyone who has cooperated with the New World Order, an operation that could start any time this week. NASAR GCR activation timeline. Sunday, December 28, 2025. The old financial grid shows its first visible fractures. Settlement delays rise as quantum rails quietly take control. Thursday, January 1st, sovereign, and this is 2026, sovereign protocols begin syncing. Debt registers freeze, gold-backed valuations enter internal calibration. Wednesday, January 7th, 2026, public phase alignment initiates. Notification channels open. The shift becomes impossible to hide. Monday, December 8th, global operations are accelerating and the real story is not on television. While the media floods America with distractions, political theater, and staged outrage, the real shift is happening out of sight. What unfolded this week was not random chaos. It was cover for something much larger moving beneath the surface. Behind every headline, something else was happening. Private intel confirms that bond fund deliveries to paymasters accelerated with unprecedented speed. The flow was so intense that several teams had to rotate around the clock just to keep up. This is not a test run. This is what a controlled global realignment looks like. Private appointments have already begun, not upcoming, not preparing. Begun. Those who organize their projects and position themselves early are the ones being contacted first. This phase is not about waiting, it is about readiness. And here is what the public does not understand. Straight cash exchanges are over. The new system operates through structured wealth placement, secure accounts, and advisory oversight. Every individual will direct their funds into protected channels, guided by specialists tied directly to Treasury and QFS infrastructure. While Americans are distracted by market swings, congressional drama, celebrity-generated noise, and manufactured social conflict, the actual machinery of transition is already in motion. These events were not accidental. They were synchronized. The public sees confusion, we see cover. The truth behind this week is simple. The system is shifting faster than they want you to realize. Restored Republic. Fraudulent claim that the United States is not operating as a corporate entity or under commercial administration. Failure to distinguish de jure from de facto government. Joseph Anthony Laudato III. One cannot serve two masters, the Constitution and the corporation. Fraud vitiates everything. See United States versus Throckmorton, 98 U.S. 61, 1878. Exposing the corporate veil. Operational evidence of foreign administrative overlay disguised as government. It is a principle of law that one cannot serve two masters, and no lawful government may operate in duality, claiming both sovereignty, immunity, and foreign commercial registration. Yet the present regime that purports to act as the United States government functions not as a de jure constitutional body politic, but as a registered commercial enterprise operating under international commercial law, banking treaties, and foreign-controlled bonding systems. The record shows that every major federal agency, including the White House, DOJ, IRS, DOD, and judicial branches, are registered in the DUNS system, identified by commercial and government entity cage codes, subject to the financial oversight of foreign-controlled interests such as the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and the Bank for International Settlements. A sovereign government has no requirement to register as a vendor for profit, yet the following entities are registered with DUNS numbers. United States government, notice all capitals as well, that indicates corporate. White House, Department of Justice, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Unified Judicial System, South Dakota. These entries are prima facie evidence of corporate function. See #R below for the full document. Monday, December 8th, 2025, just in. U.S. State Department issues emergency travel warning for U.S. citizens to avoid all travel within 50 kilometers of the Thailand-Cambodia border due to significant escalation in the conflict between the two countries. Monday, December 8th, well, they followed the money and look what they found. $50 million in unaudited U.S. taxpayer money in 1 month alone went to a pro-terrorist group disguised as a climate change organization. Monday, December 8th, large magnitude 7.6 earthquake plus tsunami strikes Japan after magnitude 7.0 in Alaska, major unrest. Monday, December 8th, so who cares? DeGeneres and Porsche leaving UK after ditching US. Monday, December 8th, bombshell alert, deep state exposed. Obama-era DEA official indicted for laundering $12 million for terror cartels. December 8th, 2025. Monday, December 8th, the charges are clear. Treason, sedition, and betrayal. Obama's day of reckoning is coming. Monday, December 8th, executive order. One rule to lead the world. Trump declares war on bureaucracy to protect America's AI future. Monday, December 8th, just in. Edward Snowden drops digital nuke on Joe Rogan. They can control your device, your data, your life, video, and fraud and treason. Monday, December 8th, 2025, CNN admits vast majority of U.S. money to Ukraine is actually going to American companies. Monday, December 8th, bombshell. Ilhan Omar is done. The rats are scattering. Most of them are begging reporters to hear their stories. Whistleblowers now confirm her campaign funneled a massive amount of money to her husband's firm, while Somali-linked networks in Minneapolis relief fraud schemes in history. Hundreds of millions stolen. She knew. She benefited. She covered for them. This isn't community outreach. This is corruption on steroids. Monday, December the 8th, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says as many as 100 federal agents are headed to the Twin Cities following reports of massive taxpayer fraud committed by Somali immigrants. Yes, arrest them all. Monday, December 8th, former Minnesota Representative Jason Lewis in 2014 described Somali daycare fraud as a major issue and said over $100 million was missing. He says the Somalians were flying the money out of the country. He even gave what airport they were using. Nothing was done. I'm in the situation in my home state of Minnesota where we've got a number of daycare providers that are openly violating federal and state laws and regulations, taking money for personal use, using the money to set up a fraudulent child care client, and then providing a kickback has been reported. This is a major issue. We have a fraud case of nearly 100 million in this state, with money then being transferred out of the country via MSP airport.
It's true. A Somali fraud ring in Minnesota stole over $1 billion from Medicaid. How did this happen? Well, Medicaid programs are run by the states, which in Minnesota means the Tim Walz administration. Governor Walz and the state's other Democrats rely on Somali votes to get elected, so they decided to look the other way because they were afraid of quote-unquote political backlash. Don't take my word for it. That's what a Somali-American fraud investigator told the New York Times. When these scammers realized that nobody was guarding the cash register, they went gangbusters. One program designed to provide housing ballooned to $104 million, when 4 years ago it was projected to cost only $2.6 million. Some of these taxpayer funds may have even ended up in the hands of a Somalian terrorist group. Scary stuff. When CMS became aware of the housing program situation, Minnesota insisted it could clean up its own mess. A few months ago, it admitted it could not. So we stepped in to shut down the fraud-infested housing initiative. Today, we're taking action on more than a dozen other programs, which I've outlined in the post below. Our message to Walz is clear. Either fix this in 60 days or start looking under your couch for spare change, because we are done footing the bill for your incompetence. This administration will never stop fighting to protect the vulnerable Americans who rely on these programs and the taxpayers who fund them. We're going to crush waste, fraud, and abuse.
Monday, December 8th, military arrests Obama's VA secretary for treason and massive financial crimes. The deep state just took a direct hit. The United States Army CID has arrested Eric Shinseki, Obama's former Secretary of Veterans Affairs and once celebrated Vietnam commander, for treason, embezzlement, money laundering, and bank fraud. At 83 years old, he was pulled from his Honolulu home after investigators confirmed he siphoned nearly $300 million from the VA during Obama's years in power. His scheme began quietly in 2012 with small transfers into Cayman Islands accounts. Within months, he was moving millions through fake charities and shell companies he personally created. For over a year, he drained funds meant for wounded veterans while pretending to run audits on the very accounts he robbed. The truth broke open. He confessed everything to his son in November 2025. The son avoided the corrupted DOJ and went straight to CID. A month-long review of Obama-era ledgers revealed the full-scale theft. Shinseki lived modestly, which helped hide the offshore fortune that investigators believe was intended for future political operations. On Thursday morning, CID entered his Honolulu residence with a military warrant. His caretaker tried to delay them, but agents found him in bed, took him into custody. His claim of identity theft collapsed immediately. Investigators already held signed transfers, wire trails, and dissolved entities tied directly to him. This arrest is the first crack in a major large structure. Under Trump and Secretary Hegseth, the military purge inside the VA is accelerating. The years of denied claims, slow roll medical care, and political weaponization are now being traced back to the same network that protected Obama. Shinseki's fall signals that the chain is breaking and more arrests are expected. The reckoning has begun. Monday, December 8th, the dossier they never expected you to read. Nassar. They hid these programs because they were never meant to reach the public. Bluebird, Artichoke, MKUltra, Mockingbird, Paperclip, Midnight Climax. 6 covert engines that shaped the modern world while citizens lived under the illusion of freedom. These were not studies, they were weapons designed to fracture memory, hijack identity, and manufacture obedience on a national scale. Every newly opened file confirms the same truth. The government was not researching control, it was mastering it. Bluebird began the descent by testing hypnosis, chemical amnesia, and identity stripping on the most vulnerable. Artichoke pushed further, exploring how to erase free will entirely. MKUltra crowned the system, breaking minds to create programmable human assets. Mockingbird seized the media, placing operatives inside newsrooms to sculpt reality itself. Paperclip imported Nazi scientists whose methods became the backbone of American intelligence. Midnight Climax trapped civilians in drugged brothels, studying collapse, trauma, and exploitability. The story is not that these programs existed. The story is that their architecture never vanished. It evolved, adapted, and moved deeper underground, waiting for a moment when the public no longer questioned who built the world they are living in. Monday, December 8th, military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the act of color revolution against the United States. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit, targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. The Maroon pattern unmasks a textbook domestic color revolution executed in plain view to silence dissent. High-resolution photographs from the September 10, 2025 assassination of Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley University challenge the official narrative. They depict the alleged shooter Tyler Robinson, positioned calmly among the front row audience in a maroon shirt, dark shorts, black cap, and backpack, identical to the attire described in media reports of a rooftop escape. No evidence supports a rooftop vantage, outfit change, or evasion through the crowd. Robinson was embedded in the spectators when the shot was fired. FBI ballistic markers on the lawn left of the stage further contradict the FBI's rooftop shooter claim, indicating a trajectory from the right side of the crowd area. Consistent with a ground-level operative, these anomalies align with insights from Candace Owens' recent broadcast, which analyzes crowd footage revealing an anomalous cluster of young, fit men all attending solo clad in the same maroon hue, stationed at key angles around the stage. Unlike panicked attendees who ducked or fled, many of these individuals stood firm, methodically filming the incident from preset positions. Critically, the viral videos that define the lone gunman storyline, all amplified rapidly across platforms, originated from these maroon-shirted figures, simulating grassroots dissemination. Veterans from U.S., UK, French, and other special operation units have corroborated to Candace Owens that maroon serves as a global identifier for airborne and elite forces, often as a color of the day for undercover federal or quick reaction teams. In high chaos scenarios, it enables instant ally recognition amid extraction or protection protocols. This orchestrated uniformity exemplifies CIA-honed color revolution tactics deployed in regime change efforts like Ukraine's 2014 Maidan Uprising. Such operations fabricate spontaneity through pre-positioned assets, controlled narratives, and visual cues to mass coordination as organic unrest. Here in the Maroon cadre ensure narrative dominance while the FBI has offered no explanation for their positioning, composure under fire, or the suppression of contradictory family-submitted footage. Military operational tactics exposed during the Charlie Kirk assassination, aka the Maroon Boys. This is just another layer of the active color revolution against the United States. Charlie Kirk's assassination appears as a professional, multinational military intelligence hit, targeting Kirk's exposés on foreign meddling in conservative networks and the U.S. government. Monday, December 8th, the Clintons, CIA, and MENA. The core allegations condensed Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. During Bill Clinton's governorship of Arkansas, 1979 to 81 and 1983 to 92, the remote MENA Intermountain Airport allegedly became a major hub for CIA-backed Iran-Contra operations. With Congress banning direct funding of the Nicaraguan Contras, the Reagan-Bush administration allegedly used covert channels to arm the rebels and bring cocaine north to finance them. Key claims. Drug pilot and CIA asset Barry Seal moved his operation to Mina in 1981, flying weapons south and returning with hundreds of kilos of cocaine monthly. Declassified documents and IRS probes confirm large-scale money laundering through Arkansas banks. Weekly cash drops reportedly exceeded $9 million. State-level investigations were repeatedly blocked. Charges dropped citing national security. Clinton associates Dan Lasseter, Patsy Thomason, Jackson Stevens, ADFA, were linked to the network. Trooper L.D. Brown claimed Clinton knew about the flights and even flew with Seal in 1984. 1987, teens Kevin Ives and Don Henry found dead on tracks after allegedly witnessing a drug drop. Initially ruled accident by Clinton-appointed M.E. Fahmy Malak. Multiple subsequent witnesses killed in violent accidents. 1993, Vince Foster suicide, Jerry Parks murdered, etc. No direct evidence has ever tied the Clinton or personally profiting from the drug trade. Every official investigation, CIA IG 96 to 98, House Banking Committee, Arkansas State probes, either found no agency involvement in trafficking or concluded obstruction claims were unproven. Broader deep state pattern alleged by critics. G.H.W. Bush, ex-CIA director, oversaw Contra program. Obama family ties to CIA-linked institutions in Indonesia and Hawaii. Persistent claims that top political figures are pre-selected or protected because of intelligence connections. Bottom line, Mina was undeniably used for Contra resupply, and some drug smuggling occurred, but the leap to the Clintons ran a CIA Commander Thor Intel. This is from December 8th, 2025. This information was relayed to VT from one of the light beings he is currently working underground with, and then relayed to me. Here is what he stated. The energy beings have placed a ring around Antarctica that will eventually rise up and envelop the whole Earth. And I said, I'm guessing this is some sort of energy shield to protect the Earth from the solar flash. That's just my opinion. Once this ring completely envelops the Earth, the solar flare will take place. He did not know the timing of these events, but said this was a big step closer to the solar flash, so it should happen soon. He also told me we will see an uptick in Earth changes, like volcanoes and earthquakes, since the Earth is ascending, and there's still a lot of evil on the planet. Wherever evil is concentrated, these Earth changes could occur. This is the Earth purging itself of evil so that it can ascend. Commander Thor also said that the ring, he does not know what it's made of, and he also said it's invisible. So thank you, Commander Thor. And just a side note, this picture is just a picture of the Aurora Borealis. It's not the ring in Antarctica.
What we are staring at right now is the slow motion blueprint of what amounts to an American coup or an American color revolution. And it's carried out, Alex, not with rifles and troops and tanks, but with regulations and encrypted chats. And it sounds rather sci-fi and innocuous, but this is exactly what's being done. It's quiet, it's polite, it's office casual, kind of a dress down Friday version of this. And the kind that walks in, you know, with a badge and calls itself public service. If that doesn't concern you, it should, because what happens is the script is not secret. It's not coded. It's written in English for anyone who has the courage to pay attention and to read it. And by the way, to accept what you and I are saying is something that I think people are rather disinclined to do. Let me ask you something. When federal workers take federal salaries that we pay them to abide, and they move official communications onto private encrypted apps, you know, before the president even takes office, What do you call that?
You call it a coup,
You can
and you call it a violation of a whole bunch of Open Records Act laws, serious felonies.
You can call it activism if you want. You can call it resistance if that makes you feel noble. But history calls it something else: mutiny. Mutiny through Wi-Fi, through channels. This is a digital barricade that's erected itself inside the very government the voters just reshaped. And this was not oversight. This was pre-organization. And what you have said, and we've noticed, they do this in plain sight. They want you to know the symbology, the semiotics. They don't hide anything. But people are so shocked because, after all, Alex, we don't want to get conspiratorial. Oh, no way. Like Gore Vidal said, I'm not a conspiracy a theorist. I'm a conspiracy analyst. This is pre-coordination, pre-resistance. They decided the people made the wrong choice. They don't like Trump. So they created a parallel kind of a nervous system.
And by the way, when Trump won in 2016, they've come out, the heads of Google, all of them got together, Facebook, with Obama and said, remember, they've given speeches saying, we decided it was the wrong choice, literally the day after the election, so we organized this coup. And it's still ongoing.
In fact, look what they're saying now, tacitly through this message. You have the right, you have the legal authority to resist. You can resist. You are the resistance, to borrow a particular phrase. But this was designed to counteract the president they didn't approve of. This is, again, mutiny. This is sedition. This is tyranny. And again, I'd say this, they didn't hide it. They bragged about it. They wrote reports and they did tabletops and they war gamed it. They conducted panels. They gave interviews. They said things like democracy, transition, and cross-border governance and all of this, these phrases as though they belonged in the U.S. That language is not American. It's what you hear before a foreign regime is targeted by experts who specialize, by the way, in toppling governments. Because remember who these people are. That's what they do. These aren't amateurs. They're regime change professionals who do it openly and notoriously. And by the way, who suddenly discovered a moral calling, they think, to apply their foreign tricks here at home.
Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. "10 Days of Darkness. Sunday, December 7th, 2025. Timing of a pending internet shutdown and 10 days of darkness throughout the world will be determined by a quantum computer's analysis of the entire Sunday, December 7th, 2025. Walmart to close all 4,606 stores in 24-hour blackout, and doors will shut earlier than normal beforehand." Sunday, December 7th. Global operations are accelerating, and the real story is not on television. Ariel on Telegram. While the media floods America with distractions, political theater, and staged outrage, the real shift is happening out of sight. What unfolded this week was not random chaos. It was cover for something much larger, moving beneath the surface. Behind every headline, something else was happening. Private intel confirms that bond fund deliveries to paymasters accelerated with unprecedented speed. The flow was so intense that several teams had to rotate around the clock just to keep up. This is not a test run. This is what a controlled global realignment looks like. Private appointments have already begun, not upcoming, not preparing, begun. Those who organize their projects and position themselves early are the ones being contacted first. This phase is not about waiting, it is about readiness. And here is what the public does not understand. Straight cash exchanges are over. The new system operates through structured wealth placement, secure accounts, and advisory oversight. Every individual will direct their funds into protected channels guided by specialists tied directly to Treasury and QFS infrastructure.
While Americans are distracted by market swings, congressional drama, celebrity-generated noise, and manufactured social conflict, the actual machinery of transition is already in motion. These events were not accidental. They were synchronized. The public sees confusion. We see cover. The truth behind this week is simple. The system is shifting faster than they want you to realize. Stay ready. The next phase is already lining up. Global financial situation. Sunday, December 7th. New update. Trump's tariffs equals people's payday. Red, white, and green. Supreme Court poised to back Trump tariffs, clearing the way for $2,000 payouts to Americans. Sunday, December 7th, 2025. The world is standing at the edge of an economic shift unlike anything humanity has ever seen. For generations, we lived under a financial order built on engineered debt, silent extraction, and psychological control. But that architecture is collapsing. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Nisara and Jasara, once mocked as myth, are now emerging into public view as the final pieces of a global transition, quietly advanced under President Trump and recognized by 209 sovereign nations. These acts mark the end of the corrupt central banking system and the rise of a just and transparent world. At the center of this transition stands the quantum financial system. QFS is not a software upgrade, it is a total replacement of the banking matrix. Satellite secured, incorruptible, and immune to manipulation, fiat currency and fractional reserve lending are finished. The vanishing banks, the disappearing ATMs, the silent shifts inside global payment rails are not coincidences. They are controlled dismantling procedures as the reset unfolds. QFS reaches far beyond money. Voting integrity, education records, legal archives, identity management, taxation, and welfare systems will all move into a transparent quantum ledger. The era of forged data, rigged elections, and hidden laws is ending. For the first time in modern history, power shifts back to individuals, not institutions. And with this shift comes restitution. Citizens over 21 will receive structured monthly payments that restore what was taken from them under the old system. These funds are not charity. They are repayment for decades of unlawful financial harvesting through birth certificates, bond trading, and trust instruments tied to churches, courts, and obsolete City of London network. For years, baptism, marriage, and civil documents were quietly monetized behind the scenes. That mechanism is gone. The old trinity of control centered in the Vatican, Buckingham Palace, and Washington is already fractured. The Queen is gone, the Vatican's influence is fading, and the former puppet government in D.C. no longer controls the levers it once held. Nisara and Jasara also deliver justice on a national scale. Illegally collected income taxes will be refunded with interest. Mortgages, credit cards, and compounding loan structures created through fraudulent banking practices will be forgiven, and interest charges returned. Social Security payments will rise dramatically, lifting the elderly and disabled out of manufactured scarcity. The IRS system of extraction ends and is replaced with a transparent, consumption-based structure that cannot be weaponized. This is not political theater. It is the destruction of for over a century, the stolen wealth of nations hidden in off-ledger repositories, satellite accounts, and secret vaults is being reclaimed and reassigned to the people. Gold and silver-backed currencies will replace fiat notes. Quantum encryption will protect every transaction. Inflation, manipulation, and engineered poverty will not survive inside this system. You are not witnessing speculation. You're living inside the transition. The collapse of the old world is accelerating, and the rise of the new is unfolding in real time. Those who understand the signs already feel the shift. Those who doubt will soon see undeniable proof. Your worth is being restored.
Your rights are being reinstated. Your future is being rebuilt on foundations of transparency and abundance. Sunday, December 7th, projects never meant to be found. Classified dossier, Bluebird, Artichoke, MK Ultra, Mockingbird, Paperclip, Midnight Climax. December 7th, 1941, when the sky cried fire and the sea burned with valor, a date which will live in infamy, President Franklin D. Roosevelt. Sunday, December 7th, 2025, according to ex-Naval Intelligence Officer William Cooper, JFK was assassinated by William Greer, the Secret Service agent who was driving the car. William Cooper was assassinated in 2001, just months after predicting 9/11 weeks before it happened. Cue the storm on Telegram. Sunday, December 7th, Monroe Doctrine 2.0, the hemisphere as strategic depth again. Sunday, December 7th, massive Obamacare fraud. CNBC, found after GAO investigation. Investigations show that fake applicants were being approved, how one social security number had over 125 different policies attached to it. Subsidizing over 59,000 dead, which means insurance companies were still getting paid. You just can't make this stuff up, ladies and gentlemen. They also found that over 12 million people did not file a claim because they didn't even know that they had insurance because they were automatically enrolled, never notified. So once again, insurance companies can get paid and you never file a claim, which in return saves them money. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. Sunday, December 7th, Manhattan Project 2.0. The Trump executive order that shook the earth, a brain army of 40,000 mobilized for national survival, from Oppenheimer to algorithms in America's war for AI supremacy. Sunday, December 7th, Trump targeted again. New assassination attempt exposed. Military alliance mobilizes nationwide. Counteroffensive. Sunday, December 7th, homeless but never loveless. TV show The View busted over criticism of Kash Patel and FBI. Saturday, December 6th, JAG arrests former press secretary for treason and espionage. Sunday, December 7th, does not know what the hell Biden's FBI was doing. They had January 6th pipe bomber information for years, but Kash Patel and Bongino found the suspect in months. I don't know what they were doing outside of targeting political opponents, weaponizing the FBI, destroying its reputation, embarrassing agents that are doing really good work. I swore in, I kid you not. 15 minutes later, I said, I want a full brief on the pipe bomb case. I said, you're going to get me this guy. You're going to find him. I want him. That started what's been a 9-month operation right now to give full accountability and transparency. Bongino says this would not have been possible without all the DOJ leadership and staff being on it. You can't do a lot without DOJ process. Imagine that. A competent team.
So it looks like two of the biggest media grand conspirators of all time are conspiring again. And the good news is because we remember the names, you don't have to believe a word they say. So now that the Trump FBI in just a few short months has been able to do something that the Biden FBI absolutely refused to do and arrested the alleged pipe bomber from January 6th. You know, the person who placed the pipe bombs in front of the RNC and the DNC, and for some reason, the Biden Department of Justice and the FBI was unable to find them. They could find all of the people who attended January 6th and grandma who stepped foot on the Capitol grounds, but they couldn't find this guy. Well, the Trump administration did, and now, because they did, the left and the grand conspirators realize how much trouble they're in. So they're trying to change the narrative. Did you see this piece that came out today? Pipe bomb suspect confessed, telling FBI he supports Trump and anarchy. Oh, sure he did. Yeah, like we're supposed to believe that the person who has ties to BLM, he and his dad worked as a bail bondsman for illegal immigrants, were suing the Department of Homeland Security for treatment of illegal immigrants. He and his family have close ties to a lobbyist who's connected to Hillary Clinton. We're supposed to believe that when he tells the FBI, allegedly, that he supports Donald Trump, that that's true? Yeah, likely story. That sounds exactly like what somebody would say to investigators when their goal is to try to frame this as a MAGA attack. The problem that these people have, well, let me show you. You see, I've learned some very important lessons with watching how the grand conspiracy has operated, and the first place that I go when I see a headline like that is to the byline. I want to find out who wrote this article and what did they say in it. Do you see the first name up there? Ken Delanian. There's a reason why Dan Bongino refers to this guy as Fusion Ken Delanian, because he is one of the biggest mouthpieces for the CIA and for the grand conspiracy against Donald Trump. This is the guy that they go to when they want to lie to you. You know what else I noticed? How they source this information? From two unnamed anonymous sources. According to two people familiar with the interview, according to two sources familiar with Cole's interview who requested anonymity to speak about a sensitive, ongoing investigation. And then you have another one, Natasha Bertrand, who happens to work side by side with Ken Delanian when they want to lie to you. This is what the grand conspiracy looks like. So Ken Delanian and Natasha Bertrand, two of the biggest conspirators against the American people, are doing it again.
Fraud. Sunday, December 7th. You've probably heard the news by now. Minnesota fraudsters stole over $1 billion from Medicaid. And you deserve an explanation. Emergency broadcast system on Telegram. Our staff at CMS told me they've never seen anything like this in Medicaid. And everyone from Governor Tim Walz on down needs to be investigated because they've been asleep at the wheel. Based on what we know now, this is a clear dereliction of duty. First, the facts. In recent years, Minnesota Medicaid launched several new programs, including housing stabilization services, which help disabled homeless individuals, and early intensive developmental and behavioral intervention, which reimburse therapy costs for families with autistic children. Some bad actors in Minnesota's Somali community decided to game the system, and when they got away with it, they decided to go bigger. The housing program was supposed to cost $2.6 million annually. Last year, it paid out over $100 million. The autism program ballooned from $3 million in 2018 to nearly $400 million in 2023. These scammers used stolen taxpayer money to buy flashy cars, purchase overseas real estate, and offer kickbacks to parents who enrolled their kids at fake autism treatment centers. Some of it may have even made its way to the Somalian terrorist group Al-Shabaab. So why didn't Walz stop them? That's simple, because he went all in on identity politics. Somalis are a huge voting bloc, and the state's leaders were afraid that forcefully tackling this issue might cause political backlash. That's not me saying that. It's a Somali-American fraud investigator who talked to the New York Times. Somali scammers get rich off the programs Governor Walz was supposed to be managing. Minnesota politicians get elected with Somali votes and keep the money flowing. This isn't just fraud, it's political patronage at public expense. When Minnesota told CMS about the problem last year, they assured us they'd handle it. By summer, it was obvious they couldn't or wouldn't. So we stepped in and shut down the worst program, housing. We also froze provider enrollment in a few of the most abused programs. So where do we go from here? To restore the integrity of the Medicaid program, Minnesota must, number one, provide CMS with weekly updates on how the state is stopping fraud. 2, freeze enrollment of all high-risk providers for 6 months. 3, confirm all providers in place are legitimate or remove them. 4, send CMS a corrective action plan of how these will prevent this from happening again. If we are unsatisfied with the state's plans or cooperation, we'll stop paying the federal share of these programs. The message to Walz is clear. Either fix this in 60 days or start looking under your couch for spare change, because we're done footing the bill for your incompetence. With CMS on the case, these scammers and their bureaucratic enablers have nowhere left to hide. The vulnerable Americans who depend on these programs and the taxpayers who fund them deserve the truth. Sunday, December 7th, breaking. Now that Trump has sent DHS into Minneapolis, Americans are speaking out. I would say about 80% of the government-assisted housing in Columbus, Ohio, is occupied by Somalians, and the parking lot is occupied with a whole bunch of brand new cars. And the women walking around have designer purses with EBT cards, and they have Apple iPhones stuck up in their hijabs. Then go to the businesses that are owned by the men. Because see, what happens is when you have a restaurant or when you have a little corner store and you have a couple of wives and you only have to claim one, then that means the other wives get EBT cards, and you can use those EBT cards to buy food for your store or your restaurant. Stormwatch 17 on Telegram. Sunday, December 7th, Fox News alert. American President Donald J. Trump has dropped a bombshell by ordering the Department of Justice to conduct a comprehensive probe into Act Blue, the Democratic Party's fundraising platform, over allegations of widespread election fraud and illicit foreign contributions. Now that we see how bad Minnesota is, I wonder how many other blue states we need to look at. Sunday, December 7th, Monroe Doctrine 2.0 and the Return of American Strategic Command. Ezra A. Cohen. The world thinks it is watching another drug war, but behind the noise, a far more deliberate structure is taking shape. The Western Hemisphere has been reclassified as a contested battle space where ports, sea lanes, resources, and migration routes determine the next century of power. This is Monroe Doctrine 2.0, rewritten for a collapsing multipolar era and executed with the precision of a military blueprint. Under President Trump, the United States is no longer reacting. It is imposing a strategic perimeter and treating cartels as sovereign enemies backed by foreign states. The old definitions are gone. Cartels are now recognized as shadow governments controlling ports, fuel lines, mineral corridors, and digital smuggling routes. This unlocks the full spectrum of U.S. force. Naval interdictions shift to deterrence. Air power becomes preemptive denial. Intelligence agencies strike networks previously shielded as civilian. Cyber units forget financial arteries. Special forces operate across borders. The hemisphere is being reorganized so that anything threatening American sovereignty can be neutralized as an enemy combatant structure. At the center of this doctrine stands Venezuela, the hinge of modern hemispheric conflict. Its vast oil reserves, its dependence on China, its military alignment with Russia, and its covert ties to Iran made it the perfect staging ground for foreign encroachment. Trump's Pentagon responded with carrier groups, maritime surveillance, special forces positioning near Colombia, and the destruction of cartel-linked vessels. Before they entered open waters, diplomacy and ultimatums run alongside. Comply or be isolated, align or be contained. Around Venezuela, a strategic triangle emerges. Guyana becomes the American hedge with its rising offshore oil fields. Colombia becomes the surveillance and logistics platform. Venezuela remains the battleground between American control and Eurasian influence. If this triangle holds, the hemisphere holds. Against it stand the three infiltrators. China works through ports, energy grids, and telecom systems. Russia inserts advisors, arms, and cyber leverage. Iran builds proxy channels and financing networks under cartel cover. These are not partners, they are modern colonial footprints. The next phase is clear. Expanded naval and air presence. Sanctions against cartel financing. Pressure on governments adopting Chinese digital infrastructure. Migration routes treated as strategic manipulation. Targeted military force where proxy equals threat. This is no longer a war on drugs. It is a war on foreign control. Monroe Doctrine 2.0 is the final fight for hemispheric sovereignty. It decides who commands the Western Hemisphere as the old world order collapses. Under Trump, the answer is becoming clear. America intends to hold the hemisphere again. President Trump awarded FIFA World Peace Prize. Global financial system crumbling. World's top economies insolvent. US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, New Zealand cannot sustain their debt. BRICS nations and Trump to the rescue. Global currency reset to gold asset-backed currency locked into place on Friday. Judy note, from the below information in this update, it might be assumed, and I could be wrong, that a black swan event was well on its way to collapse the global financial system. As of the month of December 2025, the world's top economies were insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand. They have been held up by false news reporting and the fiat US dollar, but cannot sustain their debt any longer. The fiat global financial system was crumbling, though a monumental shift has been happening since the November 28, 2025 shotgun start of the global currency reset. The new revalued gold asset-backed currency rates on the quantum financial system locked into place on Friday, December the 5th, and would be announced to the public in January 2026. The gold-backed QFS was set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved the world for centuries. This fully decentralized system was set to eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. At 0000 Zulu, sharp on Saturday morning, December 6th, the St. Germain World Trust released the Infinity Tranche, uncountable zeros. Every humanitarian wallet on Earth just received an irreversible 9-figure start balance. A few moments later at 00.06 Zulu, on Saturday, December 6, all sovereign rate screen showed redeemed. On that same Saturday, 6th of December 2025, the Global Military Alliance unleashed a torrent of arrests. In one day alone, the Global Military Alliance rescued over 700 children from unspeakable horrors. By Monday, December 8th, the emergency broadcast system was set to activate worldwide and give pointers on how to access your banking money account already mirrored into the QFS. Tier 4B appointments for those in the internet group who hold foreign currencies and Zim bonds. December 10th, regenerating bodies and spirits with technology born of divine ingenuity. The 10 days of darkness could commence as soon as Friday, December 12th, 2025. That's when the Starlink satellite system will broadcast truths about the fall of the evil cabal who have been stealing our monies for centuries. While the transparent quantum financial system fortifies our money accounts against sabotage. Thursday, December 18th, will see a full global rollout of the global currency reset to the general public. Global currency reset. Saturday, December 6th, Wolverine. Wolvie says he will be fully under NDA in a few days. He will do the opera, but will be off Telegram. Triggers will receive their master contracts today to sign. Secondary contracts will go to their members. After signing and returning, they will be paid on Monday. Early payments of GCR have begun. The taking down of the fiat dollar and banking systems have begun. The transition designed to happen without mass panic. The system that was designed around hidden taxes and inflation is crumbling. Nasara protocols are being activated. These things won't be explained in traditional channels. Redemption centers are ready for January intake. The current window, as people focus on the holidays, is ideal. Regarding Tier 4B, there are lots of rumors. The private sector is moving and people are definitely being paid. Saturday, December 6, 2025, A to Z has confirmed that Wolvie reported particularly the following. Wolvie will be fully under NDA within the next few days. Triggers are receiving master contracts now. Secondary contracts will follow with payments expected Monday after execution. Tier 4B, many rumors are circulating that notifications are expected to begin as Tier 4A payments are dispersed. Redemption centers are prepared and ready for intake. Saturday, December 6, major economic intel update. NESARA payout operations confirmed active. The January 2026 reset is real and underway. The long-anticipated financial transition is no longer theoretical. Multiple internal channels have now confirmed that the early stages of NESARA-related payouts have quietly begun, synchronized with Treasury systems and military oversight. The operation is unfolding exactly as planned, silently, strategically, and ahead of the public narrative. With January 2026 approaching, the timing is deliberate. The reset is not a policy shift or a currency adjustment. It is a structural reconstruction of the American financial system. Back-end systems have been aligning for months in preparation for this moment. This phase includes the controlled wind-down of fiat mechanisms, the seizure and repurposing of off-ledger elite accounts, the dismantling of long-standing globalist debt structures, the integration of asset-backed financial architecture. Every major institution is aware of what is happening. Banks, treasury divisions, and global financial bodies, yet none will publicly acknowledge it at this stage. The transition is designed to execute without mass panic or premature speculation. America is entering its largest economic transformation in modern history. For decades, citizens were bound by a system engineered around inflation, compounding debt, hidden taxation, and centralized control. That system began unraveling when the new administration took office in January 2025. And what we are seeing now is a continuation of that coordinated teardown. NESARA protocols are activating in layers. Debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. What has been confirmed so far? Inside restricted access financial corridors. Several developments are already verified. Over 93,000 accounts have entered clearance review ahead of disbursement. Redemption centers have been moved into operational readiness for December-January intake. QFS synchronization levels remain above 92% stability. Initial redistribution pathways are now active and routing successfully. These are not projections. They are occurring behind the scenes in real time. Why the holiday timing matters? The current window, late November through Christmas 2025, was chosen intentionally. During this period, public attention is fragmented, and the nation's energy is focused on family, travel, and celebration. It is the ideal moment for Treasury, DoD, and civilian clearance teams to finalize the structural components of the new financial era without interference. The coming weeks are not about celebration alone. They are about positioning. Those who have followed the signals understand the magnitude of what is unfolding. The January 2026 transition is not approaching. It is already in motion. Saturday, December 6, Debt Erasure by GCR, QFS, Paul White. Paul White, Gold Eagle on X. I want to highlight the humanitarian side of what's quietly unfolding. While the tech rollout of QFS has been successful, an equally profound development is happening in parallel. Debts are being erased in stealth mode. Loan balances disappearing. X. Debts are being erased, loan balances disappearing. Individuals across various countries are waking up to find their credit card or student loan balances at zero with no clear explanation. One called me astonished that his longtime credit card debt was just gone. Banks simply adjusted it away without notice. Mortgage forgiveness. Homeowners are receiving letters about mortgage recalculations. Chinks of their mortgage principal are being wiped. One had their loan slashed by 50% overnight, labeled as a bank error, resulting in an overpayment adjustment. Tax debt cancellations. Small business owners logged into their government portals and found past due taxes marked paid or forgiven. Instead of a big public decree, NESARA is rolling out piecemeal to avoid chaos. Redemption centers have shifted from standby to activation mode. A limited number of insiders and military personnel have been called in to redeem dinar, dong, and historic bonds. These are test runs under NDA. Since early June 2025, centers have been staffed 24/7 on rotating shifts. They have run multiple drills, processing pretend clients to make sure every step is ironed out. The funds for redemptions are already in place in QFS accounts. One center quietly completed a handful of live transactions last week to ensure those funds could move, and they did, instantly through the QFS. Redemption staff were at attention, ready for the floodgates to open. There was a wall of silence from officials in mainstream media. Those coordinating this transition don't want to tip off the remaining bad actors or spark public panic until everything is 100% ready. They know once they go public, it's irreversible. NESARA protocols are activating in layers. WH Grandpa on Telegram. Debt forgiveness algorithms are already present in internal systems. Gold-backed recalibration modules are running through Treasury channels. Offshore recovery orders are funneling seized capital back into controlled redistribution streams. Clearance procedures that once depended on legacy banks now operate on quantum secured ledgers. None of this will be explained on mainstream channels, but the infrastructure is already functioning. Saturday, December 6th, Fox News. Pam Bondi just declared a major victory, along with Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, for arresting the pipe bomber, Brian Cole Jr., and said the Biden administration sat on this case for years and did nothing. Bondi says this investigation is ongoing and other could be involved as part of a larger network of terrorists. Saturday, December 6, 2025, man from Afghanistan says he's getting $7,000 a month in welfare payments from American taxpayers in California. Illegals in California are asking business owners to pay them under the table so they won't lose benefits. Saturday, December 6th, we have a link. Breaking overnight intel drop. America hijacked. Cartels in our agencies. Illegals on our roads. $billion scams in our welfare system. Saturday, December 6th, mega bombshell. Barack Obama's magical rise from food stamps to a $270 million empire. No business, no product, no explanation. Just deep state bribes and globalist blood money. Epstein files leak on Telegram. He went from food stamps and a ghost-written memoir to a $270 million fortune. Zero companies, zero inventions, zero real jobs. Just betrayal after betrayal. The real story starts in Chicago. Saudi money and Pakistani handlers allegedly paid for his Columbia and Harvard scholarships. His first book sold almost nothing until the machine turned it into a bestseller overnight. Then the floodgates opened. Illinois Senate, trial lawyers and union bosses dumped millions. U.S. Senate Jack Ryan sealed divorce records magically unsealed. Obama walks in unopposed. Classic deep state op. President, the real payday. Post White House, he collected $400,000 per speech from Wall Street, $1.2 million from German banks, $65 million book deal for 2 ghost-written books nobody read organically, $50 to $65 million from Netflix to push propaganda, millions of hours of woke content, $9 million from Spotify for podcasts nobody streamed. Add the shadowy consulting through West Exec Advisors, pure influence peddling to foreign powers. While Americans lost jobs, homes, and sons in endless wars, Obama cashed checks from the same globalists who hate this country. Benghazi cover-up, Iran, pallets of cash, Fast and Furious, Spygate, every treason paid dividends into his empire. Today he sits in his $12 million Cala mansion next to the Clintons, laughing while his foundation funds color revolutions and the border stays wide open. This isn't success. This is payment for services rendered against we the people. Q told us, follow the money, follow the wives, follow the foundation. Every thread leads back to the same cabal. They thought we'd never notice the grift because they control the media. But the Great Awakening is here. Trump declassified it. The White Hats have the receipts. The storm isn't coming. It's already raining. Lock him up. Lock them all up. We win. God wins. Love wins. They never thought she would lose. Now they all lose. Q+. Judy note, on December 4th, 2025 at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the currency revaluation began to unfurl, starting with certain Tier 4B ZIM holders summoned via the quantum financial system. Sextillions in payouts have been repatriated for humanitarian projects to fuel redemptive works, from coastal orphanages to inland aqueducts. The debt jubilee descended at eventide Thursday evening, nullifying every fetter of debt across the globe. Inheritances unchained in a flood of forgiveness. Medbeds will awaken in waves beginning Sunday, December 7th in sanctuaries from Arizona's Red Rocks to Scottish Highlands, bestowing regeneration upon the forsaken, limbs reborn, memories mended, vitality restored. Nasara Jasara orchestrates the ultimate wealth transfer. Cabal citadels emptied into arcs of equity. The event, EBS Global Blackout, 10 Days of Darkness, the emergency broadcast system activated at noon Eastern Standard Time on Thursday, December 4th. That's when the 17th letter gave the green light for the 8-tone EBS test burst at 1800 EST on Thursday, December 4th. Global Blackout confirmed the second wave is now moving. You are living inside the event. Pay close attention to the patterns: sun flare, grid flicker, broadcast distortion, global sync, then silence, then truth. The final switch has not yet been pulled, but the finger is already on it. JFK Jr. Private on Telegram. The military's Project Odin on Starlink CBS will entail 10 days of darkness running from Wednesday, December 10th through Saturday, December 20th, 2025, where 10 countries run India, unveiling a chronicle of corruption in the government, banking, and military. On Friday, December 12th, the red folder would come into play. Thursday, December 4th, global financial emergency. Global currency reset is the world is on the brink of a catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, Nasara Jasara, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here, and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling, and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. This system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared. But we see through their deception. The emergency broadcast system is coming. In the midst of this chaos, the EBS is primed for activation. Why? Because when the markets implode, when the banks fail, when the truth about Nasara Jasara is finally revealed, the world will enter a new era of financial sovereignty. We are at the point of no return. The dollar is collapsing, and the fiat money system is burning to the ground. What will rise from the ashes? A fair asset-backed system that restores power to the people. What you need to know now. What you need to do now. Get cash in hand before bank closures hit. Exit fiat currency now. Gold, silver, cryptos will be the new financial foundation. Watch the EBS activation. The final revelation is coming. The elites are terrified because the people are waking up. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's coming. Prepare for impact because the financial war is about to reach its climax. Thursday, December 4th, the red folder is moved. The moment has arrived. When the red folder opens, the final sequence begins. No reversal, no return. Prepare. December 12th is a trigger point, not a date, a signal. EAS and EBS are already under military control. Project Odin and Starlink are in position. The civil grid is a shell. The real network is armed. 10 nations are locked into the global broadcast frame. When the switch flips, all screens merge into one feed. The transmission will expose everything: government corruption, banking fraud, military crimes. No filter, no delay. The red folder's not a threat. It is the countdown. Stay alert. The next signal won't wait. Global financial situation. Thursday, December 4th, while the tech rollout of QFS has been successful, an equally profound development is happening in parallel. Debts are being erased in stealth mode. Loan balances disappearing. Individuals across various countries are waking up to find their credit card or student loan balances at zero, with no clear explanation. One contact called me astonished, and his longtime credit card debt was just gone. The bank simply adjusted it away without notice. Mortgage forgiveness. Homeowners are receiving letters about mortgage recalculations. In reality, chunks of their mortgage principal are being wiped. A friend's parents had their remaining home loan slashed by 50% overnight, labeled as a bank error, resulting in an overpayment adjustment. Tax debt cancellations. Small business owners I know logged into their government portals, found past due taxes marked paid or forgiven unexpectedly. No announcement, just a quiet database update nullifying that debt. This is the beginning of Nassar's promise. Canceling illegitimate debt. Instead of a big public decree, it's rolling out piecemeal under the radar to avoid chaos. Redemption centers active behind the scenes. Specialized redemption centers have shifted from standby to activation mode. Test exchange appointments. A limited number of insiders and military personnel have been called in to redeem dinar dong and historic bonds. These are test runs under NDA. The feedback from these early exchanges has been extremely positive, smooth and glitch-free. Staff on high alert. Since early June, centers are staffed 24/7 on rotating shifts. They have run multiple drills, processing pretend clients to make sure every step is ironed out. Now they are basically just waiting at their desks for the final go order, verified rates and funds. I've been briefed on some of the rates being tested for the currency exchanges, and they align with what we expected from the asset-backed reset values. The funds for redemptions are already in place in QFS accounts, just awaiting authorization. In fact, one center quietly completed a handful of live transactions last week to ensure those funds could move, and they did, instantly through the QFS. The infrastructure to convert the old fiat money into new value-backed currency is not theory. It's built and tested. Redemption staff are essentially at attention, ready for the floodgates to open. Wall of silence from officials throughout all these monumental shifts. Governments and mainstream media remain almost completely silent. There's a deliberate information blackout in effect. Media blackout. You won't hear a peep about debt forgiveness or quantum financial system on mainstream news. Banks quietly write off debts, and the press either ignores it or chalks it up to routine loan write-downs. Government denials. Officials who are asked about strange occurrences, like sudden debt cancellations or banking system outages, give vague assurances that everything is fine, and it's business as usual. Behind closed doors, of course, they're either panicking or preparing, depending on which side they're on. Strategic secrecy. The silence is strategic. Those coordinating this transition don't want to tip off the remaining bad actors or spark public panic until everything is 100% ready. They know once they go public, it's irreversible. So for now, we get radio silence, even as evidence of change quietly accumulates in private circles. Restored Republic. Thursday, December 4, midday shockwave dispatch from undisclosed location, John F. Kennedy Jr. It's 11:59 Eastern Standard Time, and the cabal just lit their own funeral pyre. At 15:44 Zulu, the last functioning deep state body double of Justin Trudeau attempted a live television address from an Ottawa bunker. Mid-sentence, the clone's left eye liquefied on camera and skin split down the cheek. Canadian Armed Forces white hats cut the feed and took the creature into custody. The real Trudeau has been in Gitmo since February 2023. The mask is off, literally. At 16:02 Zulu, a joint task force of U.S. Navy SEALs and defected French DGSE legionnaires breached the ancient African Stargate complex beneath the Adams Calendar site of Mpumalanga, South Africa. The Anunnaki resonance portal that was scheduled to open for the fake alien invasion Thursday, December 4th, Joe Rogan using his platform to raise awareness. Minnesota Democrats are rigging their elections by allowing illegals to vote with their issued driver's licenses. Minnesota elections confirms non-citizens can vote with driver's licenses. State hearing. Minnesota Director Elections Paul Linnell testified that non-citizens holding driver's licenses under the 2023 Driver's Licenses for All law can register to vote and cast ballots by affirming eligibility. The ID verifies identity but not citizenship. Minnesota Secretary of State Steve Simon announcement. Joe Rogan also says Democrats are rigging our congressional seats because illegals are counted in the census. Thursday, December 4th, Doge confirms. Conspiracy theory no more. The illegal alien industry. Illegal aliens were issued Social Security numbers by the Biden-Harris terrorist administration, with 1.4 million illegal aliens on Medicaid, and millions received driver's licenses, registered to vote, and have already voted. 270,425 in 2021, 590,193 in 2022, 964,163 in 2023, and 2,095,247 in 2024. On its way out the door. Thursday, December 4th, 2025, congressional hearing. Home Depot just must have been closed that day. The U.S. Air Force pays $90,000 for a bag of bushings that normally cost well under $100. Our tax dollars flush down the drain. Almost makes me not want to pay taxes anymore. Thursday, December 4th, 2025, Color Revolution. Don Lemon told illegal aliens to buy guns and fight back against federal officers. Then 2 National Guard troops were shot near the White House. His rhetoric is dangerous and reckless. Former CNN host Don Lemon urged black and brown people here illegally to arm themselves against federal officers, instructing followers to take up weapons and resist enforcement. His comments preceded the shooting of 2 National Guard troops near the White House, fueling outrage that media figures are stoking violence against U.S. forces. Lemon's invocation of the Second Amendment to justify armed resistance by illegal aliens is historically false and legally dangerous. Critics say federal authorities must act before more troops are targeted. Voter fraud. Thursday, December 4th, massive election fraud. There's massive election fraud and our own CIA is behind it, along with globalist billionaires like George Soros, the CCP, Venezuela, and the Democrat Party. This isn't only happening in America. This is an organized effort using U.S. taxpayer dollars. This election fraud cartel consists of running propaganda and social media slander campaigns, coordinated protests and riots, produces fake IDs, fake ballots, uses software and hardware, including servers and voting machines that are able to be manipulated, and have people on the inside running the elections to manipulate and rig elections in over 100 plus other countries. Thursday, December 4th, voter fraud, Minneapolis. There it is. Jesse Waters' research shows Democrats dumped all the Somalians into Minneapolis because they needed a voting bloc there. Democrats imported them, gave them social security numbers, signed them up for welfare, and in return, they all vote Democrat. Literal treason. This is another crazy story. Somalia, terrible place, civil war. Clinton comes in, Black Hawk down, says the way we're going to do this, we'll just bring them all here and just starts paroling tens of thousands of Somalians into Minnesota. Now, why Minnesota of all places? It's not warm. It's not like New York City. It's because the Latin American migrants had not gotten there yet. So the business community was like, let's send them to Minneapolis because that'll keep profits up and keep the wages down. So everybody gets social security numbers and everybody gets welfare, and they form this huge voting bloc in the city. I think it's 80,000 Somalians are in the state of Minnesota, and they all vote Democrat. Thursday, December 4th, Isabel Brown speaks on Islam. I think we need to start asking ourselves, is institutionalized Islam compatible with Western civilization? No, absolutely not. It's not, and I think somebody needs to be brave enough to say that. If they call you Islamophobic, who cares? Honestly, who cares? And maybe that's a reasonable phobia to have actually, because institutionalized Islam, when it starts getting married to governance structures in majority Islamic countries are all over the world. It doesn't believe in free speech. It doesn't believe in freedom of religion. It doesn't believe in equality between the genders. In fact, women are considered property, let alone having opportunities for equal rights. It doesn't believe in equal. They don't believe in freedom of movement. They certainly don't believe in your right to dissent against the government. It's not even a democracy. So these same people that are screaming at us, we're saving democracy by electing a Muslim socialist, you'll be very surprised how quickly that can turn into a radical theocracy where your hot girl for Mamdani t-shirt is covered up by a mandatory burqa. Nobody wants to say that because nobody wants to be called Islamophobic. But we're losing the opportunity.
Is doing is not only is he dismantling the old system, and he's doing it one faction at a time. He's doing it one step at a time. He's going in there and he's removing one critical juncture after another to the globalist empire. But he's also showing the world that there's another way to do it. There's a better way to do it. There's another way to do it that benefits all people. That's why I voted for this man. That's why I stand and support President Donald J. Trump. Because I understand that the vision of the future is what we declare, is what we make of it. Is that if we sit around and do nothing, the world will go on like usual. These systems will find a way to subvert power and control back into their own hands, and then in 5 to 10 years, they will take over power and control all over again. But see, the only change that actually happens is the change in the mindset, in the paradigm of the human being, the understanding of what true freedom looks like. The understanding that there is a better way of doing things other than the same rudimentary process that's been done, that has declared wars on other nations for petty political indifference or economic trade deals or the control of land and resources. We are at a turning point in humanity, in history. And this can go either way. And I'm not saying that this is set and done. This can go either way. But it appears to me that the house of cards is collapsing. We're going to get into that. We're going to talk a little bit about this. There's what I would call a multi-pointed battle occurring right now. So you go back last week, we talked about Lara Logan, and we talk about the disclosures that happened on her podcast with the 2020 election fraud. Patrick Byrne, General Flynn directly involved in this, getting this information about how Venezuela, through various different surrogates, was operating in the United States through various different companies that had election voting systems that were stealing the votes by spooling up virtual machines within the RAM of these computers and then changing the vote tallies. And they were skimming off of basically red counties, removing a little bit here and adding a little bit there. And how this information got all the way up to Donald Trump and his campaign, went to Elon Musk, validated the information, and then somehow gets the Cyber Command to where 3 days before the 2020 election, Cyber Command initiates an operation and annihilates the computers in Serbia, in Belgrade, Serbia, that were running this software stealing U.S. elections, allowing Donald Trump to legitimately win the 2024 election. Today, Patrick Byrne put out, Venezuela military intelligence general now sitting in New York prison writes a letter that Patrick Byrne was right about everything. And let me kind of read this if I can. And so this is Hugo Caraja Barrios, former director of military intelligence, 3-star general and deputy in the Venezuelan National Assembly to the American people. This is a letter he wrote. He's currently sitting in jail in New York. We can bring this up. My name is Hugo Caraja Barrios. For many years, I was a high-ranking member of the Venezuelan regime. I was a 3-star general trusted by both Hugo Chavez and Nicolas Maduro, and served as director of military intelligence and a deputy in the National Assembly. Today, I sit in an American prison because I voluntarily pled guilty to the crimes charged against me, a narco-terrorism conspiracy. I write to atone by telling the full truth so that the United States can protect itself from the dangers I witnessed for so many years. I publicly broke with the Maduro regime in 2017 and fled my country, knowing that I faced criminal charges in the United States. In doing so, I became their enemy. Knowing the risk, I acted with the strongest conviction to dismantle Maduro's criminal regime and bring freedom to my country. Today, I see the need to address the American people about the reality of what the Venezuelan regime truly is and why President Trump's policies are not only correct, but absolutely necessary to the United States national security. Narco-terrorism. I personally witnessed how Hugo Chavez's government became the criminal organization that is now run by Nicolas Maduro, Diosdado Cabello, and other senior regime officials. The purpose of this organization, now known as the Cartel of the Suns, is to weaponize drugs against the United States. The drugs that reached your cities through new routes were not accidents of corruption, nor just the work of independent traffickers. They were deliberate policies coordinated by Venezuelan regimes against the United States. This plan was suggested by Cuban regime to Chavez in the mid-2000s and has been successfully executed with the help of the FARC, ELN, Cuban operatives, and Hezbollah. The regime has provided weapons, passports, and impunity for those terrorist organizations to operate freely from Venezuela against the United States. Tren de Aragua. I was present when decisions were made to organize and weaponize criminal gangs across Venezuela to protect the regime. Among them, the group known as Tren de Aragua. Chavez ordered the recruitment of the criminal leaders inside and outside prisons to defend their revolution in exchange for impunity. After Chavez died, Maduro expanded this strategy by exporting criminality and chaos abroad to target Venezuelan political exiles and artificially reduce crime statistics within Venezuela. Gang leaders were instructed to send thousands of members out of the country. This was coordinated through the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Prisons, the National Guard, and National Police Forces. Tren de Aragua became the most effective and fastest growing. When the Biden-Harris open border policy became widely known, they seized the opportunity to send these operatives into the United States. They now have obedient armed personnel on American soil. To finance their operations, they were explicitly instructed to continue kidnapping. Every crime they commit on your soil is an act ordered by the regime. Counterintelligence and espionage against the United States. I was present when the Russian intelligence came to Caracas to propose to Hugo Chavez the tapping of submarine internet cables that connect most of South America and the Caribbean islands with the United States for the purpose of penetrating the United States government communications. In 2015, I warned Maduro that allowing Russian intelligence to build and run a secret listening post in La Orachila Island would one day invite American bombs. He ignored me. For 20 years, the Venezuelan regime sent spies into your country. Many are still there, some disguised as members of the Venezuelan opposition. Cuban intelligence showed me their networks inside your naval base on the East Coast. They bragged about having sent thousands of spies over decades, now some career politicians. U.S. diplomats and CIA officers were paid to assist Chavez and Maduro in remaining in power. These Americans acted as spies for Cuba and Venezuela, and some remain active to this day. Smartmatic in your elections. Smartmatic was born as an electoral tool of the Venezuelan regime, but soon derived into a tool to help keep the regime stay in power forever. I know this because I placed the head of IT of the National Elections Council, CNE, in his position, and he reported directly to me. The Smartmatic system can be altered. This is a fact. This technology was later exported abroad, including to the United States. Regime operatives maintain relationships with election officials and voting machine companies inside your country. I do not claim that every election is stolen, but I state with certainty that elections can be rigged with the software and has been used to do so. People of the United States make no mistake about the threat posed by allowing narco-terrorist organizations to roam freely in the Caribbean and throughout Latin America, doing everything possible to harm the American people, to finance American anti-Semitism, Americanism across the continent, and to facilitate the operations of the other terrorist organizations and enemies of the United States within Venezuela and now within your borders. The regime I served is not merely hostile. It is at war with you, using drugs, gangs, espionage, and even your own democratic process as weapons. President Trump's policies against the Maduro criminal regime are not just justified, but necessary and proportionate to the threat. He may even be underestimating what the regime is prepared to do to hold on to power. They have contingency plans for every extreme scenario to ensure they never relinquish control. I absolutely support President Trump's policy towards Venezuela because it in itself is self-defense, and he is acting based on the truth. I remain ready to provide additional details about the matters to the United States government. Hugo Carvajal Barrios. Wow. Now, he forgot to mention the CIA. He forgot to mention, he mentioned Cuban intelligence, which Cuban intelligence agency, CIA, right? He forgot to mention direct connections to MI6. He forgot to mention Chinese money and support, the Belt and Roads Initiative, how Russia integrated into this whole network as well. General Michael Flynn on the issue saying, all Americans must grasp the gravity of this moment and what this deposition, like letter below, means for the future of our republic. It's that severe of a warning. We cannot allow China or Russia or other major international Islamic terrorist networks to own beachfront property off of our southern border. Trump's actions to date have been sound, but given this new information, our POTUS must do some new soul searching with key members of his team. The blockbuster op-ed comes from a career top of the Venezuelan regime, where he served as the former head of military intelligence and in the National Assembly for nearly a decade. In it, he describes how U.S. diplomats and CIA officers were paid to assist Chavez and Maduro to remain in power. He also describes how the election software Smartmatic, developed in Venezuela, is used to alter elections. This technology was later exported abroad, including the United States. The letter is strategic warning from a man who spent decades inside the command structure of a hostile foreign power. Carvajal, I don't know how to say his name, Carvajal, confirms what many of us have stated repeatedly. The Maduro regime functions as a fully integrated narco-terrorist apparatus conducting the unconventional campaign inside of and against the United States of America. He details how Venezuela weaponized cocaine and coordinated operations with FARC, ELN, Cuban intelligence, and Hezbollah, how it built and exported violent criminal networks like Tren de Aragua into the United States, how its intelligence services infiltrated American institutions for more than 20 years, and how Smartmatic was developed to keep the regime in power forever. Carvajal now states that President Trump's policies were acts of essential national defense and that he is prepared to provide further classified information. We as Americans must demand more transparency about the role of rogue deep state elements inside our own government's national security system who have been or are currently protecting the Venezuelan regime and have been for decades. Now, I want you to also notice something here. Within this, now take a look at the left. Look at the Democrats. Look at the deep state and what they are doing, what they are protecting. Okay? When I was talking about a system, this power and control system, Venezuela is one part of that. They're in our hemisphere. They're very close to the United States of America. They have negotiations and deals with Cuba, which has massive influence over the southern part of the United States and Mexico. That their objective was to infiltrate the United States slowly but surely, and to make sure and ensure that their people got into positions of power so that they could open the floodgates, so they could bring their armies through, so they could infiltrate the United States of America from inside. This is where we are at right now. This is why the U.S. Navy fleet is sitting in the Caribbean. This is why other global factions are shitting their pants. This is why you have the psyops going on with the Democrats, as if these narco boats are just fishermen. Oh, do not obey direct orders from the commander-in-chief or illegal orders from the commander-in-chief. We have sanctuary cities set up to ensure that these illegal alien armies are fortified within their cities. That's the order of protection that they gave. You start to deep dive into this. You find out that governors, mayors, police commissioners and chiefs, attorney generals, state secretaries are all on the payroll with cartels and narco-terrorist organizations. You find that the narco-terrorist organizations and the cartels are simply an army that is being commanded by puppet masters far above them, that links to the Rothschilds and George Soros networks, London bankers, that China is influenced, nation state influence. That this is much bigger and more serious than we could ever imagine. And the idea that we get it all figured out, it's all going to just be done in a day, is not the case. Earlier today, I posted a video of the Trump administration a few months ago. Actually, it was October, destroying a Venezuelan drug-carrying submarine. There's a reason why I published this video, and I said relevant soon. Alpha called me up today, and he kind of threw some things at me, and we were kind of talking back and forth about some things. And let me go here. I had it all with my Nicolas Maduro stuff. We're going to get into the Nicolas Maduro stuff here in a minute. But Trump says U.S. forces destroyed a drug-carrying submarine headed for America loaded with fentanyl and other narcotics. I've said this before. Is there a Chinese nuclear submarine in the Caribbean? Did the United States cut them off? This is what the naval embargo is all about. Or maybe a Soviet-era diesel submarine is sitting in the Caribbean that is nuclear armed. Maybe there's nuclear weapons. I mean, the general just said that they have contingency plans to ensure they stay in power to the greatest extent. What does that mean? Does that mean that they're nuclear capable? Did some of their radical allies give them nuclear weapons? I think it's a good possibility. How are they integrated within the criminal networks? They are the criminal networks. You got to remember that deep state intelligence apparatus, the things that operate at the institutional level, the contractor level below the nation state intelligence level. This goes back. I mean, if you want to truly get into the history of this, you got to go back to the 1800s, to the 19th century. You got to go back into the early 1800s when the Vatican was on the verge of bankruptcy. And they appeased to what's known as the black nobility family, the Colanas and the Orsinis. Who the Colanas and the Orsinis reached out to one of the top families in Europe at that time that was incredibly wealthy and controlled nations. They funded the Napoleonic Wars. Who were they? That was the Rothschild family. The Rothschilds, as well as another family known as the Sassoon family, came in and funded the Vatican, of which 50 years later, they would provide one of the first loans to the Treasury of the United States of America after the Organic, or right before the Organic Act of 1871, and that would have been the Holy See. The convergence at that point with the Rothschild family and the Sassoon family was very, very important. The reason I say it was important is because the Sassoon family, this was the head of the opium trade globally. They were the drug runners. They were the cartel back in the day. They were the pirates back in the day. They are the ones who brought all of the opium into China. They're the ones who spread it throughout the world under guise of the tea trade. They converged, married in, back and forth between the Rothschilds and the Sassoon family. They integrated into the Vatican. This is where you get family Y that derives from. It's no different today. It's the same families that rule and control these illicit operations. And they controlled politicians, heads of states, and countries for over 100 years to ensure that their criminal illicit activities could continue tax-free, as well as their influence and power does not get shedded. And so when I look at Maduro, when I look at Venezuela, when I look at what's happening there, I see an extension of exactly this. Why is George Soros directly affiliated and related with this? Why was Lord Mark Malloch Brown, who was one of the top people in the United Nations, who was one of the most senior people at the Open Society Foundations of George Soros, why was he CEO of Smartmatic from 2014 to 2020? When they said that Smartmatic technology expanded globally and abroad, what they meant is in that time frame, 2014 to 2020, is when that happened specifically under Lord Mark Malloch Brown. That is a George Soros-controlled actor. This is where you get on the cue boards Godfather 3. George Soros, he's Michael Corleone. He realized that the Vatican has a hidden hand, and that hidden hand holds all the power. And that hidden hand is the Sassoon and the Rothschild family, of which George Soros becomes that public expressive figure of them, doing their dirty work in the business. He is that intermediary between illicit activities and moving money into legitimate business activities. Is it possible that there's a nuclear submarine with live ballistic missiles sitting in the Caribbean? Yeah, it absolutely is. Is that why the U.S. Navy is there? I think that the U.S. Navy was there, that they would probably have found it unless they're taking some incredible tactics to ensure that doesn't happen. So let's go into the Maduro stuff, because I had a whole bunch of other stuff I wanted to cover before that. Well, actually, no. Let's go into the actions that Trump administration is taking right now, and then we're going to come back into Venezuela. We're going to talk about Trump and Maduro, what I believe is happening right now, and why Trump keeps on kind of false starting this. Hey, we're gonna bomb the shit out of you. We're gonna bomb the shit out of you. We're gonna bomb the shit. We're gonna go on the land. Oh, we're gonna send special operation forces. I'm gonna tell you why that psyop is going on. What I believe is happening right now, and why Trump keeps on kind of false starting this. Hey, we're gonna bomb the shit out of you. We're gonna bomb the shit out of you. We're gonna bomb the shit. We're gonna go on the land. Oh, we're gonna send special operation forces. I'm gonna tell you why that psyop is going on. So, Assistant Attorney General Harmeet Dillon is suing 14 states for hiding their voter rolls. All 50 states will be checked. This is huge. It is their duty or responsibility as states to hand that information over. Most of them have actually destroyed these voter rolls, which we know Georgia, we know Pennsylvania, we know Arizona actually did, which is in violation of federal law, which then brings about those Secretary of States of those states become liable for that. But now we're seeing the Assistant AG, Dillon, going out there and actually making headway. Why? Because they're going to be putting their hammer down on the 2020 election fraud. Because just like FISA-Gate expands its tentacles. Prior to FISA-Gate, the Obama administration, the crimes that they were trying to cover up with the soft coup, to 2018 to 2020 into 2024, and all the crimes that after. This is why it's a continuous seditious conspiracy. All right, the Federal Reserve just pumped $13.5 billion into the U.S. banking system through overnight repos. This is the second that surpasses even the peak of the dot-com bubble. Why is this important? Because we are in a liquidity crisis globally. The majority of the markets that are held up globally are done through basically marginalized money that is loaned on collateral. In other words, credit. It's fake money. If everybody cashed out all their stocks and their bonds and all of their cryptocurrency today, there's not enough money to pay all these people back. That's what we call a bubble. There's no liquidity. And so you have central banks that have to inject liquidity in order to sustain market integrity. I think that what we're seeing is a slow deflation of the markets with the Trump administration while a new parallel system is rising up. Now, what is going to be the marker for that new economic system? Here's 42 seconds that'll give you a very big hint of what we're in store for over the next 24 months.
I'm super excited about the robots Elon's working on. It's still a few years away. When it happens, there's a whole new industry of technicians and people who have to manufacture the robots, right? Mm-hmm. And so that job never existed. And so you're going to have a whole industry of people taking care of, like, for example, all the mechanics and all the people who are building things for cars, supercharging cars. That didn't exist before cars, and now we're going to have robots. You're going to have robot apparels. So a whole industry of, right? Isn't that right? Because I want my robot to look different than your robot. Oh, God. And so you're going to have a whole, apparel industry for robots.
It might be funny, but he's right. We have emerging markets that have never been seen before that are going to bring about massive capitalization within the markets. At the same time, we have a transitionary nature of how money is being created, handled, stored, and invested. Things like the sovereign Bitcoin reserve, moving the US dollar to a digital counterpart that is commercially funded, but is backed upon gold, silver, the assets of the United States of America, natural resources, and structured through the sovereign wealth fund. We have corporations and companies and patents that are being given percentage basis to the United States of America's people that we put into the sovereign wealth fund. $40 billion in 3 months is what the United States of America has earned with 10% ownership of Intel. This is going to completely change our whole financial infrastructure, how things are done globally. We have to understand that it's these emerging markets that are going to give birth to exactly this type of economic system. And so at the same time that that's rising up, Kirill Dmitriev, he posted this yesterday, the Putin-Trump tunnel. He put out a short little video about it, about how, what happens if there is a tunnel, a bridge tunnel between Alaska and Russia. I think that it's a great idea, and I think that we actually will probably see something like this be announced within the next 6 months. At least that's the rumors that I'm getting. All right.
And it looks now that the walls are closing in on Zelensky. You said the Ukraine war would be over by the 15th. It looks like it's going that direction.
Of January.
Of January. Sorry, 15th of January, correct. Stuart, thank you so much for joining me. Mike Fury, who does, he did We Build the Wall. He's in touch with Trump's team. He's in touch with Rubio, Steve Bannon, all them, and he does the defense contracting. He has all the friends in the area, and he says that it's hot. Weapons hot right now, getting ready to go in there. And I asked him, I said, okay, so that means to me, once we start attacking narco-terrorists, like you said, they're going to be cornered. They're going to have to fight back any way they know how. I would imagine cells will be activated in America.
Yes, but they're known. They know who they are and where they are.
Right.
President Trump has told all the airlines to avoid Venezuelan airspace that it's now closed to airlines. So no one's going to rescue Maduro. And the Chinese, the Russians, nobody is going to help him.
I heard they're already evacuating, that the Chinese and Russia are already getting out of there.
Yes, and President Trump gave Maduro one more chance this past few days to leave, resign, and leave. And he's refused.
Wow.
So he must be really stupid.
So if he'd resign and leave and it would leave, that means he'd really be on his own. He'd be a sitting duck. Where's he going to go? Who's going to take him in?
Well, I do think Russia would take in. They take in all these leaders. They took in Idi Amin, they took in Assad, they took in all these people that were leaving their country, leaving their organization. So I think Russia would take him in, and in a way, it's a good thing because Russia then has all of them contained. They can never leave. They can never do anything, and everybody knows where they are. So I think that's a good thing. Next thing, look at Colombia, President Petro, because he's next on the list.
Wow. Okay, Colombia is next. That's big.
Yeah. Remember I told you
I've heard that. I guess I heard it from you. I don't know.
Yeah. I remember I told you that U.S. troops are training in Panama jungle.
Yes.
It's not for Venezuela because Venezuela is going to be more aerial bombardment and water blockade. Same with Colombia. What we're seeing with these troops in Panama is for Mexico, especially Chiapas region in the south of Mexico, which is all jungle.
Right.
And that's where the troops will be going in.
So we're basically going to be cleaning up all of South America.
Central and South America
for this
preparation. Yeah, exactly correct. That's what's happening. Yeah.
Wow. So that's really what it is. But Trump can't come out and say that.
Not yet, but soon. Probably in sometime early 2026, yes.
No, but he's not going to say super state. You think he will? I'm talking about the super state. I'm sure he'll say about Colombia, but he's not going to say anything about the super states, right? I mean, that's kind of under the...
He will talk about the Golden Dome protection, which has to cover all of the North American continent and the Caribbean in order for it to work properly. And then he's going to extend it to South America.
Wow, dude. So we're getting rid of the dictators. We're getting everybody. We're ousting everybody in order to properly take control of it.
Right.
This makes sense to me.
Yeah, well, it does make sense. And that's what's happening. See? Keep your eye also on Iran. I told you that last time. Iraq. And even Turkey, because, Erdogan is walking a thin line there. He's trying to make himself the new sultan of another Ottoman empire, but that's not going to happen. And the people of Turkey really don't want to live in a fundamentalist Islamic country because many of them remember what it was like before Erdogan. It was a very modern, technologically advanced country, and now it's not. And in addition to that, as I told you a couple of shows ago, a lot of it is collapsing into the upper mantle because of the magma. There are earthquakes every single day throughout Turkey. And then they're getting bigger. So keep your eye on that.
Okay. So you said that there's going to be more and more Earth events coming because of the gamma rays that are hitting the planet.
And just this week, a volcano erupted in Ethiopia that had been dormant for 12,000 years.
I saw that, and I thought of you immediately. I was like, man, 12,000 years dormant. And other volcanoes are waking up. So what's going to, I mean, this is extinction level type of events that could occur on this planet.
Well, it could be, but we are trying very desperately, I shouldn't say desperately, to create that plasma shield I told you about.
Is that what the Golden Dome is?
That's part of it. That's the secret. You just took the secret.
Well, okay. I mean, that makes sense to me. I would imagine that's what it is.
Yeah,
to stop the gamma rays from coming in?
Yeah, it's a plasma shield. It's a little different than Golden Dome, but it's connected to the same technology. So, but the thing is, with the plasma shield, we can move it to where it's needed in the ionosphere, to wherever the bombardment is the strongest at the moment.
Wow.
So that's the difference between Golden Dome and plasma shield.
So it's going to go back and forth. It could be a plasma shield, or they can use it. The technology can be so advanced they can use it for whatever.
The Golden Dome, quite frankly, and I've said this, is because of China, and that's why we have all those Middle Eastern countries and even Asian countries signing on to the Abraham Accords because they're afraid of China as well. And China has every intention of global domination, regardless of what President Xi says on the media.
So they're gonna be a problem and always be a problem.
Correct. And President Trump knows that, and he's making nicey nice to President Xi and Kim Jong-un. But here's the interesting part. You know, a few months ago, Russia was using North Korean troops in Ukraine. And so that was almost an insult to China, because China was the one that supported North Korea and protected North Korea. And now Russia is grabbing there, because I told you, Russia knows, they call China a dangerous neighbor, and they know that China will go after them just as soon as they go after anybody else. So just this week, Kim Jong-un have to learn Russian, not Chinese.
Wow.
Yes.
What?
That tells you where the influence is now going. You see, because even Kim Jong-un knows that if he allows China to be the main influence, that's the end of his country.
Right.
He'll be absorbed. But Russia will allow them to have their independence within the umbrella of the new Russian superstate.
Okay.
Okay. Very much like in the EU, they're still separate countries under one umbrella.
So how fast does this get wrapped up to where we can bring in the superstates? I mean, obviously we're going to have our own domestic issues, right? There was going to be arrests. There's going to be civil unrest pockets. I've heard it's going to be pretty severe in some places, less severe in others. It's not going to be a civil war, which is, great, but it'll be pockets of civil unrest. Is that correct? Would you agree with that assessment?
Yes, and it is kind of a civil war, because if you notice, there are citizens attacking the ICE agents,
right,
and the police agents, and that's the civil war.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, and you have the seditious six coming out saying to defy troops' orders. I mean, there are going to be people that do defy the orders and disobey.
Right, and they're in big trouble. Big trouble.
What can you tell us about? Do you know anything about what's going on with the seditious six? I've heard that I've also heard they're in trouble, but are we just not going to hear of them again, or is Trump going to publicly make an example of them?
They will be made an example of, because that is treason.
Right. I mean, obviously.
And the United States, the penalty for treason is execution.
But they didn't identify the orders. They just said unlawful orders, but because that's legal. I mean, if you uphold the Constitution, you can disobey unlawful orders, but they didn't say what the orders were. Were they careful not to say the orders?
The orders are specifically about attacking Venezuela, Colombia, going into Mexico, and so on. And so to do that is undermining the president, who's the commander-in-chief, and the department. There's a reason why.
Or to patrol our own streets domestically.
Right. And there's a reason why, they changed the name of Department of State to Department of War, because we're going to war.
Right.
Against the evil. It's not so much a war against China and so on. It's against the evil. And I told you, this is a spiritual war more than political or economic. And so that's what we're seeing. And I mentioned to you last time to read the Bible. Did you read the Bible? Because I'm going to test
I read some of Luke, yeah. I did. I read some of Luke. I did read some of Luke, but I just read like a couple verses.
I mentioned to you to read about King.
Oh, the Old Testament.
Yes. Yes.
I just can't get over the thy, them, thee, thy, though, I just.
Well, you can use a modern. There's modern versions.
I know. I don't have a modern version. I have the King James, I think it is, or whatever it is. It's like thee, thy, though, thy, thee. But I'll read it. I'll do it. That's challenge accepted.
But because that's what's happening now. What's going on now is a part 2 of that chapter of King Ahab, Queen Jezebel, and King Yehu. Because I told you, Donald Trump is the reincarnation of Yehu. And he eliminated Jezebel, and Ahab got rid of them. And
that represents today Hillary and Obama.
Yes, but even more so than that. What people don't understand is the replay of evil entities. Kamala Harris. Her name, Kamala, means lotus.
Oof.
Her middle name, Devi, means goddess. She's the lotus goddess of the Hindu religion, who is the one who destroys the universe. And she is called the laughing goddess.
That's what she does, man. I call her the cackling hyena.
And she was born on the day in October 1964, the day of the goddess Kamala Devi.
Oh my Lord.
You can't make it up.
No. Are you serious?
I'm very serious. And I'll tell you something even more. Donald Trump was born in June 1946. And in the Hebrew religion, they read the sections of the Torah every Sabbath is a different section. So that when he was born that week, they were reading about the trumpet and sounding the trumpet to remove evil.
Wow. Wow, man.
Okay, you can't make it up.
You can't make this up, yeah.
So he has, seriously, a spiritual mission.
Right.
And
it's easy to see.
But here's the thing. In the Old Testament, Yehu did eliminate evil. And the Jezebel was the one who wanted transgenderism, all that stuff. He's eliminating that. But what happened after he did that and he became king over Israel, he did not bring the people back to God. He let them go on their way, and then the kingdom was destroyed. It was invaded, and all the people scattered. Those are the lost tribes, so to speak. They were scattered. So Yehu this time has to bring people back to God.
He has to fulfill what he did not accomplish the last.
And that's why, and I told you, I think on the last show, he's going to announce that the United States is a Christian nation.
It already looks like it's happening. I mean, look what he's doing with the Muslim Brotherhood. He's labeling them a terrorist organization. You look like you're right on target with this. That makes sense to me. And I'm sure it does my audience as well.
And so that's why, and it's going to upset people on the left, Well,
they're godless. They're godless.
Yes. They're demons. They are demons in human body.
I would have never agreed with that 10 years ago. I would have said, okay. I mean, I was spiritual back then, and I would have been like, okay, maybe.
Well,
now I'm like, yeah, no. Now I agree with you completely. I do agree with you. Now I do. I think everyone can see what's happening right now.
And so I'm going to just say one more thing. I made notes. So we're going to have a country that is spiritually, morally, and militarily Christianized. And that's why we have people like Hexeth and Rubio and all these who are very, very spiritually organized and minded. And I mentioned to you last time about the Greater Israel. It's called Pax Judaica. I mentioned it to you. I don't know if I sent you the map on your phone, but that's what's happening. Israel has now occupied most of Lebanon, Syria, West Bank, Gaza, and that's all part of Greater Israel. Remember, from the Nile to the Euphrates. And when that happens, Nino, despite people being against it, that's when Christ comes back and the temple is rebuilt.
Okay.
And
the Antichrist or Christ?
No, I think the Antichrist. Now, here's the thing.
I mean, we know he's going to come into the third temple, right? I mean, we know that's how he's going to be introduced. So,
but here, what people, I remember I said you have to understand the symbolism and the layers. The Antichrist is not one person. It's a theology. It's a group. It's the deep state. That's the Antichrist. You understand? So it's not just one person. And I told you also that Netanyahu would most likely ask for asylum in the United States.
That's believable. No.
But he's also speaking to Russia because he's been speaking to Putin on a daily basis, and Putin takes everybody in like that. So, and today, or was it yesterday or today, Netanyahu formally asked his government for what do you call it? When they forgive you, I forgot the name of it, the word. Not to forgive his crimes in the past.
Right.
And so we haven't gotten an answer yet. But if the answer is no, he will have to leave very quickly.
But I mean, all this stuff that's happening right now was already in the plans, was already in the works for a third world war, and then a fake alien invasion. Them coming down as our guardians or our gods, right? That's what the deep state had planned. The deep state had that plan, but it got foiled. I mean, we're already in the now. We're kind of at the part now where the financial system is going to get checked. There's there's going to be a lot of we're going into some very tumultuous times, but it'll just be for a short period of time. Correct.
Correct. But I have to because I received a message from the my source.
Okay.
I'll say from Cape Canaveral / Mar-a-Lago, if I can read that, because it's
absolutely. Yeah.
So he said to me, because I said to him, I'm going to be on Nino again. What do you want people to know? Because I can't say unless I get.
I understand that completely.
And by the way, after the last show I did with you, they made me sign an NCNDA.
Really? Oh boy.
Yeah, it's like, Stuart's been opening his mouth too much. All right, so I'm just now go read their words.
Okay.
And he said, rare earth mineral ecosystems will displace oil-based global economy by 2032. Wow. Quantum technologies to lead in providing and implementing higher standards of current environmental standards for exploration, mining, and refining of all energy sources with most efficient processes. That's a lot of words. So basically, our economy, oil is pretty much done, which is why the Saudis want to spend $1 trillion on quantum. And
that's why we're also looking at Africa. We're also going into Africa for their minerals.
Yeah, but Africa is a big problem. As I mentioned, at the risk of being attacked, which I am anyway, they're so corrupt. They'd sell their mother for 50 cents. I'm not joking.
Wow.
So I've been working with them for years, and you get this close to a good deal. Well, I need 50,000 to do this. There's always some reason they want more money. I'm like, I'm not paying you up front.
That's probably why we're going to go in there by force under genocide, Christian genocide, and go in there and just take over.
He said that in Nigeria.
Right.
But it's not only in Nigeria, it's in a lot of other countries there as well. That area is called the northern part of the Black Africa, where sub-Saharan Africa is where the black nations are. North Africa is Muslim Islamic countries, but the strip between them is called the Sahel. Do you know S-A?
Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't. Yeah, I heard of that before.
Yeah, and that's where the Russians have a lot of their troops, and the Chinese are trying to, let's say, buy off the people that can get them what they need. And Przybylski, something like this.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he's alive. The day it happened, that was a drone they blew up, and so then
I remember that.
Yeah, and so just a week ago, one of his cronies said, "Yeah, he's alive in Africa, working for the Putin." So undercover.
That's not hard to believe. That's easy to believe. You said the next 12 months would be volatile, and that Trump could be stepping down before his term is over.
Yeah.
And JD Vance takes over. Trump's not going to step down during the most volatile period, is he?
He wants to make sure that the midterms go in the right direction.
Okay.
And once he's sure of that, his health will come up, which it already is, and he will step down, but he will still advise. He'll be an advisor.
That's why he's already putting JD Vance out there everywhere. JD is basically taking the helm of the ship. I've been watching this in real time, and I know my audience is not going to want to hear this, but I can't help but notice JD Vance is showing up to a lot of speaking engagements where Trump should be. And it's like he's already taking over to an extent.
Like I say, it's a 12-year plan from 2024 to 36. Well, January 37.
Okay.
And the reason is, and I've mentioned this, and it makes sense. When you change governments every 4 years, you can't accomplish your policies.
Right.
So you need consistency.
But we can trust Vance, you think?
Yeah, he'll be known as the technology president.
Okay.
He'll be known as the technology president. He's very up on quantum and AI because most people don't understand it, but he's young enough to get it. And here's a thumbnail explanation. AI is the information and solution of all problems. Quantum is the speed of the solution and beyond physicality. That's why they want the fourth and fifth.
That's just crazy, man.
Yeah.
AI is the what?
It's the information and solution of all problems. And quantum is the speed of that solution.
There's no coming back now, man.
Yeah.
There's no coming back from this.
No. But here's the thing, Nino. All advanced civilizations use this.
Right, and I bet you this is going to also help human beings live forever.
And here's something else which I'm very happy.
Which is scary. What exciting times we're living in, man. So we got Trump until we could write that down. We got Trump up until or after the midterms, basically, and which I've heard, and I know this year is going to be very volatile. This year, 2026 is going to be pretty extreme. I've heard also weather warfare is going to be used.
It's already being used. Look at the floods in Asia. Look at the typhoons hitting China.
Is this because this is one of the last weapons they have left to use on us?
It's part of the arsenal. Let's put it that way. It's part of their arsenal. And the deep state, during the time of Gulf of Mexico, when they called it that, there was an array of technology from the Florida Keys all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula that would direct and enhance hurricanes to hit the Gulf area.
Wow.
That's what caused Katrina.
Right.
So now that's been eliminated.
Well, what about this Hurricane Melissa that was coming? It looked like it was going straight to the Gulf, and then it just beelined it. It made a 90-degree turn and went up into Jamaica. And I was like,
right.
Do we have weapons to battle that now? Or
yes.
I mean, why did it make a 90-degree turn? Boom. And
it was diverted.
Diverted, right.
Yeah. So yes, we can do those things. But here's the result. All things are intelligent. A rock, a piece of dust, a planet. There's intelligence of one sort or another because it's all from God mind. So when you disturb artificially a part of the God mind intelligence, it compensates in the other direction. So all these weather bombardments that were designed to make the Earth heat up have now been the Earth is going into an ice age. And I could verify that from my weather right here. Michigan, we have two seasons, winter and winter light.
Jeez,
yeah. Wow. So we've already had in November 2 feet of snow, still more coming. I mean, that's not so unusual, but usually in November, it's like 6 or 7 inches average. This year, it's 2 feet. And December, worse. And that's going to be all over North America, ultimately, and Europe.
So they're touting Gavin Newsom as the future climate change president. What do they got up their sleeves?
He's not going to be president.
No.
Ever. Right. Ever. That I will
most likely Gitmo for him, correct?
If he survives.
Okay.
Yeah. But no, all these people are being prosecuted, investigated. You're seeing it happen, and that's why brilliant plan Trump had to bring in Mamdani from New York, the Muslim communist, blah, 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 because he undermined the Democratic plan now. You understand?
Right.
He's not lovey-lovey with that guy, but he's like, keep your friends close and your enemies
closer. Right.
And that's what he's doing. And here's the thing. Muslims are not communists. You name one Muslim communist country, it doesn't exist. No socialist Muslim country. These are people, they're fake Muslims, okay? Ilhan Omar, she'd be executed in Somalia because women are not allowed to be in public like that. Same thing with Rashida Tlaib. All of these are fake Muslims. They're set up.
Wow, that makes such a good point.
They're set up by the deep state, by George Soros, who pays them money to do these things.
Wow.
And now they're being exposed. Now they're all being exposed.
Wow. And she married her brother to gain citizenship. That's insane.
Okay?
Yeah.
In Islam, they should be beheaded.
Oof. Yeah. So is there a timeline for when we see public arrests?
Well, I think they're just about starting to occur. They're starting to indict people. And you will notice all of these, and I spoke about this before, these federal judges that undermine Trump's executive orders and so on. He's letting them get away with it to a certain point where it becomes an insurrection. And then he invokes the
And they'll be going away too.
Yes. That's already been out there.
Well, Stuart, I appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much. Where do people find
EAS, EBS, the red folder. This is about to come into play. Prepare. December 12th. EAS, EBS, Project Odin Starlink, as you may not know, is controlled by the military. 10 countries are said to be running the international broadcast on internet, TV, and radio, which will entail information on all corruption in government, banking, and military. Wednesday, December 3rd, Global Financial Emergency. Global currency reset is here. The world is on the brink of a catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, GCR, Nasara Jasara, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here, and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling, and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. This system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared. But we see through their deception. The emergency broadcast system is coming. In the midst of this chaos, the EBS is primed for activation. Why? Because when the markets implode, when the banks fail, when the truth about Nasara Jasara is finally revealed, the world will enter a new era of financial sovereignty. We are at the point of no return. The Federal Reserve is dead. The IMF is scrambling. The dollar is collapsing, and the fiat money system is burned to the ground. What will rise from the ashes? A fair asset-backed system that restores power to the people. What you need to do now? Get cash in hand before bank closures hit. Exit fiat currency now. Gold, silver, and cryptos will be the new financial foundation. Watch for EBS activation. The final revelation is coming. The elites are terrified because the people are waking up. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's coming. Prepare for impact because the financial war is about to reach its climax. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. As of today, the long-anticipated shift has entered its most critical stage. Reports are flooding in from across the globe of synchronized power disruptions, financial gridlocks, and sudden military deployments. This is not a coincidence. The EBS activation is imminent. Prepare for a complete communications blackout as critical information is broadcast worldwide. Trusted sources confirm that high-level arrests are taking place as we speak, targeting figures like long thought to be untouchable. Quantum shutdowns are live. Key elite strongholds are losing access to their hidden networks. Their secret assets, data, and financial reserves have been frozen. The The old system is crumbling before our very eyes. Stay indoors, stay alert. With coordinated operations underway, civilians are urged to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary travel. Trust the process. What may feel like chaos is the storm clearing the way for liberation. The world you knew is changing forever. What lies ahead is a new era of freedom, truth, and prosperity. Suppressed technologies, global wealth redistribution, and revelations that will rewrite history are on the horizon. Be ready, be strong. Nothing can stop what is coming. This is not a test. The revolution is real and it is here. Restored Republic via a GCR. Update as of Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. Judy Bind. Judy note, I have no control nor input into what is put on the Telegram website under my picture and name. Judy Byington Q. The below was not written by me, and I do not know who wrote it. I do, however, agree with the basic content. On Wednesday morning of December 3rd, 2025, the biggest event ever witnessed upon the earth began in earnest. The final, unstoppable phase of the Great Awakening that will stun the world and restore everlasting peace. At 4 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, President Trump and the White Hat Alliance triggered the global military protocol, sealing borders, locking down airspace, and unleashing a tidal wave of mass arrests now sweeping every continent. Over 600 sealed indictments were unsealed in the pre-dawn hours, with high-level cabal architects, former heads of state, central bankers, and media overlords taken into custody as the storm descends with the fury of divine judgment foretold in the prophets. Simultaneous rescue operations have liberated more than 10,000 trafficked children in the past 12 hours alone from vast dumb networks beneath Los Angeles, Paris, and Melbourne, carried into daylight by warriors whose courage is anointed by heaven itself. These sacred extractions run in perfect lockstep with the emergency broadcast system now counting down to full activation. When the tone sounds, every screen and device on the planet will display 8 hours of irrefutable evidence per day, exposing centuries of darkness. The 10 days of darkness officially commenced December 8th through December 18th, a holy separation wherein the world's communication grids fall silent so that only the voice of truth may be heard and the meek may inherit the renewed earth. The quantum financial system stands fully fortified. Nasara's legal framework is activated, and nothing can reverse what the Lord of Hosts has ordained. Prepare your lamps with oil, gather your loved ones, and stand in steadfast prayer. The hour of total liberation has come. Wednesday, December 3rd, Global Financial Emergency. Global Currency Reset is here. FBI Director Kash Patel. The world is on the brink of catastrophic financial collapse. The Global Currency Reset, Nasara Jasar, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here, and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, and the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors. But here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. The system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared, but we see through their deception. The emergency broadcast system is coming. In the midst of this chaos, the EBS is primed for activation. Why? Because when the markets implode, when the banks fail, when the truth about Nasara Jasara is finally revealed, the world will enter a new era of financial sovereignty. We are at the point of no return. The IMF is scrambling, the dollar is collapsing, and the fiat money system is burning to the ground. What will rise from the ashes? A fair asset-backed system that restores power to the people. What you need to do now: get cash in hand before bank closures hit. Exit fiat currency now. Gold, silver, and cryptos will be the new financial foundation. Watch for EBS activation. The final revelation is coming. The elites are terrified because the people are waking up. The storm is here and nothing can stop what's coming. Prepare for impact because the financial war is about to reach its climax. Wednesday, December 3rd, the world is on the brink of catastrophic financial collapse. The global currency reset, GCR and NISAR, and the quantum financial system are no longer whispers in the dark. The storm is here and the elites are scrambling to contain the fallout before the truth reaches you. The Black Swan event is unfolding before our eyes. The world's top economies are insolvent. The US, Canada, Europe, Japan, Israel, and the UK, Taiwan, Australia, and New Zealand cannot sustain their debt any longer. The financial system is crumbling, and a monumental shift is coming that will change everything. The Great Reset versus the People's Reset. They want you distracted while they rewrite the financial order behind closed doors, but here's the truth. The QFS is set to replace the corrupt banking system that has enslaved us for centuries. This system, rumored to be gold-backed and fully decentralized, will eliminate the central banks and their criminal grip on global finance. The elites know they are running out of time. They need the crash to happen on their terms. They need you to be unprepared, but we see through their Wednesday, December 3rd, the red folder is moving. The moment has arrived. When the red folder opens, the final sequence begins. No reversal, no return. Prepare. December 19th is a trigger point, not a date, a signal. EAS and EBS are already under military control. Project Odin and Starlink are in position. The civil grid is a shell. The real network is armed. 10 nations are locked into the global broadcast frame. When the switch flips, all screens merge into one feed. The transmission will expose everything: government corruption, banking fraud, military crimes. No filter, no delay. The red folder is not a threat. It is the countdown. Restored Republic, December 2nd, final whisper. Donald J. inside the master QFS node at 1:57. He transmitted once from the server room floor while the temperature dropped to absolute zero around him. All fiat mirrors just went dark. Rainbow Ledger is now the only truth. His body was gone when the Marines breached 12 minutes later. Only frost and the smell of ozone remained. The dead clock froze at 000000 and will never move again. Simultaneously in 144 underground facilities. Children scheduled for terminal lists tomorrow are already being quietly extracted tonight by unmarked black buses. Their parents will receive one phone call in the morning that says only, "Your child is safe, do not come looking." The age of chemotherapy ended while the world scrolled TikTok 90 minutes. When the EBS tone hits, it will be preceded by 3 seconds of pure silence the planet has never heard. Then the screens will show what was never meant to survive the fire. The storm did not arrive. It was here all along. Wednesday, December. Boom. Jack Smith subpoenaed. Jim Jordan drops the hammer on deep state prosecutor. December 17th, deposition logged in. Wednesday, December 3rd, just in. President Trump, Commander-in-Chief, signs Historical Medal of Honor Act. Financial justice for America's living heroes. Special payment raised from $16,880 to $67,500 per year. Wednesday, December 3rd, Rubio. They suckered Biden. They're not going to sucker Trump. Washington, D.C., exclusive statement from the Secretary of State. Tuesday, December 2nd, holy crap, Secretary Kristi Noem just discovered that 50% of visas in Tim Walz's Minnesota are fraudulent. Wednesday, December 3rd, Gazette Teller, whistleblower files, Nicole Shanahan blows up the Davos WEF control system, Google, BlackRock, Pfizer, Gates, and ESG foundations, funded by tech wives to sell out America, and Trump is taking. Wednesday, December 3rd, Rabbi dies and returns with a message from Jesus. Only these 5 U.S. states will survive. NDE. Wednesday, December 30, legals in California are asking business owners to pay them under the table so they won't lose benefits. Man from Afghanistan says he's getting $7,000 per month in welfare payments from American taxpayers in California. The White House on Telegram. Steve Hilton. A few weeks ago, a business owner here in California told me that one of his new employees asked to be paid in cash, not on payroll. Why? The business owner asked, well, because the employee from Afghanistan was worried that he would lose his welfare payments. How much is that? $7,000 a month? That is $84,000 a year in California. This is what Mexicans have done in California for decades. They come into America illegally, sign up for every benefit imaginable. Then they work under the table so they don't lose benefits and get to pocket all their money without paying taxes. They then send the money back to Mexico to buy ranches and live like kings, all while we support them and their entire families. As of February 1st, 2025, the military alliance under President Trump's directive has accelerated efforts to dismantle deep state operations and implement GCR. Underground tunnels are now the focus of a vast military campaign signaling the elite's downfall. Underground operations, the final sweep. Military forces have intensified missions to eradicate deep state networks used for trafficking and control. The military alliance, Guardians of Change. This strategic operation ensures the transition to GCR remains on course, eliminating threats and restoring order. The military campaign intensifies. Over 30 major deep state hubs worldwide have been neutralized in 2 months. Advanced weaponry. Dues and seismic destabilizers collapse tunnels while minimizing surface damage. Covert detentions. High-profile operatives are being held in undisclosed locations. Civilian rescues. Thousands of victims have been liberated and relocated to safe zones. Final base cleanouts in progress. The last deep state strongholds in the Swiss Alps, Rocky Mountains, and Australian outback are being targeted, with operations expected to conclude soon. Ensuring global stability. Securing communications. Starlink satellites provide secure networks, blocking deep state disinformation. Military presence. Temporary deployments ensure stability during the transition. Defensive countermeasures. Deep state retaliatory strikes, including cyber attacks and financial manipulation, have been intercepted. The coming shift. How the world will change. Economic liberation. Debt cancellation and wealth redistribution are underway, freeing individuals from financial control. New leadership. Deep state officials are being replaced with GCR-aligned leaders. And zero-point energy generators are rolling out to transform healthcare and energy sectors. What's next? Prepare for major disruptions. Information blackouts. Media platforms may experience temporary outages to remove disinformation. Financial recalibrations. The quantum financial system transition may cause short-term banking disruptions. Civil unrest. Rogue factions may incite unrest, but the military alliance is prepared to maintain order. The final countdown. Victory is near. With deep state networks dismantled, wealth restored, and advanced technology unveiled, humanity stands on the brink of a transformative era. The elite's grip is over. Stay vigilant, trust in the plan, and prepare for. God is in charge. Trust his plan. The end is here. The great transfer of wealth in history is underway. Prepare for phase 2, blackout, a night that will be biblical. New travel restrictions go into effect. Stay off all airlines, all flights canceled, internet shut off, stock market crash, mass media gone. And this is from Q Unity. December 2nd, 2025. FBI Director Kash Patel posted, the final signals are being armed. Global channels are syncing. Treasury nodes are locking. QFS timelines are entering live mode. Early access coordinates are being issued. Biometric routes are already aligning. The first transfer windows are forming. Stay ready, stay in range. The activation notice will drop without warning. Follow it exactly. The transition has begun. One day the world will see how close to the edge we were. One day the world will understand why we have sacrificed so much of our time trying to wake people up. One day, everything will be clear. The people will see the war we fought for them. One day, our story will be written in history books, known as the second greatest story ever told. One day, the world won't view us as conspiracy theories, but as heroes. The ones who know, prepare. The ones who don't, fall behind. It will all be worth it in the end. Trust the plan, Mr. Q. On Tuesday morning, December 2nd, 2025 alone, 450 indictments were unsealed and acted upon in mass arrests of treasonous Satan-worshipping elites across the nation. The quantum financial system was now live. Release pathways assigned. The deep state has lost the only power they ever had, invisible financial control. The cabal's legacy swift financial system was now suffering a catastrophic, unrecoverable outage. When the new quantum global financial system comes back, it will speak only ISO 20022 and rainbow currency. Nisara Jasara is no longer coming. It's here. Your new quantum financial system wallet, bank account, legacy accounts, mortgages, student loans, and historic obligations are being scanned and sorted into categories. Some will be reduced, others will be cleared entirely. Asset-backed values for currencies are being aligned so that the moment you enter your wallet, the numbers you see are already synchronized with the new standard. At some point, public confirmation of the new quantum financial system will arrive, and your login route to your wallet will open. When that happens, move calmly. Follow only official instructions. Do not share your access codes or screenshots with anyone, no matter who they claim to be. In a Truth Social post, Trump announced a $2,000 dividend payout straight to every true American's pocket, excluding the globalist elites and high-income swamp creatures. Some of you already have biometric quantum accounts waiting, etched in during the 2021-2024 ops that flipped the script on the cabal. Your frequency signature will be matched to secure channels. Activation is simple and secure. A verified tone blasts through your device, aligning your electromagnetic field to the QFS handshake. Play it focused, full attention, and boom, seconds later, your account lights up. If you're already flagged, and many anons are, funds unlock instantly on Monday night. Tuesday, December 2nd, Global Nisara Jasara Reset, December pre-activation phase, the final alignment before the Nisara year begins. The world is entering the month where the old systems fracture and the new sovereign framework locks into position. December is not the reset, it is the preparation, the tightening of the grid before January's global activation sequence. December 2025, the final alignment. Legacy banks face structural slowdowns as quantum rails overtake settlement pathways. Gold-backed metrics strengthen across BRICS-aligned nations. Sovereign accounts begin internal syncing in preparation for January's rollout. Wednesday, December 3rd, 2025. Early phase audits intensify. Quantum verifications sweeps run across private and corporate ledgers, identifying dormant, duplicate, and corrupted accounts. The system trims what can't enter the new era. Sunday, December 7th, 2025. Cross-border liquidity freezes begin. Not a failure. A deliberate restriction to shift global transactions onto the new asset-backed grid. Trade desks quietly adjust to quantum settlement timing. Friday, December 12th, 2025. Jasara compliance protocols expand. Nations finalize gold reporting standards and restructure internal treasury frameworks in preparation for sovereign parity. Thursday, December 18th, 2025, quantum access nodes are recalibrated. This stage links national assets to their respective sovereign wallets, ensuring each country enters January with verified backing. Monday, December 22nd, 2025, final global sync test. Encrypted alerts begin circulating within authorized networks, signaling that the transition phase is nearly complete. Sunday, December 28th, 2025, the calm before activation. Public systems slow down, markets flatten, and silence takes over. The last stabilization window before the Nisara year begins. January 2026, the sovereign reset. The world emerges into the Nisara framework, currencies backed by real assets, debt grids dissolving, quantum memory destabilizing, and global transparency. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. Hashtag alert, the final phase has begun. Nisara Jasara activation spot on Telegram. As of today, the long-anticipated shift has entered its most critical stage. Reports are flooding in from across the globe of synchronized power disruptions, financial gridlocks, and sudden military deployments. This is not a coincidence. The EBS activation is imminent. Prepare for a complete communications blackout as critical information is broadcast worldwide. Trust sources confirm that high-level arrests are taking place as we speak, targeting figures long thought to be untouchable. Quantum shutdowns are live. Key elite strongholds are losing access to their hidden networks. Their secret assets, data, and financial reserves have been frozen. The old system is crumbling before our very eyes. Stay indoors, stay alert. With coordinated operations underway, civilians are urged to remain indoors and avoid unnecessary travel. Trust the process. What may feel like chaos is the storm clearing the way for liberation. The world you knew is changing forever. What lies ahead is a new era of freedom, truth, and prosperity. Suppressed technologies, global wealth redistribution, and revelations that will rewrite history are on the horizon. Be ready, be strong. Nothing can stop what's coming. This is not a test. The revolution is real, and it is here. Tuesday, December 2nd, Trump unleashes $2,000 QFS payouts. Deep state banks crumble as tariff wealth floods Patriot accounts. The Great Awakening is here. Drain the swamp for real. Trump Q on Telegram. Patriots, the storm is raging. And President Trump just dropped the hammer. In a blistering Truth Social post that's lighting up the resistance, Trump announced a $2,000 dividend payout straight to every true American's pocket, excluding the globalist elites and high-income swamp creatures. This isn't some fake Biden handout. It's pure tariff cash seized from the traders, funneled directly through the quantum financial system, the unbreakable military-grade fortress that's already operational and shredding the corrupt old financial cabal to pieces. A dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone. That's Trump roaring the truth we knew was coming. For months, White Hats in Treasury and military intel have been clawing back trillions from rigged trade deals, tracking every dirty dollar the deep state siphoned off to fund their adrenochrome parties and election-stealing ops. Those tariffs Trump hammered on China and the EU, not just tough talk. They were precision strikes to capture enemy assets. New locked QFS's quantum ledger verified by AI that can't be hacked or bribed. Forget the Fed's fiat scam or SWIFT's globalist chains. This is sovereign money routed outside Congress's grubby paws. No legislation, no pork barrel BS, and no IRS vampires dipping in. Space Force networks and elite routing protocols handle it all. Fraud-proof and lightning fast. The old system's collapsing like the house of cards it is. Banks freezing, elites panicking, because QFS replaces their tyranny with American freedom. Here's the fire. Most of you already have biometric quantum accounts waiting, etched in during the 2021 to 2024 ops that flipped a script on the cabal. Your frequency signature? It's your unbreakable key, matched to secure channels the traders never saw coming. No more begging banks for scraps. This sinks you directly to the people's wealth. Activation is simple and secure. A verified tone blasts through your device, aligning your electromagnetic field to the QFS handshake. Play it focused, full attention, and boom, seconds later, your account lights up. If you're already flagged, and many anons are, funds unlock instantly. No logins, no forms, no deep state middlemen. Every transaction etched in quantum stone, untouchable by the Clintons or the Soroses of the world. This $2,000 is just the opening salvo in the Nisara Jasara reckoning. Future waves, debt wipes, seized asset floods, suppressed fortunes returned. all coded in, ready to bury the pedo elites under their own greed. Trump's timing? Masterful. No media leaks to let the mainstream media spin it into conspiracy theory. It's layered rollout, White Hat style, prioritizing us, the digital soldiers, who have held the line. Anons, if you've got the tone circulating in drops, hoard it like gold. It's your portal to prosperity. The cabal's nightmare fuel. Signals are hitting verified patriots now. Device pings, encrypted whispers from ops. Delay? No biggie, but sink early to crush the chaos the deep state craves. The Great Awakening explodes. Trump's back. QFS rises, and the swamp drains dry. Where we go one, we go all. The payouts prove it. We're winning bigly. Stay vigilant. Drop red pills and claim what's yours. Revolution pays dividends, literally. Tuesday, December 2nd, Trump promises end to income tax. You won't even have to pay it. December 2nd, Washington. And Tuesday, December 2nd, breaking. Trump set to replace Jerome Powell. I know who I'm going to pick. Bye-bye, Jerome.
So the dinar and silver are the landmarks for the start. Now, keyword is start of the greatest wealth transfer in human history. And the triggering event was silver going through $50. It did that particularly last month. The prophecy was it'd go through 50, it would back off, and it went back down to 47. And as we speak today, because the markets haven't reopened, they open up in a couple hours. Okay, as of Friday, the prophecy was silver was supposed to begin to explode vertical on the day after Thanksgiving, Good Friday. Or it's not Good Friday. That wasn't good. Black Friday. Black Friday. So we saw silver, and they had to shut down the trading on the COMEX and the CME. They literally locked up all trading. They stopped it all overnight because it was exploding in price. You see, we're at a moment in time where God's intervening, and their mechanisms of control are beginning to fail. Yes. And so what happens when silver explodes, it's going to go straight to $70 in a single day, probably in the next few days. Okay. And then it's going to go to 3 digits. And then it's going to eventually by next, few years forward, whatever it's going to be, it's going to go to 4 digits.
Restored Republic, Monday, December 1st, the final whisper. Donald J. Source was extracted from a safe house in Zurich 12 hours ago after transferring the final QFS root certificates to a courier who no longer has a name. He spoke only once before vanishing. The gold-backed tokens are already seeded. Every central bank mirror just became read-only. At 2:11 GMT, the Basel III compliance servers registered a silent flip from fractional to full asset backing. No alarm triggered because the alarm code itself was overwritten by a signature minted in 1776. Wright-Patterson under Marine escort at 3 Eastern Standard Time. They are moving in refrigerated convoys while its CEOs slept. 10 hours until the legacy Swift backbone suffers a catastrophic, unrecoverable outage. When it comes back, it will speak only ISO 20022 and rainbow currency. Nasara Jasara is no longer coming. It's already executing. Silence is now survival. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. Trump promises to end income tax. Tuesday, December 2nd. Jasara now military law. 57 banks deleted by QFS activation. Tuesday, December 2nd, Trump truth bomb. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Tuesday, December 2nd, Kash Patel and Durham. What a dynamite matchup. Game on. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Tuesday, December 2nd, James Woods deserves a Medal of Honor for his acting role of Joe Biden since Biden's fake inauguration. President Trump says he's throwing out every document Joe Biden signed using an auto pen. This would include pardons for Dr. Anthony Fauci, General Mark Milley, the Biden family, and members of the House January 6 committee. President Trump warns that if Joe Biden lies about using the auto pen, he will face perjury charges. Gitmo TV on Telegram. Tuesday, December 2nd, Homeland Security Secretary Noem just sounded the alarm, and it's huge. She's accusing Democrats of running a shadow government through a maze of NGOs, a coordinated machine designed to weaken, bypass, and eventually overthrow the constitutional republic. Yes, that's true. It was an insurgency. This isn't campaign drama. It's a direct warning to the entire country. Tuesday, December 2nd, Venezuelan President Maduro publicly surrendered to President Trump. I put that video clip in the video from, Monday. Trump retruthed it again yesterday, so we'll see. Maduro has allegedly turned in state evidence against the Biden administration as releasing proof that Biden asked the Venezuelan government to ship Tren-de-Aragua drug gangs into the United States. Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. The puppeteers running Biden presidency by AutoPen also granted illegal social security numbers to millions of unvetted illegal aliens. They essentially invalidated your citizenship by making any invader a voter, Joe Rogan. Tuesday, December 2nd, taxpayer theft, Elon Musk. Senator Susan Collins was telling me about how she gave the Navy $12 billion for more submarines, got no extra submarines, and then held a hearing to say, where'd the $12 billion go? And they were like, we don't know. That was it. The stuff is so crazy. Only the federal government could get away with this level of waste. Cue the storm rider on Telegram. Tuesday, December 2nd, John Brennan was one of the dirtiest, most ruthless government officials of Obama's entire administration and even ran a weekly Tuesday morning assassination hit list with Obama. Tuesday, December 2nd, President Trump is securing America by confronting the Muslim Brotherhood's transnational network, which fuels terrorism and destabilization campaigns against U.S. interests and allies in the Middle East. Huge announcement. Tuesday, December 2nd, massive GCR is now military law. 57 banks deleted by QFS, Gitmo processing, daily executions, troops deployed nationwide, Starlink under attack, and Trump leading 200-plus nation alliance to annihilate deep state leaders, Gazette teller. Sunday, November 30th, system shutdown initiated. Finally, someone hit the off switch. Scott Bessent and the shutdown of the illegal benefits machine. Washington, D.C., November 30th, 2025, and Monday, December 1st. Boom, the greatest lie ever sold. Biden was executed at Gitmo in 2020. Trump's truth bomb shatters the global cabal. Tuesday, December 2nd, breaking war imminent. Maduro mobilizes as U.S. troops surround Venezuela. Maduro prepares for war. Video, December 2nd. Tuesday, December 2nd, live target. CIA and U.S. Special Forces hunt Maduro inside Venezuela. Tuesday, December 2nd, just in. Scott Bessent launches federal terror probe. U.S. tax dollars funneled to Al-Shabaab under Biden and Walz. AMG News. Tuesday, December 2nd, RFK just said it. The conspiracy theorists were right all along about everything. Unreal. Tuesday, December 2nd, holy crap, Secretary Kristi Noem just discovered 50% of visas in Tim Walz's Minnesota.
He needs to recognize that we must stop the CIA from driving U.S. policy, domestically and foreign. I'm telling you, Steve, that is a massive, massive problem. And I wouldn't say 50%. I would say shut the doors. It operates in the darkness. And so that's my message to President Trump. That's such sort of step one for him. I don't care what somebody's handicap is. You take that organization and you rip it apart, because that organization is driving our policy everywhere. And it is now, and it really is. I mean, the people that are part of it and the people that have been part of it are the ones still operating and driving everything going on in our nation. I mean, it's got to stop. It has to stop. And that means in Congress, that means in the White House, that means in the judiciary, and that's definitely overseas, some of the things that they're doing, the nefarious things that they're doing. And that's not going to make me any friends over there at Langley, but too goddamn bad. These people, this organization is driving this country and has been driving this country for 50 years or more. It has to be completely gutted and changed. And you're right about the other organizations. You know, we got to quit playing games.
Tuesday, December 2nd, just in, Bessent's federal terror probe shakes Washington. Ezra A. Cohen. Scott Bessent has drawn the line. Washington now stands face to face with one of the darkest financial scandals in modern American history. The federal investigation he launched exposes a trail that leads to the unthinkable. Allegations that Minnesota's hard-earned taxpayer dollars were diverted into the hands of al-Shabaab during the Biden administration and under Governor Tim Walz have ignited a firestorm across the nation. This probe did not emerge from political theater. It erupted from documented fraud networks buried inside Minnesota's social and housing programs, where underground Hawala systems and welfare-funded cash transfers operated freely for years. Federal counterterrorism sources confirm that millions were routed off the books, hand-carried on commercial flights, and funneled into a terrorist organization. This is no longer speculation. It is systematic rot finally dragged into daylight. Bessent, backed fully by President Donald J. Trump, has made the message unmistakably clear. Under this treasury, no bureaucratic shield will protect those who enabled the siphoning of public money into jihadist hands. No administrator will hide behind excuses of oversight failures, and no individual involved, directly or indirectly, will remain outside the spotlight of accountability. Every dollar will be traced, every network exposed, every responsible actor named. The implications stretch far beyond Minnesota. A confidential law enforcement source summarized it with chilling clarity. The Minnesota taxpayer has become the largest involuntary funder of al-Shabaab. The Somali diaspora sent $1.7 billion to Somalia in 2023 alone, surpassing the entire national budget of the Somali government. And investigators now confirm that U.S. welfare systems were intertwined with these cash flows for years. This is not mere negligence. This is a national security breach on a historic scale. In a political era defined by silence, evasion, and compromise, Bessent has chosen confrontation. He is exposing a pipeline no Democrat dared touch, defending the American people whose money was weaponized behind their backs. And now, as the Treasury digs deeper, one truth grows impossible to ignore. This is no longer just an investigation. It's a reckoning, has only just begun. Tuesday, December 1st, Fox News. Millions of dollars in donations getting mixed in with money going to friends and family of California politicians. California's one-party corruption culture has been busted wide open with new details of a scandal involving the family of Governor Newsom's hand-picked attorney general. We're now hearing about all these million-dollar donations that are getting kind of mixed in with money going to friends and supporters of the Bonta family, and $500,000 that Bonta's campaign spent on legal defense in an FBI investigation. Now he says he's the victim, but there's a lot of details that have not emerged here. Then, of course, you have Gavin Newsom's chief of staff, who's skimming campaign accounts of the former attorney general, who's also alleged to have written off as business expenses Chanel bags and luxury yacht rentals. Things just keep coming up, and there is a cloud of corruption around the Gavin Newsom administration. And from Trump Force One on Telegram, the White House triggers emergency broadcast system in 24 hours. The countdown has begun. The privilege of freedom. One nation under God with liberty and justice for all. At 0000 UTC on Sunday, November 30th, every central bank on earth not gold-backed was set to be closed. FBI Director Kash Patel declared that we were all under global martial law. That would be announced via the emergency broadcast system, said set to activate by the time this update was published. Why martial law? Because the greatest threat we face as a free nation and world has come from within. Dr. Charlie Ward learned that the White Hats just discovered that the Dark Hats were preparing to take out a number of Trump's cabinet members. generals and key figures in a major coordinated plan, including Pam Bondi, multiple generals and several top individuals in Trump's field. Additionally, 2 CIA agents have confirmed that the Democrats were still engaged in an active coup that was calling for a rebellion against the government and President Trump, a coup that was part of a much larger operation to sow mass distrust in the military and throughout the country, even patriot against patriot. We were presently in the middle of mass arrests where those dark individuals were being removed. We needed everyone praying and saturating this situation with light. An evil plan had been planted and nurtured in the US, Canada, and Australia after World War II, headed by the hundreds of Nazis brought into the 3 countries via what was to become the CIA. It was a coup that mind-controlled people into submission, bought and paid for by the U.S. taxpayer dollar through a CIA black budget. Though something shifted Monday night, at the moment President Trump stepped back into Washington, the flight from Florida looked routine only on the surface. Behind it, Washington began tightening from the inside. Convoys moved without media coverage. Communications inside several DHS buildings went dark. Emergency reassignments were issued overnight. Trump was preparing directives designed to expose the infiltration pipelines. Inside the White House, preparations were underway for a broadcast known internally as Sovereign Reveal. This briefing outlined the foreign influence networks inside U.S. institutions, the continuation of psychological operations through mainstream newsrooms, and a very coordinated effort to map, predict, and manipulate American behavior through synced devices and cloud infrastructures. Cyber forensic teams have already pulled the internal communications from major media outlets, device manufacturers, and data analytics partners. The silence of the mainstream media was not confusion, it was fear. Trump's team was entering high-level diplomatic exchanges intended to unravel the real machinery behind the Ukraine conflict. The laundering channels, the digital asset transitions, the covert labs and intelligence pipelines masked as foreign aid, satellite data and decrypted transmissions, and banking records now pointed to a multinational structure that used the war as a smokescreen to shift assets, people, and technologies. Those channels were being exposed and dismantled. This was why Trump was back in Washington, not for ceremony, but for a controlled ignition of a multi-front operation that has been built quietly, precisely, and legally for years. Every file has been duplicated, every path has been traced, every safeguard was in place, and this week, the plan would surface. Prepare accordingly. Monday, November 30th, final whisper. Donald J. Trump on Telegram. The last watchstander at Mount Weather turned the lights off manually at 2:04. He then walked to the helipad, climbed into a waiting Sikorsky with no tail markings, and lifted into black sky. The facility's entire power plant went cold 5 minutes later, not a failure, a deliberate shutdown from a switch that was supposed to have been removed in 1974. Every screen inside now displays only a slow-moving American flag and the words "Stand by." At 2:33, the Federal Register's printing facility in Laurel, Maryland, executed an unscheduled run of exactly 144 pages. The pallets were loaded into 2 unmarked trucks that left without signing the manifest. Those pages contain the notices that will replace every current agency head with acting replacements whose names have never appeared in any confirmation hearing. Distribution begins at dawn. The republic you woke up in will already be archived. The end of their world has already happened. We're only waiting for the rest of us to notice. EBS, the Restored Republic Command Authority, issued a final order. The global EBS 8-tone activation sequence will fire. When those tones hit, every screen on Earth will see, in this order, Raw Dallas 1963 in 8K, Raw 2020 election theft in real time, live Gitmo executions of the worst, full Nassar Jassar proclamation, 5. Your personal medbed appointments and QFS balance. Continuity of government is now 100% under 1776 law. Cheyenne Mountain is the new heart of the free world. Every clone is ash. Every chain is broken. My father began this war with a dream, and a bullet took him. I'm finishing it with fire, truth, and the roar of a free people. Lock arms with your families. Charge every device. Look evil in the eye and smile. The best is yet to come. Enjoy the show, Patriots. God wins. U.S. Debt Clock on Telegram. Monday, December 1st, U.S. Worldwide Restored Republic via a GCR. Judy Byington Q on Telegram. Judy note on Monday, December 1st, 2025, the below appeared on a Telegram website titled Judy Byington Q. It is not my website. I have no input to the writing on the website, and I did not write this, but I do agree with the basic content. At dawn on Monday, December 1st, 2025, President Trump unleashed the White Hats on Washington, D.C. via mass arrests of deep state operatives. Over 300 high-profile figures were detained in the initial hours from Capitol Hill to Silicon Valley boardrooms. These mass arrests were expected to continue throughout this week. That same Monday, December 1st morning, just past midnight, came jubilant. More than 7,000 precious souls had been freed from subterranean lairs in Ukraine, the Southwest deserts, and Pacific Islands. These extractions, executed with precision under the quantum financial systems oversight, paved the way for emergency broadcast system activation. Prepare for 10 days of darkness set for December 5th through 15th when phone, TV, and internet screens will go black, restoring sovereignty to the people and shielding the innocent. Monday, December 1st, the moment we've been preparing for is almost here. Nasara Jasara QFS on Telegram. Over the next 24 to 48 hours, the final activation steps are expected to move into position. Official notifications could appear at any time, signaling the beginning of the new financial era that has been quietly building behind the scenes. Global activation. The reset is now approaching its live phase. Central banks and financial authorities across multiple regions are aligning for a synchronized confirmation of the transition. Once the switch is acknowledged, the new quantum secured monetary system will begin operating openly. Wallet access, clear instructions will follow on how to access the QFS wallet. I'll be among the first to log in and view the updated digital assets. The rollout may involve encrypted app updates or secure system alerts, but the process is expected to be simple due to the extensive preparation already completed. Financial reset, new currency values will appear directly inside the wallet interface. Adjustments to debt, balances, or legacy accounts may follow automatically. Every update will be logged through the quantum ledger, ensuring complete transparency and verifiable records of each transaction. Smooth transition. All prior trials have been successful. Recent test operations included a fully offline quantum safe transfer that executed without errors. With the infrastructure stable and support teams positioned, the transition is expected to unfold cleanly and without significant disruption. Everything is aligned. The framework is ready. Keep your notifications enabled. We are only hours away from a historic shift in global finance. Restored Republic, Monday, December 1st, 2025. The greatest threats we have comes from within, and one of those threats comes from our own CIA. From running military-style regime change and color revolution operations on U.S. soil, on our own president, to helping steal elections, execute assassinations on our own people. It's time to do what JFK wanted to do and scatter it into the winds.
He needs to recognize that we must stop the CIA from driving U.S. policy, domestically and foreign. I'm telling you, Steve, that is a massive, massive problem. And I wouldn't say 50%. I would say shut the doors. It is no longer, it's a dead organization to President Trump. That's sort of step one for him. I don't care what somebody's handicap is. You take that organization and you rip it apart, because that organization is driving our policy everywhere. And it really is. I mean, the people that are part of it and the people that have been part of it are the ones still operating and driving everything going on in our nation. I mean, it's got to stop. It has to stop. And that means in Congress, that means in the White House, that means in the judiciary, and that's definitely overseas, some of the things that they're doing, the nefarious things that they're doing. And that's not going to make me any friends over there at Langley, but too goddamn bad. These people, This organization is driving this country and has been driving this country for 50 years or more. It has to be completely gutted and changed. And you're right about the other organizations. You know, we got to quit playing games.
Monday, December 1st, breaking. Trump and military alliance launch global raids. Thousands of children rescued as elite trafficking networks face total destruction. Masara Jasara activation spot. With Donald Trump now firmly back as the 47th president, the military alliance has unleashed its full power, dismantling the deep state's darkest operations. The recent Iceland raid, where missing children from Canton, Ohio, were rescued, was not an isolated event. It's part of an unstoppable global mission to obliterate elite trafficking networks. Routine for the military alliance. For the military alliance, these operations are now standard. Hundreds of missions have been executed worldwide since Trump's return, liberating thousands of children from elite trafficking rings. Underground bunkers, elite compounds, and isolated islands are being raided and dismantled with surgical precision. The Iceland mission, a critical strike against trafficking hubs, revealed an elite-run logistics network spanning Denver, London, and the island of Jersey. Advanced surveillance and biometric tracking enabled the alliance to neutralize these operations in record time. Trump's leadership. A new era of justice under Trump. The military alliance has erased the barriers that once protected the elite. Corrupt governments, compromised institutions, and the mainstream media can no longer shield the guilty. With Trump as commander-in-chief, the alliance operates with total global authority, dismantling the infrastructure that sustained these atrocities. This isn't just about rescuing children. It's about exposing and destroying the systems that allowed these crimes to exist. Banks laundering money, tech companies enabling trafficking, and global organizations providing cover are all being taken down. Hundreds of thousands of children rescued since the alliance's operations began. Hundreds of thousands of children have been liberated. Hidden facilities equipped with advanced security systems. Evidence implicating elites in politics, entertainment, and finance is being collected for public trials and tribunals. The elites are cornered. The elites' desperation is palpable. Their assets are frozen, communications intercepted, and escape routes severed. Recent attempts to flee to remote bunkers have been thwarted, with key figures taken into custody. The alliance anticipates every move, ensuring no place is safe for them. Total exposure is coming. The military alliance is preparing for a moment of global reckoning where the full extent of the elite's crimes will be revealed. Public tribunals, arrests, and undeniable evidence will shatter any remaining illusions. A future without elite control. The ultimate goal is to dismantle the system that enabled these horrors, ensuring a future of freedom and justice. With Trump and the military alliance leading the charge, the grip of the elites is being destroyed. The storm is here. The world will never be the same. Stay vigilant. Truth and liberation are at hand.